Hey everyone. Welcome back for part 7 of What If Naruto Was the Emperor. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 26: The Emperor and Confidence. Naruto stared at Sasuke from his throne. He knew what the Uchiha wanted and had permitted for his hateful presence to appear before him. He could have stopped it if he willed and Sasuke would have been powerless to do anything about it. Still, when he took Itachi's body, he hadn't thought that there would be many things going wrong in his planning. Everything was supposed to be going well with the Uchiha becoming his tool or maybe a potential tool. He had no problems with Sasuke gaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it was only then he could be controlled by him. But with many things going wrong, Naruto wondered if he was also making a mistake. Those eyes would not be able to turn on him, but it still did not change that they could turn other things he valued. Going nowhere with his thoughts, the Emperor rested his head on the palm of his left hand and then spoke. "Have you come across Zetsu?" Sasuke's eyes sharpened, he knew there were issues there and his brother had already warned him. "Why do you ask?" "Don't be stupid. Just answer the simple question." "He came to me, and went away before I could do anything. He wanted to recruit me and said there was a way he could get my eyes." Naruto stared upon hearing those words. By my eyes Sasuke meant Itachi's eyes. But that was not what bothered him in that statement. How could Zetsu get those eyes when he had protected them? There could not possibly be a traitor amongst the Uzumaki unless it was that woman. On his own, Zetsu could not know about the secrets of the village. It was also unthinkable that one of them would turn out to be a traitor. This village had barriers made to keep people and things out. Someone like Zetsu could not come in any place without them knowing. Whether through land or air or below, you always went through a barrier before entering the village. There would be some investigation into this. Then again, Zetsu could have been lying to Sasuke. He was manipulative, that much was apparent. You could have just burnt him with Amaterasu. Why did you not go that far? "I don't take orders from you, Naruto." Sasuke responded in a cold tone. "Where do you stand, Uchiha?" Naruto asked. He did not raise his voice, his relaxed posture did not change either. "What is that supposed to mean? Do you even think that just because I am in your village I will be scared of you? You do not frighten me." Naruto shook his head slowly. "For someone hailed as a genius you are rather stupid and blind," the Emperor said before raising his right hand. He snapped his fingers and marks began to spread through the floor within the palace. What the H? A massive force of gravity pulled Sasuke to the floor. He slammed down on both knees. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger and frustration. The moment the seal below activated, he had known something was wrong. The force pulling him down was too much. He couldn't even summon his Susanoo. When the force continued to pull him down, both his hands slammed on the floor as he attempted to keep his face from kissing down. He did not hold for too long. His face hit the floor, he realized, his Sharingan was no longer active. Naori appeared out of thin air holding a jug with a pair of eyes. "I will give you Itachi's eyes, Sasuke, but should Zetsu appear before you again, you will take action. And if Konoha tries to act against us and betrays us in any way, you will be the one to turn the might of the Uchiha on them." Sasuke didn't hear anything the Emperor said, he was struggling to keep his eyes open. When he could no longer hold firm, everything turned black. "Take him and ensure he is programmed in order. Once you are done, have Karen implant the Sharingan and then brand him. Once done, send him to a hotel in the wave and have someone look after him while he recovers." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Uchiha was a handsome young man, it is a pity that such a handsome face had to be turned into something else. Naruto opened his eyes, still on his throne, as Karen walked towards him. She stopped just inches away from him, staring at him intently. Sasuke was not turned into anything. We simply put suggestions in his head. "Is that not going to cause you trouble in the near future?" Naruto shook his head. "No, Shisui had a Mangekyo Sharingan that was capable of manipulating someone without that person or people even realizing they were being manipulated. It was indeed a powerful genjutsu. Perhaps it was out of paranoia, but Danzo feared that it would also control him and then stole one of his eyes. Shisui gave his other eye to Itachi. Danzo used it for his devilish desires, but that just shows you how powerful Shisui's visual prowess was, but he was not a typical Uchiha. Despite being a Jinchuriki, it would even manipulate me, and since you don't know, you can't escape from it. It completely rewrites your mind frames. We developed a similar technique. For what reason? Just insurance in case things go south, Naruto said with a shrug. You should not worry yourself with such details. I must worry, recent events have shown that even you can get things wrong. You are not stupid, but that doesn't make you perfect. You can get things wrong, and at this stage, and something of this magnitude, it would cause problems if ever discovered. Don't be concerned, we have things covered up. The Emperor responded in a confident tone. Noroi appeared out of thin air. He didn't even acknowledge Karen's presence but leaned towards the Emperor and whispered. Nagato has not arrived in Amigakure yet, and we don't know where he is. His presence has seemingly vanished, the man said. Konan has called for you as she is deeply worried. Naruto sat motionlessly. This simply could not be happening now. Not when he had just finished things and was planning to take the Empire's rise to another level. Nagato was not someone he had to worry about, but if he disappeared like this, he had reasons to worry. Zetsu was not someone who could defeat Nagato in battle even though he knew the secrets of the Rinnegan. Overwhelming power gave you that advantage. But what could have happened to him? Zetsu could not have pounced, could he? Where was that good-for-nothing Kabuto? Have you exhausted everything? Yes, Your Majesty. But we are still trying to look. Konan attempted to summon him, but nothing happened. Naruto stood up from his throne. He too was connected with Nagato. It was something that was only arranged for emergencies, but he should also be able to get the feeling. He did slow hand seals and then slammed his right hand on the ground silently. A summoning seal appeared on the floor, but nothing happened. He stood up with a large frown on his lips. Karen stared at him curiously. What is wrong, Naruto? Naruto did not offer an immediate response. Kabuto had gone away, saying he wanted to handle something. But he didn't have to worry about the man betraying the Empire, but it didn't mean that he could not do anything that could not be of benefit to them, not unless he had some twisted view that it would indeed be helpful, at which case, he had to worry. We will talk when I return. Naruto responded to Karen before facing Noroi. Take me to Amigakure, he commanded Noroi. The redhead placed his hand on the Emperor's right shoulder and they vanished into thin air. Konan was deeply worried for Nagato. It was not like him to disappear. He was strong. She even thought that the Emperor could not defeat him if they were fighting a serious battle. But, there was Zetsu. There was still much that they didn't know about that thing, but what they knew was that although he didn't have the physical prowess to cause them danger, he was still dangerous. Her childhood friend had been talking much about getting rid of him. That thing could not have been thinking about doing the same thing to him, right? Because of Obito, they knew that Nagato had not awakened the Rinnegan, but it was something that was awakened by the infamous Madara. The Dujutsu was also the only piece that could make the man's dream a reality. Without it, there was no reviving the Jubi. But how was Zetsu going to do this? Madara had to be first revived and they were going to use the Rinnegan to do so. But Nagato would not willingly do something like that. And with the power of the Rinnegan, it was not just anyone who could wield them to their full potential. Konan did not feel relief when Naruto appeared at the balcony in the tallest tower along with Noroi. For him, this would be a major loss. He had almost everything to lose if Madara was indeed in the making of coming back. He was the one who came up with the plan to topple Obito. They had always been confident that Madara would not come back because they believed that no one would be able to defeat Nagato. When was he supposed to return? Naruto went right at the moment he saw Konan. 3 days ago, but he never showed up. 2 days ago, he only summoned the Preta Path. I don't think it was for battle but a measure taken to avoid exposing himself, Konan said. Didn't he tell you where he was going? Naruto shook his head. He frowned, thinking that since Nagato was talking about Zetsu, he must have gone to Madara's hideout. The place was a red zone they had sealed off. But Nagato could walk through the barriers and he could even deactivate them. Noroi, send someone to Madara's hideout and see if you cannot find a trace of Nagato. If you find anything, then we can conclude that things are going south. The Emperor instructed. Hi. Noroi vanished without saying another word. Naruto faced Konan. This is a serious problem and one we do not need at the moment. We can't simply put our hopes on that Nagato is fine and that he will come back. We must think about the worst case scenario. If something has happened to him, will you bring him back? We have enough people to make the exchange of life. As you know, our jutsu requires us to make sacrifices. But we must still get his body back. At this stage, we don't know where he is and if we will even find him, which is a serious problem. Everything just seems to be going south now. Perhaps we should not have been so confident that Nagato would be fine and made plans in case something happened. We should have done more to hunt down Zetsu, as we already knew that he was a threat. And the members of the Akatsuki? Not all of them were recruited by Nagato. That is another problem. At least we know if things are going where we fear, we know what they will be doing. With the members of the Akatsuki, if they decide to join Zetsu, we will have to hunt them down and kill them all before they cause trouble. Naruto shook his head with disappointment over how things were turning out. Stay on guard. We will speak once Noroi has returned with answers. We will decide what to do then. Haku was used to seeing Naruto stare into the empty space in front of him with a non-existing presence while sitting on his throne, but he was not used to seeing was the Emperor releasing an oppressing atmosphere that demanded all who stood before him to bow and be cautious. It always felt like he was staring at the image of a god dressed in human flesh, or perhaps something worse than that, a demon. The Emperor certainly had a murderous killing intent that could make even the most experienced shinobi spill their guts out. It was maybe how he channeled his hidden anger over his lonely and painful childhood. He was not the only person who had been summoned into the throne room. Yoshino was also present. Haku did wonder how Naori could still stand next to the Emperor without the urge to flee from the man. Despite what he knew of the Emperor, this feeling made him nervous. After some time of waiting in silence, Noroi appeared out of nowhere and knelt down. "Your Majesty." The man started, his tone flat. It does appear that Nagato went to the hideout. But there was no sign of him or that a battle occurred. But he did not get inside. From what Shin said, the Preta was the one that went inside the hideout. We found it in the passages motionless still, no sign of battle. Haku frowned. No matter how you looked at it, even if you were hopelessly naive and optimistic, you could not listen to those words and say Nagato had gone for a stroll and left his precious path behind. He could understand why Naruto did not appear to be in a good mood. Since he won the war, the important things haven't been going according to plan. It was almost like all the planning done was for nothing. Who could have thought that the man who called himself a god could just disappear? While it was highly arrogant of Nagato, there was still no one who could say the man was not powerful. If he was indeed lost, it would be devastating to the Empire's strength, but much more of what was about to come as the result of allowing him to fall into the hands of the enemy. The only person who could have gone this far would be Zetsu. "We have a serious problem, Your Majesty." "Don't state the obvious, Yoshino." "Of course, I know this is serious. In all our planning, we never actually thought that something like this would happen to Nagato. We did think there was the possibility of Madara coming back to life. He isn't after all reliant on Nagato. He could return as a reanimation, which wouldn't have been a bad thing for us because then we could seal his soul away. But Nagato disappearing like this was something we thought not likely to occur. Then we can conclude that it was Zetsu. If no battle occurred, how did he even manage to do it? If he could do it to Nagato, then he could do it to you as well," Yoshino said in a serious tone. "We must figure out how. That will lead us into understanding the mystery of what Zetsu is," Naruto said with a small nod of his head. "We must be on the lookout. Barriers must be kept up, but everything else continues as planned. We cannot simply allow this to stop our plans. But the other nations must not know about this." "Indeed. That will be easy for us to do unless Zetsu decides to act otherwise. If that happens, we must be on the defensive. We could face a rebellion. If we have the remaining members of the Akatsuki and those two villages coming up against us, as well with the presence of Madara, we will be imperially screwed from both the front and the back." If not for the situation, Yoshino would have laughed at those colorful words from the Emperor. The situation would be bleak if they had to face that kind of offense. Madara was something that they did not want to face. He had been a man who stood before the first Hokage, and not to mention, if he was back, it meant they would be facing off against someone with the power of the Rinnegan and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and not to mention Makuten. It was not only the Dujutsus, but Madara's usage of them that made the situation troublesome. And he thought the Emperor was overpowered. For this generation he was, but Madara was a monster, and his Dujutsus made him a foe no one wanted to face. When facing the Rinnegan, ninjutsu becomes useless. The Sharingan copies all ninjutsu. There is more power from the Rinnegan that only Madara should be able to use. Yoshino paused, and took a long breath. "We will be indeed screwed if things don't go according to plan." "There has to be a way out of this," Haku said. "You have always been able to solve our problems, Naruto." "Haku, what are Fuinjutsu barriers made of? Chakra? Not long ago, I was saying everything could be useless when facing off against overwhelming power. If Madara returns from the dead, he can walk into this village and there would be nothing our barriers can do to stop him. However, I don't think he will go that far, at the beginning at least. Indeed, Yoshino said with a nod. Obito was supposed to gather all Baijuo and then use Nagato to revive him, but now he will be revived without the Baijuo gathered. He will have to do that himself. At least in this case, the other villages will be involved. Looking at it coldly, such a situation would be beneficial to us, Naruto said. Haku frowned. Of course, Naruto was often a logical being. Although disturbed by this situation, it did not stop him from looking at the benefits of the situation. He was someone who always looked to benefit even from murder. Perhaps this mindset was the reason the clan elders were always wary of him. We could get the other nations to cooperate over the threat of Madara. They still value their Jinchuriki, and the thought of losing them could force the great nations to work with us. If we are successful in dealing with Madara, we will end up maybe having even better relations. Yes, Naruto said with a nod. But for now, we don't tell them anything. Once they come here, we will inform them of what we know. There is also something that can be gained in getting rid of someone who could be a thorn to us. Yoshino smiled coldly. His Majesty was certainly a cold strategist. The methods were not that complex, but they were brutally efficient. If we could fight Madara in the presence of the other Kage, Kurotsuchi could no doubt would be enticed to attack you. If she does that, we have a reason to kill her while the other Kages watch on, and they cannot deny that she doesn't deserve it after everything. You would have worked hard to defeat the man who could have ended this world and destroyed everything. The other Kages would have more reasons to side with you, and no matter what Iwa does, it won't win. Indeed, Naruto said. But we must still find a way to deal with Madara. I'll try to move around to the other Jinchuriki to warn them about the danger. Once we have done that, I can have some people keep an eye on them so we can be sure if Madara has indeed been revived, Noroi said. Keep an eye on the members of the Akatsuki as well. As things stand, we don't know if indeed Madara has been revived or if he will be revived. Nagato is gone, that we are certain. The Emperor said. Yes, Your Majesty. XXX. Naruto was lying in bed, his right hand raised up, eyes staring at it expressionlessly. He had been rooted like this for a couple of minutes, the only thing moving being his eyes. Karen frowned seeing him like that. Her husband was a tough man who didn't let things bother him, he had always looked so immovable. But in here, in bed, she was seeing a human, and that didn't please her. If you keep looking like that, you may as well just turn into a statue. Karen commented a bit dryly. Naruto smiled. There was only one Karen, and admittedly, her voice had a certain effect on him. Of course, she was not the one to pamper him with all that pity talk. She was not Tamari. She was no Shizuka, she didn't need him for comfort. She had her mouth to give her what she wanted. Why would I turn into a statue when knowing it would simply just free you from our marriage? You can't be free to see another man in your life. Karen stared and then slid under the sheets. She stared at the ceiling before responding. And yet, you are free to see other women. Well, of course, I am the Emperor. And I am just another one of your women. Karen muttered. Is it this Nagato issue? Naruto nodded before bringing his hand down. He shifted it towards Karen, but it was slapped away. He tried again and the result was the same. What the hell are you doing? She demanded. Just trying to see if my wife has feelings for me. If not handled carefully, we might lose everything. I am not even sure about my chances with Madara. Maybe some time ago, I would have been happy that I'm going to face a powerful shinobi. The battle instincts in me do crave a mad battle, but there is much more to lose if we don't do things right. Madara wins and then gets to cast infinite Tsukuyomi on this world. Once that happens, we will all be doomed. Of course we won't know it because we will be in blissful dreams, Karen said. What is the issue here? You just have to stop him, right? It sounds so simple to say it, but I wonder about it. All my ninjutsu can be nothing to that man. Of course it is nothing tested, but I'm not too sure. A lot of things have been happening that I can't control. Karen laughed coldly. That is unlike you, Naruto. What happened to your unshakable confidence? Or even Naruto? Naruto smiled. Whatever happened to it? That was a good question. Did he doubt himself? No. Naruto had always been confident. There was no logical reason to doubt himself now given all he has done. Facts he had. Perhaps it was the human heart that was playing tricks on him. But if he had to face Madara, he would do so and with the confidence that he would win. Of course, he was willing to admit that his current power might not be enough to defeat the infamous Uchiha and that he would need more than what he had to actually stand a chance against the man. You are cold, Karen. You don't need me to tell you that it will be all right, do you? You are not a child and I shouldn't be hearing that from you. I'm not lacking confidence, but I'll admit that I am in deep thought about how to go about things now that it has come this far. I have always been proud of my power and that I have trained to get where I am. My insistence of not using the Kyuubi's power has always been because of this, but now, I may have to swallow my pride and use borrowed power. Well, it will only be fair since Madara made himself strong by experiments. You are already going to try to gain Makuten from Kabuto, what else are you going to do to even things out? Once Kabuto has done what he needs to do, my body should be revitalized by the life-giving cells of the Shodai Hokage. Once that happens, I will track all Jinchuriki and get their chakra. I wonder what will happen if I use all that chakra. Would I be anywhere near the power of the Jubi? I doubt it, but it should make you strong enough. That is the plan. Well, either way, we must win if he is indeed returned. I have not fought so tirelessly just to see everything destroyed. If I face off against such a man, and win, my status as the most powerful shinobi should be cemented, don't you think? I should have just left you to brood, Karen said with a slight shake of her head. But yes, and if you are able to work with the Kijis, history will remember you a bit fondly. Then we must maximize the benefits of Madara's return. I'm not too sure Nagato will be happy hearing you speak those words if he is still alive. You are basically saying that it is beneficial with him being dead. Well, is it not? Amiga Core. People were coming in and going into the village. It was a different situation. Of course, the check at the gates was still strict and they were not just allowing anyone inside. Jiraiya reasoned it was because the war was over and now they were looking forward to keeping the gates of the Empire open. It was only going to benefit Amiga Core if it opened its gates. Jiraiya had entered through the gates, after some difficult questions and being reprimanded for not calling the leaders of the village in their given titles. It did nevertheless seem evident that people were very much aware of what was happening outside the shinobi world. Maybe it was beneficial because they used to have a warped view of the elemental nations because of the tragedies that used to fall on this village during wars. The sun kissed the streets with light sun rays. It was not hot, just warm. The people seemed to rejoice in being able to enjoy the sunlight. The raincoats and straw hats that people used to wear to avoid the drops that poured down daily were nesting in their homes. There was not a single puddle of water in the streets. Evidently, it hadn't been raining for a couple of days now. The Toad Sage made his way towards the tallest tower. Unlike last time, the lower levels had many people moving around. Someone had even escorted him but then turned half away after telling him to just go up ahead. He had noticed that there seemed to be some work going on around the streets. They were building something. He found Konan standing motionlessly by the balcony, overlooking the unfamiliar bright streets of the hidden rain. "Hello, Konan-chan." The Toad Sage greeted his once student with a smile on his lips. Last time he hadn't been allowed to move around much, but this time, he had been permitted to even walk by himself. Konan eyed the sage for a second before looking down at the streets. "What can I do for you, Jiraiya? We haven't spoken in quite some time and this is how you greet me? I am wounded. Don't you love your sensei anymore?" "I was not aware we were having that kind of relationship, Jiraiya-sensei," Konan said quietly. "But I doubt you came here for that, Jiraiya-sensei." Jiraiya shook his head. "I came to check on you and how things were going. From what I have received, Naruto has already visited Cloud and Stone. But there are no major movements to speak of." The Toad Sage paused and asked, "Where is Nagato?" "Not here," Konan said. "He went to Uzushio to deal with matters. As you can see, we are rather busy here and I would appreciate it if you went about your business quickly." From Naruto's directive, they were going to keep Nagato's disappearance a secret from everyone else. At least he was not a public person. Naruto could imitate his presence if needed with Kage Bunshine. The truth would be revealed when it was convenient, but for now, there were much more fundamental issues to deal with. Konan was not pleased with Nagato's disappearance. He was the only left in her life. But just because he was possibly gone didn't mean that she had to stop everything. No, she had to continue working, for his dream. The village was open. There was no threat to the village and much more importantly, Amiga Core was rejoicing in this new freedom. This village would grow, and they would move step closer to their peace. The Toads once told me that one of my students would either lead the world into destruction or to the path of peace. When you were young, I believed that person who would lead a good change would be Nagato, but when I was told he died, I searched for another. I came to think that Minato would be one, but he too died. And then there was Naruto. I could never tell what he was thinking and the Toads seemed wary of him. When it became obvious that he was connected with you, I came to fear that there would be destruction." Konan eyed the Toad Sage for a second before responding. It isn't that neither are capable of that destruction. Nagato and Naruto have that power. If they chose, they could collapse the elemental nations, but we have no desire for destruction. What we want is peace. We have suffered greatly at the hands of the Great Five Nations, but we are not looking at revenge. We want to usher the shinobi world into a different path. That is all I am willing to say to you, Jiraiya. If you want peace, I can lend you my help. You were all my students at one point, after all. Jiraiya was quick to offer. Sunagakur. Temari noticed that there was something that changed as she walked through the streets, heading home. The people's reactions around her had been something. It suddenly became silent and she realized that there was something that had arrived. The villagers were looking at someone, who they were not familiar with. She twisted around and saw Naruto just behind her. She nearly skipped a heartbeat seeing the blonde emperor, smiling at her. Your Majesty. Temari quickly corrected herself. Naruto smiled. Formalities to the side, Temari. It doesn't feel right being called that by you. Temari shared the same sentiment. It didn't feel right saying it either. What are you doing here? When was the last time she saw him? When he took her to Konoha after rescuing her from Iwagakure. Some time has passed since then. She should have gone to Uzushio weeks ago, but certain events occurring stopped her from going. All this time she had been wondering when he would come to see her. Nevertheless, it was not right to go for long periods without being with someone you love after all. Naruto folded his hands across his chest, and raised an eyebrow. Is that how you greet someone you love, Temari? She stared at him. Sometimes I wonder about that. Really? That is not what I heard. I was told that the people in your house sometimes hear your moans and my name being shouted at night. Temari's cheeks flashed red slightly. That is not true. Then why are you all red? Not because I did anything. Temari cleared her throat and tried to regain her composure. I just imagined that. Imagine what? Have you become that naughty? Temari glared, causing Naruto to laugh before pressing on. Why the need to imagine it when you can experience it? You could have just sent for me. Temari looked around the streets. There were people still watching. They were probably wondering what they were talking about. They really didn't need to do this in the streets, and she didn't want to be seen blushing by everyone. Her relationship with the Emperor was not a public thing after all. Let's go somewhere private, Temari said before drawing inches closer to the Emperor. She grabbed his right hand and they vanished along gusts of winds. Naruto blinked when they appeared at her lounge in her house. He then smiled. Wind-style sunshine, you have improved your control over your wind. I wish you'd be fine without your fan though. We all have our ways of handling things. You know that wind is much sharper and efficient when used in conjunction with a weapon, just as it is when you use it with your sword, Temari said. Naruto nodded before holding out his arms. Come here and give me some affection. Temari stared before sighing. She wrapped her hands around him and then smiled with contentment. The embrace was warm and tight. She spoke in a whisper. I've missed you, Naruto. Many nights went by thinking about you. Temari had a different smell, so did everyone. People were not all the same. It was what made each individual unique. The feeling each gave was different as well. Life was certainly worth living because of uniqueness in everyone. I've missed you too, Temari. The blonde emperor said in a whisper. I've been a little too busy lately. It was always something after something, but that is not an excuse. In any case, you have me for the rest of the day and until tomorrow morning. Temari separated from him and stared. You serious? Well, I am famous for joking around. Temari hit him on the right shoulder before dragging him to the sofas. They sat down gracefully and she faced him. I am aware of certain events that would keep you busy, but I am happy you came. I haven't put it in to come, Naruto said with a sly smile. It took a moment for Temari to fully comprehend his words, and when she did, she stared. Must you always be a pervert? Naruto chuckled lightly. You are not fun anymore. It was always nice to tease you. Well, people adapt to certain things. There are certain issues that we need to discuss. That sounds serious. It is. What do you say to being married to me? Well, wasn't this going towards marriage? I didn't love you just so I could remain your mistress. People date and then break up? Naruto said with a shrug. But I wouldn't want a mistress, especially not when it is you. You deserve much better. Words are simple to say. Indeed, but that is why I am taking action. I'm telling you this because I'm finalizing my marriages, for both political and personal reasons. Marriages. Temari swallowed. Of course, she should have known about this. She did know about it. It was just not something she was comfortable thinking about. She could be all alone in bed, thinking about him, but he would be in the embrace of another woman not even thinking about her. You don't look happy. Tamari shook her head. I've just been ignoring the fact that you have 2 wives already and are likely to marry more. You are the emperor, and if it is right, you are going to do more marriages for political reasons. You want influence and to change this world. What better way to do this than through that way? We had already discussed the issue with Gaara. We won't have issues then, Naruto said. He then leaned back and stared into the ceiling. What would you choose? To live with me in the Sound or to stay here? I'm building another home in the Sound, so that can be your new home. Of course, if you choose, you could stay between here and there. That could work well, Tamari said in thought. Gaara offered Naruto his tiny smile as the emperor stepped into his office. He had already been informed that the man was in the village. Everything had been pushed aside, as he knew that he would be talking to the man about the future relations between Suna and the Uzumaki Empire. You could have told me that you were coming, Gaara said. It was something that was decided on the spot. I just felt I hadn't been making rounds to Tamari and thought it best to come just unannounced. The emperor sat in front of Gaara's desk before speaking once more. I hope I am not being an inconvenience. Not at all, Gaara said. I was meaning to talk to you anyway. We are still scheduled to talk soon along with other Cage. Those talks will focus most on what happens in the elemental nations and its future. I wanted to focus more on our personal relationship. You are closest to Kirigakure than any other great nation. We do share common interests, and that relationship will only get better now that war is over and Kiri has seen everything it needed to see. If possible, I also want Suna to share that relationship with you. I'll be honest with you. While we have done well over the past years, I do not like that Konoha still remains our only major partner. They have not abused that relationship in any way as we work on common trust, but I want this village to grow further. Naruto stared at the Kazekage for a long minute. He hadn't come here for such talks, but it didn't hurt indulging the man. Gaara was of course someone he could get along with just fine. He was going to marry the redhead sister. That would make them family. Having better relations with this village would only be natural. We were never going to reject alliances forever, anyway. The main reason I rejected being allied with any village before the war was because I wanted the Uzumaki to fight their battles. I didn't want victory to belong to other people but the Uzumaki. We have achieved that and we are now looking to the future. We can listen to other people in a standing that is higher. When people are looking down at you, their thoughts of you are also very low and they negotiate unfairly. In our current state, we can speak to other nations equally. I can understand that, Gaara said with a small nod. How can we have benefit to each other? I'll be blunt with you, as far as I can see, there is nothing that Suna can offer that I do not have. I would be just fine without an alliance with your village. You're not wrong. You are only here because of my sister. We are going to be family, that relationship has to extend to our nations. That aside, it will only be good to have better relations not because we benefit from something. If we only think about benefits, what happens when you no longer benefit? First, let us be friends, and then anything else can come because of that friendship. Uzushiogakur. You came back, Haku said as he entered Naruto's office. Was I supposed not to return? Naruto responded without looking up from the papers he was looking at on his desk. Haku shook his head. I was expecting you to come back maybe in the afternoon. You have spent time away from Sunagakur and with how things are going to flow from now on, you might not get that many chances to visit Tamari. We must balance things out. Work here is just as important, if not more important. It might sound harsh and cold, but marrying Tamari does not make things work in the Empire. The Emperor shifted his eyes towards Haku and then leaned on his chair. Anything I missed? Isn't Naori supposed to give you a briefing of intelligence? Nothing then, Naruto said in thought. Did you receive word from Nadeshiko? We must be heading there any day now. I want to get this over with and look at what happens afterwards. We must also look at Kirigakure and the delightful Mizukage after finishing business with Nadeshiko. You must be looking forward to be with the Mizukage. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What makes you say that? She is powerful, someone who stands with you, and she is a sly woman, and not to mention older. You have always been attracted to older women, at least as far as Yoshino is concerned. I think I have heard Karen saying something similar. Older women are not children that need to be pampered. Of course, they are still women and you must treat them as such, but they know what they are doing and you don't have to point the direction. No doubt you are talking about your sexual desires. No, I was talking about the experience of life. I have experienced many things in my life and I must be able to talk to someone who can challenge me with their experiences. If you cannot stimulate me, spending much time with you means that you will most likely bore me quickly. Naruto responded. And? 2 days, they have set the time and everything. They will be waiting for us. Yoshino is arranging things on your side. Some of the elders want to go. I don't want them there. They must mind their own business. My marriage to Shizuka has nothing to do with the clan. The emperor said. No wonder you don't get along with them with that attitude, Haku said with a shake of his head. They want to know about what will happen to Nagato and efforts to revive him should he be dead. We will discuss that, Naruto said in thought. What would my mother say if she came back from the dead? Would she be sad to live in a world without her husband? He shook his head. No, never mind. Those people would most likely try to force her to marry and produce more children. I wouldn't want that for her. And yet you are forcing us to do the same thing. You are not my mother, Naruto said with a shrug. Haku shook his head. Guren says she thinks you are best suited to be the one she can give her body to. And I thought she would most likely form a relationship with Yukimaru. He has become old enough to satisfy her, yes? Sometimes I think you are twisted, Haku said. I know you must have done something to give her that thought. She would not have come to the thought without you helping her. I was thinking that I want to have children who are strong. Our empire doesn't have so many people. And if you, and I die, what happens then? I'm at an age where I can raise my children to become strong individuals who will stand on their own to protect their homes. Shizuka's children will remain in Nadeshiko, Mei's children will be groomed to lead Kirigakure, Tamari's children to lead Sunagakure, and Guren to lead the Sound. If you have any more seed elsewhere, we will have a time where your blood controls all great nations. Is that what you want? Naturally, Naruto said. But I must still be alive to see it. When that occurs, your family will be the one to play peacemaker. Whether of the same father or not, people will fight. I would not be surprised if any of one of them decides to fight the other for my throne. One of them might even grow bold in my old age and decide that I have ruled for long enough and my methods are no good. What happens when such a thing occurs? Naruto looked up into the ceiling, unblinking. We will take measures, even if some of them must be extreme. You mean kill your own children? If that must be done, yes. Karen rarely saw the throne room with so many people. It was just 22 people, all Uzumaki aside from Haku. Naruto's personal space was not the one that welcomed all kinds of people. She would not have even bothered coming here had things gone her way. And Naruto had not minded either way. But the clan elders had instructed her to be here. Of course, Naruto was not going to take her with him to Nadeshiko. He had already said so and was not going to change his mind. Now that she spent time with the elders, she understood why Naruto had grown weary of them. They were senile old geezers who needed to be retired and not care about things that didn't concern them. They thought it was their ultimate goal to protect the clan, but it was not. Why Naruto even agreed to such an arrangement baffled her. He could have chosen things better and took the clan for himself. It had become what it was because of him. Of course, she could not take anything away from Yoshino. The man had worked hard for his health and the Uzumaki. She had noticed though, Haku had immediately come in between the two. Had the ice user not come to the empire, Yoshino would have been doing as he pleased and would have wielded more power, and Naruto would not have put a stop to it because Yoshino did things that would please the emperor. Karen looked up at the throne. The emperor wore white ceremonial robes, his hair was still undone. She shook her head. There seemed to be some value in his hair being like that. You look well today. It is not often that you look like the part of the emperor. Karen commented lightly. The rest of the people in the throne room were kneeling before the throne, ready to receive their instructions. This is a good day for me and the empire. We move a step closer to the unification of the empire and take a step forward in growing its influence. The emperor responded in a measured tone. Have you come to bid us well wishes? Of course. They are well received, Naruto said. This must not be easy for you, but this is still something we must do. We will have that kind of talk in private. Naruto drew an amused look. That is inconsistent with what you have often displayed. You have never shied away from discussing our relationship in public. But no matter. He turned to face his subordinates. Naruhiro. Yes, Your Majesty. You are going to serve Shizuka from now on. Her safety will be in your hands. You will also become a link that connects me and her. Once I assume the role as leader of Nadeshiko, I expect you to carry your duties with the same motivation as you would when serving me. Shizuka will become my wife, thus very important to me. Nothing must happen to her. Understood, Your Majesty. Naruto turned to Noroi. Noroi, I expect you to link up intelligence with Nadeshiko. There will be one body, and you will direct its movements. Of course, this will be different from Guren's job. She is rather good at disposing things, no? She is, Noroi said. But, would that not affect her role as daimyo of the sound? No, there will be time for her to execute her duties. Besides that, her position grants her cover since her other duties do not exist, Naruto said before standing up. Yoshino, will you? The redhead stood up and walked toward the emperor. He took Naruto's hand and walked him down the stairs. Once they were in front of the other men, he spoke. We are going to Nade, the people are already expecting us. Let us go and enjoy this great day with our emperor. He then smiled. I know Nade is a land of women, but I expect you to behave. That is gonna be difficult, Yoshino-san. Someone commented. Put on blindfolds if you must, but do nothing I would not do, Yoshino said. Of course, you don't say, nothing His Majesty would not do. There was laughter from those words. You know that I'm still standing right here, yes? And you are just telling your fellow clansmen not to follow my lead as if I am a bad example. In terms of women, you are not. Yoshino responded. Is that not the truth? No, Naruto said but did not add anything. Prepare yourselves, he said before performing a hand seal. Karen, step back a little, will you? He then slammed both his hands on the floor and a large seal glowed within the throne room before they all vanished into thin air. The streets were crowded with people. There was the sound of joy rushing through the village. The people welcomed them in songs and dance, giving them a clear path toward Shizuka's residence. Naruto led the way along with Yoshino and Haku. As they drew closer to the place, Kunoichi stood in line, holding high a flag with both symbols of the empire and Nadeshiko. There were trumpets played as they gave them a royal procession. Naruto could not help but admire the preparation. A part of him had always loved a royal procession. Uzushio had never given him one. He was going to make it a spectacle once he arrives in the sound. This was something deserving of the emperor, of course, he would not try to get off it. Such an addiction would certainly lead him to ruin. At the end of the procession, Shizuka was standing there, wearing a white ceremonial kimono. Her hair was not tied, falling over her shoulders beautifully. Her green eyes shone with nervousness. But her beauty was without question. She stood out like a flower within the two people flanking her sides. No staring, Yoshino. Naruto warned the man. She is going to be my wife, I don't want to catch you thinking naughty things. Yoshino smiled. I was merely admiring her, Your Majesty. I have to admit you have chosen well. Well, it was good that she was the one to lead this village, but even I can admire her. Haku commented. Had you arrived earlier, I could have had you marry her. Tell the truth, Your Majesty. You would have looked at her twice and thought, she is mine, Yoshino said. Naruto thought about it before laughing. Perhaps. When they reached Shizuka, he smiled at her. Shizuka. The women beside her bowed lowly as she too bowed slightly before responding. Your Majesty, she said before standing up straight. She held out her right hand. Shall we? Every human truly has his or her uses. For as long as Zetsu had existed, these other people from this world have always been tools to use to achieve his great ambition, reviving his mother after the betrayal by her ungrateful sons. There had been no mountain he was unwilling to climb to revive his mother. He had manipulated many and altered history records just to see it happen. Some time ago, it had looked like everything he had fought to build would be ruined, it would be laid to waste, and he would just wander about, without any cause of action in mind. It had never been in the plans for the Uzumaki to return to fold. Zetsu had thought of every possible scenario and provided countermeasures for such scenarios that could ruin things for him. But what he had not counted on was for Obito to be killed by the Uzumaki. That simple move cost him both the Rinnegan and his substitute tool. Had the Uzumaki been willing, they could have sealed away the Rinnegan. It was a possibility and it would have taken him back at least 100 years. The wheels were in motion once more, he had just finished controlling Nagato into reviving Madara. And he felt at peace seeing the Uchiha rise from the dead. Of course, none of that joy was displayed on his face, not when there was a snake in the form of a human called Kabuto standing next to him. The spy was almost drooling in anticipation. Leading Kabuto on had benefited him in getting Nagato and the Rinnegan, but the nin was no longer of use to him. He could now simply get rid of him, but he was perhaps useful as a spy to the so-called emperor. To feel the corrupted breath of the living world, To feel his blood rushing through his veins, and the chakra flowing smoothly within the chakra pathways, Madara was indeed back to the living world. He had waited with bated breath for the day he would be returned to finish what he started. It didn't concern him that he was blind. If he had returned like this, then everything was going according to plan. Perhaps not. But he had left the capable hands of Obito dealing with things. Thinking of the Uchiha, he frowned when he couldn't see him. There was something wrong. He could feel Zetsu but he could not feel Obito. There was still another person though he was unfamiliar. There shouldn't be another person. And if Obito was not around, then something was wrong. Not everything was going according to plan. What is happening, Zetsu? Where is Obito? Kabuto could not quite believe that he was standing before the legendary Uchiha Madara. Although blind, Kabuto was certain that he could not even get close to the man. His power was astounding. Kabuto wanted to see it in action. He already knew a couple of things thanks to Zetsu. While the plant had its motives, he too had his own. But to simply stand before Madara was something to behold. He was a little glad that the people of Uzushio were not around at this place. Had they been following him, things would not have worked out so well. No doubt, Zetsu would have taken notice and tried to stab him in the back. Dead. Kabuto responded before Zetsu could. He had a large smile on his lips. He met an unfortunate end some years ago. It has been more than 10 years now since he died. Madara's expression displayed nothing. Whether Obito was alive or dead didn't really matter. As long as the Rinnegan was not lost and the plan was still active, then he could not complain. I had not expected for him to be killed, Madara said, his closed eyelids staring at Kabuto's form. What happened, Zetsu? And what of the plan? The Uzumaki rose from the ashes and decided to take over this world. Obito was in the way of their plans, and his grip on Nagato was troubling. So, they got rid of him after convincing Nagato to turn to their side. He was killed before he could do anything. None of the Baiju'u have been gathered as yet. What was he doing all these years? Preparations. Madara didn't allow silence to grip him. This was not an impossible situation. He could handle things without any problems. Besides, he could entertain himself by going on the hunt himself. It would be interesting to see how strong this generation was. He doubted he could get any challenge from anyone. There was no one quite like Hashirama. Who are you? He is no one. Zetsu was quick to respond. But he did help me manage this situation. He then turned to face Kabuto. Your job is complete, and you got what you wanted. I assume you studied the Makuten cells because you want to try to give them to Naruto. Maybe. Kabuto responded with a shrug of his shoulders. What will happen to Nagato's corpse? You want it? Yes, he is an Uzumaki. And he was able to wield the Rinnegan's power. His body could prove useful in experiments. I will deliver it to Amigakure once done with it. Kabuto nodded and faced Zetsu for a moment before turning to Madara. It was a pleasure meeting you. Madara was silent until he could no longer hear Kabuto's footsteps. Once there was silence, he spoke. Explain to me what happened. How was Obito even killed? Chapter 27 Uzushio Gakure. You must have had a pleasant night at Nadeshiko that you would stay even for breakfast and then some. Karen greeted Naruto as he walked into his office. The Emperor eyed her with a raised brow. She was sitting on one of the couches along with Haku and Yoshino. He looked away from her and walked behind his desk. Once settled, he responded in a quiet tone, a small smile on his lips. Well, I cannot say I was displeased. What did expect of me? To just escape as if I wasn't going to see her again? Well, it isn't like it would have been your first time doing something like that. Karen responded with a nonchalant shrug. Naruto shook his head. What did this woman think of him? Shizuka was his wife, and to simply treat her as a nightstand would certainly be a mistake on his part. He glanced at both Yoshino and Haku. There were a couple of things that needed to be dealt with. He didn't need to deal with Karen's petty feelings right now. Of course, knowing her, she wasn't going to let it go even if he kicked her out. She was going to come at him once more when they were alone. He could deal with it then. It wasn't like she was going to go away if he ignored her now. Not to someone who will be the mother of my child. Naruto's tone was a little sharp. I need to speak to Yoshino. He glanced at Haku for a moment and then shook his head. Alone? Please excuse us, you two. Plots to kill someone, probably. Karen commented as she stood up. I wonder how long it will take for the elemental nations to realize just how cold and calculating you are. You play the role of the good emperor quite well, but there will be a day when you will be exposed. Nothing really remains hidden forever in this world. Naruto smiled. Technically, that is true, but certain things remain locked away from public ears and eyes. We will hide what needs to be hidden and take actions to ensure things are hidden. It is how you create that flow of information and manage who knows. You mean purge all who know and ensure that those that you want to know are unable to say anything, Karen said with a slight shake of her head. It is best you keep me out of it. I wasn't going to tell you anything even if you begged. Karen did not offer a response to this, she just walked out of the office silently. Haku didn't leave immediately. He stared at the Emperor with a hardened look on his face. You are doing something behind my back, why? You don't have the stomach for it. Or maybe you do but will most likely offer your disapproving thoughts. We do not need them right now. So, you're just going to keep me out of it and let me live in ignorance? How can I do my job effectively if you're going to keep crucial things away from me? Naruto was silent for a couple of moments, thinking. Yoshino ended up speaking before the Emperor could say anything. While I am not officially the number 2 in the Empire, I still carry way more weight within. Outside of the Empire, you are the main man, within, it is me. I still do outrank you. Say it plainly, Yoshino. I don't think you are the kind of person who'd beat around the bush just to say something, Haku said in a hardened tone. I was trying to be nice. I don't need your kindness. There is no need to be that serious, Haku. You have your role, I have my role. Things are as simple as that. Perhaps in your view. What is your view of things, then, Haku? Be quiet, both of you. Naruto cut in before anything else could be said. You are in the dark over certain things because you are too kind. Another reason is that I don't want you taking part in things that will dilute that kindness. But if you want to know, I will inform you of certain things. Just so you know of what happens. Is that acceptable enough? For now, yes. But we must still talk. I don't believe there is nothing else to say, but if you want to say something, I am willing to listen. Once I am done, I will need to be informed of what is happening within the Empire to get work done. I will brief you, Haku said before stepping out of the office. Once he was gone, Naruto spoke. Things have taken an interesting twist. While there are a few surprises, it certainly does make things interesting. But we cannot understate the danger that does lie with the thrill. Indeed, Yoshino agreed. But, for Kurotsuchi to still be alive, I had not expected it. Her hatred for us runs deep and she has been able to navigate through this difficult phase without throwing flames. I had expected her to make some disastrous decisions because of her hatred. You should know by now that people can be unpredictable, Naruto said. Then, has this attitude of hers made you think that you can change things somehow and let her live? I have already stated that I want her dead. She is a variable that will disturb things for us if we allow her existence to continue. And whoever rescued her from the jaws of death certainly did so because they have intentions meant to cloud us. I'm conscious of this, Your Majesty. But? I was exploring the idea of keeping her alive, but on our leash. Noroi has not been able to make any breakthrough on what happened to her, and the only person who knows this, is Kurotsuchi. We don't need her to be alive to know what happened to her. If we kill her, we can poke into her head and that would be the much more desirable option as nothing will be filtered through her lips. Of course, the Emperor would be rational about this. And, even when he did allow him to do things the way he saw fit, this time, he had been given an instruction and deviation was only permitted with a reason that was acceptable. Yoshino had always been conscious of this when doing things. Maybe this time it was his fondness of Kurotsuchi's desires and mindset that made him think twice about plotting her death. Truly, if nothing was done, she would be a problem they did not need. We indeed don't need her to be alive to know what happened. Naruto cut off Yoshino before he could finish talking. Yoshino, I won't tolerate anything unreasonable. And I am willing to give you time to gather your thoughts to give me a reason. If Madara has indeed returned, then Yoshino, there is going to be chaos in the days to come and we don't want to have sideshows keeping us from focusing on the major threats. Madara can kill us and insects can bite us hard in ways we will be forced to take measures we don't want to take. I understand, Your Majesty, Yoshino said in a stern tone. What I had thought of doing had also been using the Akatsuki, or more precisely, data a grudge against his former village to make things happen. It would not be an impossible thing to make him attack the village and then move quickly to remove him from the picture before anyone gets hold of him. We could deal with the fallout of our past association with the Akatsuki, if anything comes out of it. Another option? Assassination. For us, it would be simple to get close enough in Iwa to kill her. But if she is killed and no one is caught, we will be suspected of having done it. Not unless we cook up something within the earth, Naruto said in thought. Cause friction between the earth daimyo and Kurotsuchi. There are already troubles between them due to the earth's pressure on Iwa. Put more fire on it, and when things have become public, remove the Earth Daimyo. If Kurotsuchi is killed after the Daimyo, our hands are clean. They killed each other, and nobody looks at us with suspicion. Even if they do look at us, we will have reasons to deny anything. But of course, any loose ends must be removed. Yoshino couldn't help but smile upon hearing those words. Naruto had always been like this. Perhaps in the past couple of years things had been toned down a little as he focused on getting stronger and allowed them to do as they pleased. Haku could not stand such moves. He was far too kind for it. But Yoshino had no problems with it. He had always been able to follow through, and if such a scenario did play out, he would be pleased with it. He just didn't necessarily want to go through it because of certain interests. You will consider the details and how you go about it. I don't need to know, but I will be waiting to hear the details on how this will occur. Unless you can convince me otherwise on why it should not occur as I have said, I expect results. Should as we fear and Madara has returned from the dead, he will start causing problems for us. I will see to it, Your Majesty. Should there be deviation, I will give a proper response. I expect nothing less, Naruto said sternly. Get Haku back in here. Without saying anything else, Yoshino departed from the office. A couple of minutes later, Haku walked back in with a rather unusual expression on his face. He sat down in front of Naruto's desk and stared at the Emperor for a couple of moments before speaking. I was under the impression that my other role also entailed me persuading you from doing other corrupt things. That has not changed. Then why are you doing things without telling me? It is convenient at this time. There are days you will not be able to get me to move to other ideas. You know me to be reasonable and flexible, but there are times I will not move from what must be done. However, I have given Yoshino an option, and should he choose to exercise it and offer me a reason, you will play your role. But for now, you have other things to worry about. Should the cage accept the invitation, you will have too much on your plate. Worry about what we must do to have the cages playing nice with us. Amiga Kur. Konan had to hold back from lunging at Black Zetsu when he appeared before her in the tower. The only reason she stopped herself from attacking was because he was holding Nagato's body. Her partner was indeed dead. When the days numbered, she had begun to accept that she may not even see his corpse. The people in Uzushiogakur had been loud enough about his survival possibilities. Still, seeing him on Zetsu's shoulders just rang a loud call to her head, confirming what she had feared. Once more, she had lost another friend and partner. Once more, she was all alone. Had it not been for the fact that she didn't know anything about Zetsu's abilities, she would have attacked him there and then. He was indeed the source of all challenges. Without him, there would have never been Obito coming after them, and Yahiko would have been alive. Of course, those were just ifs and wishful thoughts. The cruel reality was that she was alone in this world. Her only true family was now dead, killed by the injustice of the shinobi world. Had things been different, had shinobi not been so corrupted, their lives would have turned out differently. Konan reined in her thoughts and stared at the person standing in front of her with an expressionless mask. Zetsu was the first to say something nevertheless. That is the same look I had when you betrayed Obito and killed him. I also had to control myself from attacking all of you. So, you were watching. I am always watching. Black Zetsu responded. With Nagato gone, you have no one. Those people in Uzushio will most likely circle in to try to take over this village. I know they have means to bring the dead to life, but it also requires sacrifices. I wonder if they will even try to bring in Nagato back to life. At this stage, he is no longer useful to them. The war is over and Uzu has formed good relationships with other Kages. You would expect a manipulative person to come with such words to try to dilute your thinking. Konan was no longer a child that she would be urged to think otherwise about Uzushio. Naruto was cold about what was best, logically, rather than what his emotions desired. If he believed that reviving Nagato would be of no benefit, he would not do it. It was such a move that Konan expected from the Emperor. But, if he thought it that way and she had her reasons, he would issue the order for Nagato to be brought back to the realm of the living world. All Uzumaki had their souls tied to this world. I have no interest in listening to what you have to say. Zetsu smiled. Unfortunate but not unexpected. Before he could add anything else, Noroi materialized from thin air, holding a long black sword. I have been looking for you, Zetsu. Zetsu did not respond to this. Enjoy your freedom while it lasts. And you can tell Naruto that he will soon meet his end and everything he has built will be destroyed one by one. While saying that, Black Zetsu disappeared from the view. Konan turned to Noroi with a blank expression. How long have you been watching? Long enough, Noroi said. Will you keep the body, or do you want us keep it? Which is the safer option? We can keep him. And what about his revival? While His Majesty has yet to said anything, you must not worry about Nagato. He will return to world of the living. The benefit of having him in this world far outweighs anything, and besides, he is Uzumaki. Uzushiogakur. Kabuto could not help but smile when he stared at the emperor, who was sitting on his throne. It was always unnerving that he could be without a presence while sitting there. He wondered how those people dealt with it. He felt like he was dealing with something that did not exist, yet was there, staring back at him. It was no doubt that the emperor was powerful, but he was still not yet there. In this generation, he had no one to rival him. No doubt, if Orochimaru had succeeded in all his experiments and had not met his end, things could have been different. No, they would have been different. But there was nothing now. Once you were dead, you achieved nothing. Of course, he was running with some of those dreams, but he had his own agenda as well. The former spy knelt before the emperor. I have returned, Your Majesty. Kabuto congratulated himself for how easy it was to say those words. Calling Naruto by his rightful style was something he was unfamiliar with. He wasn't just putting on a show. The emperor was truly worthy of being called Majesty. Of course, not to the same standards as Madara, but he was still a legend to this generation. Naruto sat up straight and stared at the former spy of the hidden leaf with an expressionless mask. With good news, I should hope. Kabuto smiled. I'm certain you will not accept any bad news from me. That will depend on what I will define as bad news. At this stage, one does expect certain things to go the way. I'm certain you have returned with more good news, but the first thing I want to hear from you is about Kurotsuchi. Her delicate situation gives me restless nights. Kabuto almost laughed. How could he say that? Why was he so worried about Kurotsuchi? In his eyes, that Tsuchikage was insignificant to the plans of the Uzumaki. What made her even more irrelevant was the fact that she was the minority. Iwa was completely isolated from the other great nations as things stood. She could not possibly be a worrisome existence that would give the emperor sleepless nights. Naruto had to have disturbing developments to worry about. For certain, he was now beginning to think that Madara had returned from the dead. They knew about Nagato. Zetsu would not risk trying to sneak into this village. He would never dare. He had admitted that there were possibilities that if he ever stepped into Uzushio, he could never return. Of course, that did give Kabuto the idea that Zetsu had a spy here. Predictably, he never confirmed it. But he hadn't denied it when asked. I did look at the issue, and it has come to my attention that Black Zetsu had nothing to do with her revival. She also seems to have gained a new hand which possibly has the qualities of the Shodai Hokage's cells. I do not know who gave it to her, but I have some ideas. Of course, that will require me to go out more to investigate. I didn't have much time to do so this time because there were more pressing matters, at least from my point of view. Naruto was not pleased knowing that Kurotsuchi had something related to the Shodai Hokage. It was like this was another Danzo issue once more. How dangerous is this? I don't believe there is any danger to it, Kabuto said calmly. I could be wrong, but I am almost certain. She only received the hand, which makes it less likely that you'll see her using Makuten or anything compared to it. It is likely that this was done due to the qualities of the Shodai's cells. Then we have a problem with whoever did the operation to her. And, that bothers me. We could have someone who could create clones soon. When it is all just smoke, you must quickly pour water before it becomes flames. Unfortunately, we have nothing to go on currently. And we have other issues that must deal with, Naruto said before pausing. We may require your unique set of skills. Kabuto's smile widened slightly. That would be giving me some freedom. Would that be safe? I don't think certain Uzumaki will be pleased with seeing me roam around freely. I'm certain you are jumping in joy on the inside, so don't ask me nonsense, Naruto responded in a flat tone. What of your other mission? Kabuto didn't hide his excitement. He could have been satisfied with just looking at Madara's body, but he could not lay claim to having done anything to the infamous Uchiha. Naruto was different. The emperor had his power and he was truly proud of his hard-earned prowess. But if he could add something to it, it could add value into his worth. He was always conscious over the fact that these people could think of disposing him at any day. Perhaps it was paranoia, but thinking about it didn't kill him. I was able to look at the perfect specimen and managed to gather some valuable data. I am ready to do the operation at any moment now. The data I have now is sufficient to achieve the perfect result that would see you replicate the Shodai's jutsu in levels that even Yamato cannot dream, Kabuto said. Naruto noted Kabuto's confidence, but he wondered how things would go if the former spy planned to slip in something that would either kill him or give him an edge that could see him try to manipulate him. It would be disastrous for him to be manipulated by this insignificant insect. A horrendous death was better than being a puppet of such a lowly human. How safe will this be? As far as I am concerned, Hashirama's cells are powerful enough to kill a host. Danzo had an imperfect version of this, but he had to always remain on guard because the cells could take over his body. Danzo was just weak, Kabuto said a bit coldly. You are not weak, and you are Uzumaki. It is said that the Uzumaki are distant cousins of the Senju. Perhaps by extension, we could say they have relations with the Uchiha as well. Nagato was able to wield the Rinnegan and use its powers, but I have hypothetically concluded that any other normal person would not be able to wield both those eyes. Was? Kabuto's smile slipped for a moment when he realized he had said something that the Emperor hadn't admitted to him. Of course, he could get out of this, but the fact that he had just exposed himself by a slip was troubling. Luckily for him, the Emperor didn't press on the matter. Nagato was a special case, but it is indeed true that our blood makes some things possible for us. Then, when do you want to begin? I need to go to the island to collect a couple of things. Once I have done so, I will return here. I doubt you'd want to do it at the island. Here it is secure for you and I won't be able to go anywhere until you have recovered. Go to the island, but just to be safe, you will work with Karen. She must understand what you are doing. If she is satisfied with what you have, then we can begin. Naruto answered. Of course, he could always tell if Kabuto had negative intentions towards him using the Kurama's senses, and he would do so, but this ability was something he wanted to keep hidden for as long as possible. It was simple to allow people to think he could not sense their intentions, no matter how well hidden. She is familiar with the work, so she should catch on quickly. Kabuto responded. May I leave? You may, but know that if we come to decide that you will be better suited to gather information for us, you will be expected to do so. Once I have moved from this village, you will be barred from entering unless it is deemed convenient. Later. You seem to be far away, Haku said as he entered Naruto's office. That is something to say considering that you are usually lost in your thoughts. Perhaps the difference now was that he was aware of the things around him. Naruto glanced at Haku before staring back at the ceiling with unblinking eyes. There are issues that make me pause to think. Kabuto returned and he had some news. There is more he is going to tell me afterward. I will decide if I should snap his neck or permit his continued existence. Haku had never been the one to decide on who should live and who should die. It was better to try talking to people before deciding on what must be done. Naruto's usual approach at times was simply pulling the trigger. He would have considered the cons before, but there were things that could not be justified and seen by rational thinking. Yet, Kabuto was one person that Haku was uncomfortable with. He would not have been bothered to even think about the man had Naruto just killed him when he was caught, or at least allowed himself to be caught when he knew there was no more escape for him. What do you think he is going to tell you? That he has been in communication with Zetsu and probably met him during his absence. No, I am certain that he at least met with him the moment he left this village. What gives me clues is the fact that he confirmed that Zetsu was not behind Kurotsuchi, but he does not know who did it. He could only come to that conclusion if he had communication with Zetsu. He did just confirm that Nagato was dead, something that he would not know unless he had a hand in it. I could also feel that he was hiding something from me. And, you didn't press because? I'm certain he is waiting for the right moment, for himself at least. He is ready to begin the operation. Once it has happened, I may be out for a couple of days while my body recovers and adjusts to the changes. Haku frowned slightly. This is not exactly the best time to be taking yourself out. You have said that Madara has returned to this world. Should he decide to attack while you are unable to do anything, we will be in trouble. This village will be at risk. Not to mention, the Cage and other leaders will be coming here soon. It cannot be that they come here, and you are unable to see them because you are out of commission. Things will not come to that. Naruto was quick to say a bit loudly. In a subdued tone, he added. At least I hope so. Since when do you hope? Hope is illogical when you have facts that say otherwise. Naruto smiled. Don't be like that, Haku. The situation forces me to take this risk, if it is a risk. We are at a position where we must be willing to gamble because if we do not go that far, we will lose everything. I am also permitted to abandon logic for once, am I not? You are abandoning it at the wrong time, Haku said with a slight shake of his head. But, this has already been decided, what happens now? You will be acting as emperor while I'm out of commission. No one will tell you what to do. Yoshino will support and help you if there be a need. Naori will provide you whatever you need. I wonder if things will go so well, Haku said in a bitter tone. I am aware of the clan politics. Not many will be happy to hear about this, and I might be sabotaged. You will be fine, Naruto said in a dismissive tone. If anything happens, deal with it as you would see it fit. If it is any member of the Uzumaki troubling you, report it to Yoshino, as you won't be empowered to do anything against them. Or you can speak to Karen. I thought you stripped her of her authority. I did, but that is in the Empire. Within the Uzumaki Empire, she has more of a say than I do. The Emperor smiled and asked. Would you believe that? That is irrelevant. Yoshino is the clan head, but if you wanted, you could direct him to do certain things. The two of you literally wrote the current clan laws. There have to be certain loopholes that you can exploit, Haku said. What do you want me to do? Just be ready to perform a duty expected of the Emperor, and I won't complain when I return to assume my duties. What was Kurotsuchi's response to our invitation? Contempt. Haku hadn't wished to state it so plainly, but there was no shaking it. But she doesn't have a choice. She will come and she will sit with us. I assume it will be then that she will start issuing her fake apologies to the other Kages. Suna and Konoha are making life difficult for her, and the Earth Daimyo continues to stifle the economic life out of the village. A slow death, huh? Naruto couldn't help but smile at this. The high and mighty were slowly falling. Naruto wouldn't have a problem if the situation didn't change for the foreseeable future. If she remained stubborn and refused to apologize, it would only bring about Iwa's slow demise. In that situation, she would no doubt try to invade small nations close to her for her survival, but then, the Empire would have a justifiable reason to murder her and then invade the Earth country. He was conscious over the fact that Kurotsuchi would blame him for everything, but her thoughts were irrelevant at this time. She was going to die soon anyway. Well, unless certain conditions change. Innocent people will be suffering as a result. Is it really worth something to celebrate? Haku asked. You don't know me for my kindness, Haku. Stop trying to expect something you will not see. Of course, you only show kindness when it is convenient, Haku said bitterly. I was informed Noroi brought in Nagato's body. What are you going to do about it? Nothing as of now. He will only be blind if we return him now. Besides, should we succeed in defeating Madara, we will get the Rinnegan. Maybe I could wield those eyes, just to experience their power, and maybe I could use them to bring back Nagato to the living. That is not necessary for Nagato because his soul is bound to this world. What is needed is simply to revive his body. You just want to experience the power of the Rinnegan. Is there something wrong with that? What if you like it too much that you think it is no longer worth reviving Nagato? Naruto smiled. Nothing could be ruled out when it came to power. With how he thought, he could logically conclude it best for him to keep the Dujutsu. Naruto was not going to go that far nevertheless. Perhaps it would be safer if he didn't even try anything. You bring up something interesting. But, none of that will happen. Of course, we still need to navigate through Madara before we even talk about the Rinnegan. I am confident things will work out for the best. Regardless of how powerful he can be, he is still just a man. A mere mortal, and sometimes power alone doesn't win you battles. You have displayed that often, Haku said with sarcasm. I don't only fight by muscles, but I use my head when I fight. I would certainly take needless hits in battle if I was not smart enough, Naruto said with a slight shake of his head. Should we contact the priestess of the land of demons? Why? I'm curious about the future. I have always been certain about tomorrow, but things have shown me that I have no such power to predict events to occur. The priestess is said to possess unique eyes that enable her to see into the future. Her death predictions have been thus far accurate. We should not, Haku said. It will only cast uncertainties. Let us navigate through this situation. Let us survive Madara and deal with whoever is plotting with Kurotsuchi, then you can be free to do as you please. It shall be as you say, then. Konohagakure. Gaara had to stop to gather a couple of thoughts that were aroused by what he saw the moment he stepped into what was the Hokage's office, formerly, Tsunade's office, or at least it seemed to be her former place. The god Ime was still present but just not sitting behind her desk. Rather, she was sitting on the couch, reading a scroll while Kakashi sat behind the desk. The Jonin looked tired, but still busy at work. Gaara could sympathize. The work was too much when it was still new. It didn't mean it got less with the days you occupied the mantle, it just became easier as you adjust to the load. I didn't think you were going to discharge your duties at this time, Gaara said to Tsunade before sitting in front of the Hokage's desk. Tsunade glanced at the Kazekage with a curious gaze before staring back at the scroll she held with both hands. There is no better time than this. Nothing has been solved yet. That is precisely why this is the best time. It is lot better to be part of the negotiations of an alliance than just inherit it. If you are part of something, you know the hard work that happened to achieve it and you will work tirelessly to protect it. Gaara nodded and stared at Kakashi. His eyes seemed to say he disagreed with Tsunade's thinking. Of course, it could be that the call of duty to the village was something he could not reject. If not him, who would hold the position for the foreseeable future? Suna didn't have to worry about looking for a new cage, not now and certainly not any time soon, not unless disaster strikes. Hopefully, nothing of such occurs. Then I guess I will be working with you from now on. I had a successful time working with the 5th, and I hope we will continue to have such a relationship. That is my hope as well, Kakashi said. Suna is the only other great nation that Konoha can truly call an ally. We have our issues with Iwagakure and the Cloud. We don't all get along. As long as people remain unique and of different values and opinions, we can't always get along. Of course, it doesn't mean we must fight. We must still find way to work together even when we disagree. The wars of the past have been the result of power hunger and the inability to work with others. But I believe we have agreed to go to Uzumaki because we want to change that. Tsunade glanced at Gaara once more. It was possible for Suna to have a more comfortable relationship with the Empire than they currently enjoyed with the Hidden Leaf. Naruto's relationship with Temari was key to this, but still knowing Naruto, nothing was certain. Yet, it did remain a possibility. I heard the Emperor was at your village. Gaara eyed Tsunade for a second. There was something in her tone that he found curious, but he could understand her worries. He was, but it was for something personal. He hadn't come to discuss anything regarding the hidden sand. Surely you took the opportunity to try to get him to stand on common ground with you before the meeting with other Kages. It would be beneficial to Suna that way. Does it bother you that we can have better relations with the Empire than you? Gaara's tone was flat when he asked the question. Maybe a little. Tsunade admitted. You have always been our one true ally since I assumed power. I truly don't want that to change. It is not likely to change. We will of course grow less dependent of you, but our friendship is something that I cannot forsake. I cannot forget what you have done for us simply because there is something good out there, Gaara said with a slight shake of his head. How did it go then? Did he show any indication of how things might go during the meeting with other Kages? We also want to be prepared. Kakashi asked curiously. I would think you people would be the one to know him better by now, Gaara said before pausing for a couple of seconds. Naruto is rational and he isn't going to change his approach to such relations simply because he is involved with my sister. It may be logical to have better relations with me, but that does not mean it will transfer to Suna as well. As he has stated, becoming friends with Suna does not benefit him in any way. That exactly sounds like him. Jiraiya suddenly said as he appeared on the window. The Toad Sage sat there and looked outside before continuing. He can be cold and rational. It is sometimes scary just how he can distance himself from all the emotional attachments and reason. It should be his weakness, but he is smart enough to accommodate his feelings and learn from mistakes. That is because he has never been highly arrogant despite his understanding of things. Certainly, he looks at things in ways we do not. But he also brings himself down to a level where he can speak for all to understand, Kakashi said in thought. I still find it difficult to deal with him despite my understanding of him. That is because he will never allow you to read him. I think he enjoys keeping that air of mystery, Jiraiya said a bit bitterly. It was of course a sore spot for him that he could never read Naruto despite spending more than 2 years together. It is nevertheless a good opportunity that we have been presented with. Through the history of the great nations, there has never been a nation that has been able to make us all stop to listen. For the first time, we head into a summit knowing that it is not our voice that can change all things. Of course, if all Kages stood together, we would destroy the Empire, but we are not in that position. By design, of course. Jiraiya couldn't help but add. I have to agree with Jiraiya-sama on that note. But this does help our cause for a better shinobi world for future generations. Indeed, Tsunade said with a small nod. But how do we go about that with the current challenges we face? We don't even know what message awaits us in Uzushio. Anything can change depending on how the Empire decides to treat Kumo and Stone. We don't know, Gaara said. That is part of the reason I came here. I have come here so we can look at possibilities and to let you know of my position in matters relating to the Empire. I would rather not surprise you in the summit after what we have been through together. I hope that is not about where you take a similar stance with the Mizukage, but I'm only hoping. Naruto will have problems with us, and you don't want to get involved. The words came out of Tsunade's mouth a bit more bitterly than intended. It is not that I don't want to get involved. You are an ally, if anything comes, I will defend you. Suna will always have the Leaf's back. Jiraiya stared, trying to wonder where the Kazekage was going with this. He then smiled. As long as it is reasonable and the Leaf stays within lane, you will not be picking sides. Sides? Gaara asked curiously. For a man who preaches peace, I did not think you would utter such words in such a manner, Jiraiya-sama. But then again, this points to the hypocrisy in your stance. Perhaps Naruto was right to say you have failed because of this attitude. You always put your village above all things, at times without regard about your peace. You are talking about sides when I am talking about what is right. In some sense, you are equating right with picking a side of a friend. If you are wrong, you are wrong. The defenseless must not be defended, they must be shown the right way. Of course, the same stance will be put with the emperor. How pathetic was he that he had to be called a hypocrite by someone so young and then lectured about ideals that have carried him this far. Jiraiya had never felt wounded, but he could not say that the Kazekage was false or being disrespectful. This has always been the way Suna operated. But, given how closely related they were to Naruto, there was a possibility of things turning nasty between them and the Empire. Moral lines could be blurred. As it was often the case with shinobi. Gaara was saying if such a moment came, he was going to tell them they were wrong and would not fight with them. But most likely would not fight with the other side as well. I have made mistake. We all mistakes, that is not an excuse to say I did wrong because others have made mistakes. But, in my generation, we always had to follow the village, regardless of its actions. Konoha has a past that I am not proud of, but despite my ideals, I still stand for it. Someone in your position should not say that. The village will always take the direction of its leader. I lead Suna by my ideals and what I believe is best for it. From what I know, you had opportunity to become Hokage long ago, but you refused. The village could have followed your ideals then. Things could have been different now. I was never suitable for that role. Gaara smiled. Not out of happiness, but the tiny smile just formed on his lips. I was just a child when I became Kazekage. Between a child and a man with war experience, loved by his village, who was suitable to become Kage. From what I have heard, Kakashi failed as a Jonin sensei for Naruto's team. Should we not say someone who couldn't lead 3 genins should not be anywhere near Hokage mantle? Kakashi felt a pang in his chest and I smiled. I am still here, you know. I was just trying to make a point. That is not my reflection of you, Gaara said in a quiet yet firm tone. No offense taken, Kakashi said. Later. Tsunade wanted to laugh at Jiraiya, but she felt pity for him. More than anyone, she knew his regrets, his failures and the heavy burden he carried. Maybe he still blamed himself for Minato's death. No question he had loved Minato as if he were his own child. His death had been a huge blow to the Sannin. Still, his ideals had been something Tsunade never encouraged. It was almost laughable seeing him getting lectured by Gaara. The Kazekage hit home mercilessly. They were sitting together over drinks, as they usually did when they had to talk. You still bitter about what Gaara said? A little, he could have been gentle, Jiraiya said before taking a sip of his sake. But, that would not have been like him. It did feel like I was dealing with Naruto, minus that amused look he would give just to throw you off. Not that what he said was not true, Tsunade said firmly. Jiraiya refused to engage those firm words. In fact, he changed the subject. I was able to get into Ame this time around. And, it was a little easy. They have opened the village. But I sense there is something big going to happen soon. What makes you say that? It is just a gut feeling. There is no time to be miserable and look back at past blunders. There have been strange movements from members of the Akatsuki over the past days. They are no longer to the Empire or to Amiga Corps. They are all S-rank shinobi, both Itachi and Orochimaru are former members. Tsunade frowned. What do you think will happen? I don't know, Haim. I don't know. There also is the Empire's worrying movements around Iwa, but more specifically, it's Tsuchikage. You think they want to kill her? Jiraiya shook his head. Remember she disappeared during the war? Aniki accused Naruto of having done something because he had been fighting her. Naruto didn't show anything, but it seems that he had expected her dead. There is possibly someone who took her away, helped her return to full health. The Empire most likely doesn't know who, hence their movements. Could it be someone dangerous? They likely think so. We will ask when we go to Uzushio. In light of what you have said, it would not be best for you to leave this village. I am taking Guy, Kakashi and Shikamaru with me. If there is danger lurking, you'll need to stay behind. I was afraid you might say that, Jiraiya said. Why Shikamaru? He can get along with Naruto. Uzushio. Naruto had never allowed impatience to stir up the emotions in him, but as he sat, waiting for Kabuto and Karen to finish what they were doing, impatience and chaos ran within him. The tapping of his fingers on the throne echoed through the hall. The atmosphere around displayed none of the chaos going within nevertheless. He had learned to control the emotions within that even when alone, he kept the locks on the masks. After a couple of minutes it had felt like hours to him. Karen emerged into the throne room with Kabuto. The tapping stopped and he miraculously managed to keep his left eye on Kabuto and the right eye on Karen, waiting for the latter to share her good news. You can stop turning and tossing, all is well. There will be no surprises from his side, Karen said to the Emperor with an amused look on her face as if she could sense his impatience. I don't complain if it is you having some fun at my expense. The Emperor said calmly. Then we can proceed, if you have no objections. He then paused. I really should be careful with trusting you, though. The wife is the one who cooks poisonous food for the husband. If he is bad. Or, just unwanted anymore and there is no other way to separate from him. Maybe. We don't have issues, do we? Karen smiled innocently. Well, if you think we are all fine, you should not worry. That makes me uncomfortable, Naruto said. He then stood up. I have prepared. We can move. You did everything on your side, yes? Karen nodded. I just need to move the things Kabuto brought and then we can begin. I still want to supervise and see this process. I still find this kind of work interesting. And, maybe I can use it for future developments. I hope we are not going to have issues of you kidnapping prisoners to conduct experiments on them. You'd burn everything to the ground. Karen responded with a blank stare. This untrustworthy snake wants to talk to you about something he doesn't want me to know, or at least wants to talk to you alone. While I finish prepping the room, you can talk to him. She added before turning away from the Emperor. Naruto sat again once more and stared at Kabuto. He had suspected that Kabuto would come back to him to bleed what he was hiding. Nauri was listening in on the conversation. It would be good if he could kick out the man, but he decided against it. The contents of the conversation were something that eluded him, but he would certainly have to make a decision that would have some consequences. He settled in a relaxed posture, head rested on the palm of his left hand. He stared with an expressionless mask before speaking. Say your next words carefully but be blunt as you can be. I would not like if you wasted my time going around in cycles to say simple words. Kabuto knew this was dangerous, but as expected, the Emperor seemed to have been waiting for him. It didn't take away the danger. It just reinforced his thought that he was dealing with a very dangerous person. And, if he was not careful, he would die a very horrible death. No, after everything, these people could just let me suffer for the rest of his life, killing all hope of escape and freedom. There was no other way to say things. He would have to just say it. Madara, the real Madara, is back from the dead. As you already know, Nagato is dead. Predictably, things had come to this point. It was ridiculous that after all the planning and measures taken, Madara had still come from the dead. Certain things you truly could not avoid despite best laid plans. This was still something he'd have liked to avoid nevertheless. Well, over the past days, he had come to accept this to be true. Kabuto was only confirming it. And, now they had to take steps to mitigate the problem and deal with it ruthlessly, if possible. We had come to realize as much when Nagato disappeared. Zetsu had always been there, lurking. Though, it never came to us that anyone would be able to get behind Nagato, Naruto said calmly. How have you come to know this? Kabuto did not hesitate to respond, even though he was saying something treasonous. I helped Zetsu restrain Nagato once he got behind him. And, I then helped him revive Madara. I see. Naruto paused. What does Zetsu know about the inner workings of this village? A few things, but not things that you keep to yourself. But he knows enough to make you think he is someone in the inside, Kabuto said. The Emperor closed his eyes for a moment. This was dangerous. He didn't need treacherous people close to him. Of course, whoever it was could not possibly be a shinobi of his village. It had to be someone who was a civilian. That was something Yoshino would have to solve. He was not going to bother himself with it. This was Yoshino's village, after all. As long as he doesn't know the finer details, then Madara will continue, begin with what Obito failed to do. Yes, Kabuto said. You are taking this as I expected. If I had thought you would have me killed, I would have chosen to stay by Madara's side. Kabuto was making one fundamental mistake, but Naruto was not going to correct it. Kabuto would learn for himself through experience. Why did you return? There are not a lot of options there. And, there is an end of things with them. I chose a path that will allow me to continue living, if we survive this, but I can make sure we do survive. Naruto smiled. Of course, you would say that. Your survival hinges on that after all. Once this is done, you will tell me everything so I know what I can about Madara. You must have learned a great deal of detail about both Madara and Zetsu. I want to know all of it, all of it. I had no intentions of keeping it to myself. At least that was the decision I took when I decided to come here. I have no intentions of trying anything against the Empire. Of course, now I have tested what the seal does, then I know how to act based on that knowledge. Willful? Naruto asked with a smile. That is just a technicality that can be changed at any time. We brand it on people depending on personality and character. Willful works for you, but of course I was never going to tell you that, not unless you tried something that would have made you uncomfortable. It was rather skillful of the Emperor to say all that without actually giving him a straight answer on what the seal would actually do to him if he crossed the line. There were clues but there was nothing concrete. Madara's hideout. The state of affairs were beyond what Madara had thought for the shinobi world. He'd never thought things would come to this point. The great nations were to always dominate, but to see the once peaceful clan of the Uzumaki dominating was ridiculous. Mito wouldn't believe it. Neither would Hashirama. That idiot would probably laugh it off. Thinking of his former friend, it would be nice if he too was alive in this generation, just so he could have someone he could call an equal. Someone to challenge him. Someone he could dance with. But maybe this Naruto could give him a good lap. Just maybe. Madara didn't have much hope for this generation. Still, the fact that Obito had been beaten and killed was something else. To be quite honest, he had been left surprised that Naruto had planned it all at such a young age. Zetsu had done well in filling in the blanks. But he still needed to see more of this world. It was certainly different from his time. He could not say there were no wars. There was a war weeks ago. Nothing had fundamentally changed. There were winners and losers. As it had always been. Do you have the locations of all Baijuu? The Sanbi is missing. I don't know if it has a Jinchuriki or not. The Kyubi is in Naruto, at least half of it. I can find the Sanbi. I think it is somewhere around Uzushio. The Sanbi again? He had used it to lure Obito into his trap. And, now he would have to look for it again. The others? The first is within the 5th Kazekage and the second is in Kumo. We may have to act quickly because as things are happening, she will most likely be going to Uzushio and it will be difficult if she goes there. Even for you, it would not be simple. Why? There are barriers made precisely to counter Dujutsus. Madara could only smile. This only made him wish he could go to Uzushio. But, there needed to be some work done before that. And, of course he wouldn't have the time to chase after all the Jinchuriki. What of the group Obito had gathered? How useful can they be? They are strong enough to gather the Baijuu and I have also called them to gather. It should work in our favor, but once word gets out that you are back from the dead, the other nations should stand up and try to take action. Naruto is the only one who knows about the plan as he has never told the other Kages. Well, with how things went, he probably thought things would not come to this point and he could just bury the plan along with him. With Akatsuki members. Kisame grinned seeing the zombie duo. Seeing these people always brought up a couple of good memories. Naturally, it was not the same without Itachi around. He'd been fond of the Uchiha since they got to know each other. He'd gone out his way. Kisame wondered if he'd go out the same way. But, he wanted to fight the Emperor before he could do so. He would have tried that before but the situation was never right. Besides, there was nothing to gain then. Now, there was something to gain. You're still alive, Kisame said to the zombie duo. I haven't seen you in a couple of years, thought you were perhaps dead by now. Killed by who? Hidan demanded. Thought maybe your god got tired of worthless sacrifices and decided to kill you instead. Kisame offered with a shrug. Before Hidan could explode to say something, Kisame turned to Sasori and Deidara. I'm surprised you two came here. Are we not members of the Akatsuki? You made movements during the war. The Emperor was prepared to use you. Thought you had a working relationship with the man. Sasori suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. He'd always known to the Emperor Akatsuki members were nothing more than expandable tools. They were nothing and he could turn on them when it was convenient. That was for passing time. But, we are smart enough to see how things are going and where they will eventually end. The Empire has been building prisons. From what I hear, they are probably complete. You can't see because the place is covered by a thick mist. Or, maybe there is a barrier just like in Uzushio. We still can't tell the exact location of the village despite having flown there a couple of times to look for it, Sasori said calmly. Regardless, those prisons are probably going to be used for us if they don't need the bounty on our heads. You seem to have been thinking about this for a while. Kakuzu noted. Nothing wrong with it. What does Zetsu want, HN? Deidara asked. The plant was the one who requested they meet. And, there was still no sign of him. He hadn't said much. Probably to give us missions to hunt down Jinchuriki, Kisame said in thought. He already knew Madara was back. As someone who'd known about the plan, Zetsu has informed him about the changes to occur. Uzushiogakur. Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief as he stepped out of the operating room along with Karen. They stepped into the crystal-like throne room locked in another space. He had never come here before and he hadn't even known that such a space existed. Karen had never said a thing about it. No one had spoken to had said anything. The Empire surely had many secrets. No, Uzushio was just riddled with many spaces that held curious things that needed to be tested. The tiredness he felt suddenly disappeared when 3 people appeared in front of him, right in the throne room. He became uncomfortable seeing them. He hadn't expected this to happen. No, Naruto had given him the impression that nothing would happen. Certainly, the Emperor had said as much on the operation room and Karen had said there was nothing to worry about. Indeed, he had calculated things right as Karen had confirmed. The Emperor was a rational being. He would have considered the benefits of his alliance and besides, the seal ensured that he could never betray the Empire. From what he could also tell, the Emperor had suspected something when he departed and yet still allowed him to leave without even anyone surveying things. He must have been confident that he would come back with the truth. If these people wanted to do something to him, he could not escape from this space. There was no way out. Perhaps the Emperor had also foreseen this turn of events. I heard what you said to His Majesty, Nauri said in a stern tone. Having heard it, it would be a mistake on my part to simply let you continue to live. As His Majesty's guard, I would have failed my duty. Is he going to be happy with you? I'm certain he didn't give you the order, Kabuto said with confidence. He was certain that he now had a better understanding of the man occupying the throne of the Uzumaki Empire. The smile on the Uzumaki made Kabuto uncomfortable. The little smile he had displayed quickly vanished as he began to fear what could happen next. Naruto is truly a cruel person, Karen said as she stepped into the throne room. What you decided was on the Emperor's call. Certainly, he didn't give the order for you to be killed and would like for you to continue. But he never shared these thoughts with those people. And, a little miscalculation you made was you think these people will follow along with Naruto's thoughts. He probably knew that they would have different ideas but let it be that way. She shook her head. Take me away, Naoki. Nauri, you can also leave. I'd like to have a private chat with Kabuto. Nauri merely nodded and departed along with the others. Don't be on guard. Nothing is going to happen to you. But I must apologize for His Majesty's deception if you want to call it that anyway. The truth is if we want, we could kill you and His Majesty would still not be surprised it happened. He gave you his face but omitted the other side. Which is you? Kabuto finished. I was informed you were more like him in thought. What is going to happen to me? Yoshino smiled. Who informed you, Kabuto? I know it was not Karen. Then who did? Chapter 28, The Emperor and the 5 Kages. Naruto's office. Yoshino found Haku sitting behind the Emperor's desk, hard at work and then smiled. He, of course, expected nothing less from Haku. The ice user was a hard-working man and truly dedicated. The Emperor had done well in bringing him into the fold. They didn't always agree. But that was fine. Nothing would be interesting if they all spoke in one voice and folded whenever someone said something. It was curious when someone had something negative to say and the Emperor welcomed it all. Are you done with Kabuto? Yoshino blinked. He stared at Haku curiously before sitting on the chair in front of the desk. I don't remember briefing you on anything. Haku shrugged nonchalantly. It was predictable. You don't look like it, but you really do see what happens here. I just don't like getting involved in those matters, Haku said. What then? Is he alive or dead? Alive, but I have contained him somewhere until the Emperor awakens. I would rather not have him crawling in my land. He is dangerous, no matter how you want to look at it. Of course, I cannot question His Majesty's wisdom in this. Why didn't you just kill him then? His Majesty can be mischievous at times. Sometimes I don't know what he is thinking. It's possible that he left things like this just to test how far I'm willing to trust his word. He didn't say anything to me about this matter and while I played it well with Kabuto, I am certain there is more to the story, Yoshino said, his tone flat. For some reason, He seemed displeased. Haku found some amusement in this. It is rather rare to see you without your smile. He noted. Something wrong? I don't want to think that it is simply just about Kabuto and Naruto's mischief. Yoshino was silent for a moment, gathering his thoughts. It was so unlike him to allow things to slip. Perhaps it was because Haku was safe. Personal issues. It does appear that I may have chewed more than I can swallow. I may need to talk to His Majesty about this, he said, shaking his head. Are you managing? Yes, there isn't much to do anyway, except for trying to tie up some loose ends. Kirigakure still troubles me since Naruto didn't visit the Mizukage when he had to. And, these people are going to come soon. By then, we won't have anything concrete with them. I want to head there tomorrow to assure them that all is still well. I will require a quick method of transportation. Why don't you just have His Majesty give you the teleportation mark? You simply need to learn to activate it. It burns more chakra, Haku said with a wave of his right hand. Yoshino merely shook his head. I will keep watch while you are gone. With how hands-on you are with the Kiri issue, one is inclined to start thinking that perhaps you have a thing for the Mizukage. Well, she is a desirable woman, which does make me wonder why he hasn't been quick about this. She even fits the bill about being a proper woman. Haku refused to comment on the part of him liking the Mizukage. I think he is afraid of her. Yoshino stared before laughing. Afraid of a woman? Why? Her demands and the fact that he can't possibly control her. She is going to stand on equal ground with him and won't allow him to dominate her. That aside, there is the issue of time. He doesn't have time to accommodate all the women in his life. It isn't just his personal life that requires time, but the empire. And with how things are now, he deals with most of the work. He also prioritizes work over personal issues. Haku could not disagree with that point. I will speak to the Mizukage regarding a way forward in case she becomes impatient or Naruto decides to do something else. And, I don't want your opinion on this matter. Yoshino held up both his hands. I come in peace, he said, smiling. 4 days later. Naruto was standing in a training ground, stretching out his muscles. He hadn't thought it possible to feel so different, so strong. Of course, he'd always been strong, but there was a new energy flowing through his veins, and it made him feel itchy for a battle. This just meant that Kabuto had been successful. He hadn't expected failure. Not when he had to see through this phase that was before the Empire. You took a little longer than expected to recover. I thought maybe a day or two would be enough, Kabuto said. He was standing just away from the Emperor, Noroi and Naoki standing behind him, as if ready to decapitate him at any moment. Naruto eyed Kabuto for a second before looking up into the sky. Even for someone who is curious like you, fully understanding how my body works would be impossible. That much was apparent as even Karen failed to grasp some of the seals that seemed to blink during the operation. If your standard on that is going to be Karen's expertise, it sets the bar truly low, Naruto said casually. In any case, there are certain things to iron out. But, I want to send you out on a mission. I thought you said you wanted to find out about Zetsu, Kabuto said. He wasn't going to bring out the fact that Yoshino had admitted that Naruto had taken calculations into the fact that the others could have killed him if they wanted. The Emperor hadn't even hinted it since he stood before him. Intel doesn't necessarily have to come out from you. I have other ways of getting it. You're conflicted in this situation, and the moment you did your thing, I no longer required you. We have ways of working out things. We have shortcomings, indeed. That is why I am sending you out now. As for Madara, we are not as ignorant as I led you to believe. Why do you think I let you leave without asking questions as to how your departure would lead you to gain something valuable? Kabuto frowned slightly. He didn't like the way Naruto spoke. He didn't like his position. He would have thought that there was some value. There was some, as Naruto put it, but just not in the same level as he would have expected. You made it sound as if you needed me in the Madara issue? I truly did think that I did need you, but I thought about things and realized there was no need. Quietness does bring me closer to certain memories, Naruto said with a wave of his right hand. Gather information on whoever is working with Kurotsuchi. Get me answers and we will then talk. Naoki, escort him to the lab. And set up the teleportation portal, bound to the wave. It should give him room to go to the island and get out without coming here. And, the privileges? Revoke them, Naruto said with a wave of his right hand. Trying to understand how this thing works will require time and effort. Unlike with other elements, this will truly become difficult to master, unless there is some special method to do the training. I cannot even draw out Makuten, and that is perhaps the first step, isn't it? No, The first step should be trying to turn my chakra into that which gives life. Then I can work on imaging. Kabuto realized at that moment that the Emperor was no longer talking to him. And when he summoned thousands of clones into the training ground, he knew he had been dismissed. Naruto had the clones settle into groups before turning to Noroi. Let us go to the throne room to discuss matters of importance. Yes, Your Majesty. Once they arrived at the throne room, Naruto settled gracefully, and stared at Noroi with an expressionless mask before speaking. What do you have for me? We know that Madara has many abilities and applies them expertly, but what is the movement here? The members of the Akatsuki have gathered around Kisame and there is reason to believe that they will be working on Zetsu's instruction. They could possibly try to collect the Baijuu as they were originally intended to do. They are strong enough, but this does give us reason to eliminate them one by one. What do you say? A common enemy gathers too. Naruto paused thinking. Surely, they will start with the first. But that should not happen now, at least with Gaara coming here. Perhaps on his return, they will try. And should there be enough muscles, they will succeed. Should we stop it? We won't warn them about the Akatsuki, but we can say that Madara has returned. Once Gaara is attacked, we can go to the rescue. Our reasons become much more believable when there is an actual attack. There is no reason to believe that the one or two won't try to gather the others, Noroi said. Indeed, Naruto said with a nod. When Yugito comes here, she mustn't leave. I don't mind making a move if I must. Daru is already going to offer her. If we have her, and we still have the Sanbi, Madara will have to turn to us. That was the bigger problem more than anything. He didn't want the Uchiha coming to him. No, Naruto would rather he go to the Uchiha to battle him. He didn't want to leave a trail of destruction within this island. It had already seen enough when corrupted shinobi laid siege and nearly wiped the Uzumaki off the face of this world. That could not be allowed to occur again. He would have failed as a member of the Uzumaki clan. The job to protect the clan was not on Yoshino's shoulders, but his shoulders. The elders may ridicule him and say reviving the clan to its majesty in terms of members was not for him, but they still relied on him. He was still their protector. And, he would not fail. Surely, if he were to fail, the vultures lurking in the shadows would pounce. But, we would still not want to fight in our home. Of course not. We don't want anything happening to the village. It would be a sin that I can never forgive myself for. If I allowed something to happen to this village and still live through the dangers, I would banish myself from it. The Emperor said. How far is Yoshino moving with Kurotsuchi? I think he plans on speaking to her when she comes here. Keep an eye on things. Naruto instructed. I will begin preparations for fighting Madara. At this stage, I would rather not have much to deal with unless it specifically needs me. Have Haku deal with other issues. And, I want to see that the sound capital is completed quickly. I will still send clones to help with the developments, but aside from that, keep other issues away from me. You will be occupying the other throne room, then. It does have the privacy you will need, Noroi said. What of Miyuki? Kabuto knows a couple of things and so does Zetsu. I have not been able to find evidence of anything, but it is suspicious. The wave is free for all to enter and our seals have only been put on Shinobi and Kunoichi. Miyuki is neither, so she has been free of movement. It is rather hard to comprehend how a fellow Uzumaki would plot against us. But one could have their reasons for such actions. If she contacted Zetsu, it was not here but in the wave. She frequented bars. I did meet her at one time, of course, nothing happened. I did not like the innocence she displayed. Should I take action? Bring her to me, Naruto said. I'd like to have a chat with her. If she can be saved, then we can save her. If not, she will be good for giving Yoshino children. He looked thoughtful for a moment. What of her Fuinjutsu skills? She has displayed none. But, it is possible she is rather skilled. No, I am certain she knows Fuinjutsu well enough. Have your eyes open, should we find ourselves surprised. A woman spy can be lethally dangerous as she can easily disarm you with her charms. Noroi smiled. Would you not be the suspect in that scenario? The Emperor shared the smile. On a good day, but I usually avoid such women. That just make it sound as if you like women who are defenseless, Your Majesty. Nothing wrong with that. As long as I am not forcing myself on anyone, Naruto said in a quiet tone. As the days pile up, I feel that I am drifting away from this world. I should try a little to have Koyuki bear me a child. Yes, tonight, I shall depart for the snow. A child will certainly keep me grounded as I seem to be floating away. The Kijis will be coming here by tomorrow. Is it best to leave the village? Haku can babysit them if need be. They are already coming here, we have them where we want them. Everyone wants something from me, but I don't need them. It nevertheless makes sense for us to have better relations with them for the success of the empire. The Kijis dominate the military aspects of the elemental nations and the feudal lords dominate the politics. We play a dual role. Politics, military games, we can play either. If the Kage are being difficult, for our success, we merely have to spread the web towards the daimyo. We have already established foundations. But the benefits of having better relations with the Kijis cannot be understated. Indeed, Naruto said. I'm merely pointing out that if we want to have a successful empire, we don't need the Kage. But that is simply from my side of things. If things are done in a way that we sidestep the Kijis, it becomes easy for war games to occur. Wave Country. Kurotsuchi felt that Daru was a treacherous bastard. They went to war together, both Kumo and Iwa, and yet, the former seems to be sailing smoothly while she gets to be pounded hard from all corners. They should all be suffering heavily. Maybe some of her village's actions were a little out of it, but it didn't change that she was the only one suffering. This person was bowing to the whims of the bastard who dared call them here. It was a friendly suggestion, but she knew it was anything but that. These people knew they were able to call a meeting with the Kijis, even when the emperor was not one of them. What qualified one to be the called Kage anyway? Military power? The emperor was an army by himself. But, he was still not a Kage. He certainly didn't seem to have any desire to be on their level. Perhaps he was making himself emperor of the elemental nations. She snorted at the thought. The arrogant bastard. She would get her revenge one day. God, I'm Raikage. Kurotsuchi greeted Daru. They were standing within a small train station close to the Uzumaki bridge, ready to depart for Uzushiogakur. The bridge had been completed and they were going to ride on it. It would be the first time she was riding on a train. Quite honestly, Kurotsuchi was excited about it. Daru could feel that this was going to be another one of those talks. He didn't want to do it, but he could not just decide to turn around. He glanced in Yugito and Samui for a moment before responding to the Tsuchikage. Kurotsuchi dono. He nodded at the man standing behind her, whom he recognized as her father. Not wanting to talk about serious issues, he was quick to say something else. They have rebuilt this place rather quickly. You wouldn't think it was the same country that suffered massive damages not long ago. Bitterly admittedly, the work that was done on the wave was remarkable. The empire was quick. While silently developing the sound at the same time, Kurotsuchi said through her teeth. I wonder where all the money is coming from. The wave has long been fine economically, rebuilding would not have been a problem for them. And, these trains have been in the process for a while now, Daru said. The wave was different from other nations. The method of transportation via trains was only complete in this place. You would not think you were in the elemental nations. The nation did seem truly advanced in terms of technology. Far superior to any other nation. And, the sound? Daru shrugged his shoulders carelessly. He immediately regretted doing that as it gave Kurotsuchi a chance to say her sense. In the past meetings, the Cloud and Stone were always on the same page. We have not had the same partnership as our predecessors did. However, I'd like to believe that we will still back each other in this meeting, she said with narrowed eyes. That will depend. On? Certain details, Daru said vaguely. I really don't want to get to this now. I just want to get on this train and get to Uzu before resting. It has been a rather slow and tiresome journey from the Cloud. Kurotsuchi frowned deeply. Things were not going smoothly. But, if she thought things would change because they were speaking in person, she would have been a naive little girl. The circumstances were different. Daru was thinking about his village. Naturally, this did her no favors, and from the looks of things, he didn't care about what happened to her village. Her grandfather surely left her in a mess. She was going to be surrounded by people who didn't support her. But, there had been no option but to pack her bags and come here. Maybe she could salvage something. Uzushiogakur. Unlike the usual times where they were welcomed by someone at the harbor, this time around, there were only signs. There was no sign of Naruto or Haku. Mei had given the message that she would arrive early. And, from how things worked, the people in the village certainly knew that she had landed. This place makes me wary, Ao said, walking beside the Mizukage. Mei could not deny that a person walking around the place for the first time would find this place eerily silent. They were walking in a narrow road, with visible tracks of carriages. It seemed to be the only open way towards the village, but it was disturbingly silent and devoid of any life. The tall trees that surrounded him shed no light. It was only darkness beneath them. The green leaves blocked the sun from touching the ground. You could not see much behind the trees. As it was within the village, Ao had already said he could not see anything beyond the trees either. Why had these people made this place like this? You could easily get lost in the forest. Perhaps it was a way to keep people out. It is by design. Mei ended up saying. It would have been nice if someone had come to welcome them. She had grown to like Haku. If he had come, she would not have minded. Of course, her target was the Emperor, but for some reason, he has been making his presence very scarce before her. But, you should not be worried about anything. While to blindly trust a shinobi would be a fatal error, we cannot ignore that these people have shown themselves to be trustworthy. To them at least. Regardless of the situation, you can never get rid of your shinobi instincts. Just make sure those instincts don't make you do anything I wouldn't agree with. Of course, Ao said. Even he knew that this was going to be groundbreaking. He would not do anything that would sabotage this new change that was about to come to the elemental nations. Who knew? It could lead to a better future. XXX. Mei found Naruto smiling inside his office, but he wasn't sitting behind his desk. Haku was the one sitting there. The Emperor was on the couch, legs folded. Haku had mentioned that he was acting as the Emperor while Naruto rested. He hadn't said from what exactly, but there had been something. The Emperor looked perfectly fine though. She walked over to the couches and sat across the Emperor before speaking. You seem to be in a good mood. She commented in a quiet tone. Well, I am seeing you, is there a reason not to smile? Naruto responded. Unless you're displeased about seeing me, then I will hide this. Mei shook her head slowly. But, if you wanted to see me, you could have made plans to do so. Traveling around distances isn't a problem for you, is it? No, distance is not a barrier for me. But despite that being the case, I haven't been able to leave this village since completing my marriage to Shizuka. There are many things that bind me here. Naruto explained lightly. Besides, in terms of time, I don't see reason to worry. Age doesn't really seem to affect you at all. Mei smiled slyly. He didn't usually look like it, but it was true, the Emperor does have a way with words. He does have a little history with women. Your words and actions are truly different things. I am flattered but not happy with the situation at hand. I would rather not waste my time. You are not a child and you know how to separate your personal feelings from your work, I know how to do the same, Mei stated in a firm tone. Being a leader requires you to be rational at all times. Naruto responded in a measured tone. He wasn't the least put off by Mei's response. You are the first to arrive here. But, that Tsuchikage and Reikage are already at the Wave Country. They should be arriving soon. The Kazekage and Hokage arrive early tomorrow morning. Meaning? You have the time to vent if you must. I have nothing to vent about. I do find it curious with how you deal with things. It is as if the people around you mean nothing and the only reason you care is to achieve your end. You make it sound as if I am inconsiderate of other people. If that is so, I will strongly disagree with that statement, Naruto said in hardened tone. He then smiled, taking off the edge on his tone. I have a couple of things to thank you for. The situation with the water daimyo was resolved because of you. As Emperor, I must offer you my gratitude. You could have sorted it out any other way. Don't make me think that you had no other option in this picture. Naruto continued to smile. He turned to Haku for a moment to see if he would comment, but the man pretended as if he could not feel his gaze. My methods can be extreme at times. That is not to say reckless but extremely, and brutally efficient. When there is another way of doing things without the use of force, it represents an opportunity to see things different. I have a realistic way of viewing things. But, I am willing to be persuaded to look away from my usual urges, as long as it makes sense. If it is nonsense, I do not accept. Haku presented a reasonable prospect that I was willing to gamble on. People have different views to circumstances. Your way isn't always right. Just because I am the Emperor doesn't mean that anyone else can't come up with a good idea. You handled a situation that could have turned bloody with care and you have proved that persuasion does work. I don't always expect bloodshed. Mei stared at the blonde for a long moment before speaking. You have a simplistic yet difficult way of looking at things. Discussions tomorrow will be on the elemental nations in general. You are closer to us than you are to other nations. We should have something concrete then. Naruto finished Mei's thoughts. If there is any benefit to gain, you want firsthand. But, I would think your worry would be more on the kind of world that you desire and how you exploit my rational way of thinking into achieving that dream. I wasn't planning on exploiting you. Naruto waved his right hand dismissively. I don't hold grudges. I usually don't hate people since I would find no plausible benefit in doing so. I won't mind if you use me to achieve your dream. 2 hours later. Kurotsuchi could not hide her contempt when she stepped into the emperor's throne room. He was sitting there on the throne like a god, looking down at all of them. She felt disrespected, as if she had come here to report to him. She clicked her tongue in anger. But no words left her mouth. The emperor had been quick to speak before anyone could even say anything. "Welcome to Uzushiogakur, Tsuchikage, Reikage," the emperor said as he got up from his throne. He started walking towards the group slowly while speaking. "I apologize for not being able to welcome you when you arrived at the island. I was held up in a rather interesting meeting with another leader," he said with a small smile. "It must be nice being you," Kurotsuchi said through gritted teeth. Daru sighed hearing this. One could not mistake the hatred in the Tsuchikage's tone. But he really had no time for it. It was even all a bothersome issue that would just give him a headache. Well, it had nothing to do with him. He could just turn a blind eye on it. "We had an opportunity to see the village," Daru said. "We'd like to see more of it nevertheless. I will get you settled in quickly and then you can have a tour. Haku will be more than pleased to show you around the village. Perhaps he will interest you in some of the Fuinjutsu," Naruto said calmly. Daru raised an eye. "You'd bring that up?" Naruto waved his right hand. "We are proud of our work and we would like to sell it. It makes for great business and it can change many things in your lives. I'm not sure anyone would be willing to trust you." Naruto stared at Kurotsuchi with a blank look on his face. "You used to be lovable before, but now you have turned into something very unattractive, and it's quite honestly disappointing." "Forgive me for disappointing you, Your Majesty," Kurotsuchi responded with mild sarcasm. Naruto just shook his head. For what reasons did he have to leave this woman still breathing? He should have just incinerated her when he had her by her throat. But now he had to deal with her nonsense. She wasn't just a contemptuous kunoichi, she was a cage who could influence an entire army to act against him. He was looking at a threat to his quietness and rule. He should have made her bow to him. Perhaps her irrational contempt would be justified. Either way, Yoshino would have to move quickly. He could not balance things without acting on his whims. Even now he held himself from saying something that would surely get her to explode. "You should really learn to control your daughter. With that attitude, the earth will become deeply isolated and in a few years, it will become a former great nation." Kyuchi could not argue with that. But Kurotsuchi had been rational when they were at home. She was now allowing her anger to control her. If she handled things like this during the meeting, they would not gain anything but lose everything. They might even be excluded in future meetings. Is that a threat? Interpret it however you see it. But, let me warn you, a village is its people. If you lead Iwa towards isolation, it will be the people who will suffer. People can be loyal to their villages and not to the cage. If many agree that you are driving the village towards death, they will rebel. Not that only, but some people will leave. And when that happens, there will be no order and people you make enemies of will be more than happy to destroy you. Kurotsuchi glared hatefully. What maddened her was the fact that he was completely right. She was not going to admit it to his face, but he was right. There were already some voices of discontent due to the difficulties the village was facing. Civilians didn't care about pride, they just wanted to live their lives. "No doubt you'd be more than willing to stir the trouble." Naruto smiled. "Well, I do love a bit of chaos." He said only to make Kurotsuchi angry, but he did not focus on her. He turned to Samui and Yugito. "Good seeing you again. We will talk later. For now, I must leave for other arrangements." 30. Maybe it was the habit that had Yoshino smiling when he walked up to Kurotsuchi from the top of the hotel she was placed. The place had a good view of the emperor's compound. Perhaps she was stalking the man to see what happened there. But the compound was protected by a barrier. Unless it was taken down, what you saw happening from the outside was not truly what was happening. Naturally, Yoshino would never tell anyone that. "What do you want?" Kurotsuchi demanded in a hardened tone without even looking at the Uzumaki. Yoshino took a couple of steps closer and then sat down by Kurotsuchi's right side. After a couple of moments went by, he then spoke. "It is rather peaceful, isn't it?" Kurotsuchi looked around for a moment. The air was a little cold, but the atmosphere was not heavy. The village was not that big. It was rather ridiculous that they lost a war to these people. This didn't look like a shinobi village. But it was true that it was rather quiet and peaceful here. It also seemed to be detached from the rest of the elemental nations. The people here were not ignorant of what happened outside, but they were also not bothered by it. They had their beloved emperor. She thought of the love the people had here with nothing but contempt. A little. She was only willing to admit that much. Home is a place you should be able to find peace and relax. It took a while for people here to become carefree. We had always lived in fear of extinction and invasion. Those who invaded made a mistake of not wiping out the entire clan. We would not have been here if not for such a blunder. Kurotsuchi eyed the Uzumaki, trying to see how he would react to her words. There was none. Yoshino didn't even blink. There is a huge difference in dying because of service to your village and dying simply because you live. That gives you fear that you cannot escape. We lived in hiding because we were afraid. I was afraid. But I wanted to continue living. And it is the desire to live that built all this. Your village can face the same consequences. If you make enemies of all the great nations, Earth shinobi will not be welcomed anywhere. As a result, doing missions will become impossible. If you are unable to complete missions, you lose all business. Shinobi will suffer. Your village will speed toward the edge of a cliff for a quick dive to death. We all love our villages. We all want them to prosper. We have grudges, but we must be willing to overlook them. You want me to overlook what this village did? Do you also want us to overlook what your village did? Don't be a naive child. You are a cage. Start thinking like one or your village will suffer. We nearly became extinct because of what you did. If you want to hold a grudge over the fact that you lost a war which you started, we will revisit the sins of the past. And unlike you, we will not leave even a stone standing, but the stone can be reduced to dust. I'm not here to threaten you but tell you to grow up and stop being a naive little girl. And I'm also warning you, if you want revenge, between you and me, who has a valid reason to seek vengeance? Your grandfather died in war. We have not touched what you did. We can make those demands, but we are not blinded by hatred. But if you want us to wear our hatred, we will do so. Think about it, hard. Because your attitude determines the fate of your village. We are not afraid to demand heads to roll. And given that you are already isolated, no one will support you. No one will speak for you. You have made wrongs, but are unwilling to admit them, yet want to punish others for what you perceive as wrong against you. The same stick you use to beat others will be the same stick we will use to beat you. It made Kurotsuchi feel like filth to be getting a lecture from the enemy. Naruto would probably not have the same idea. Then what was the purpose of this lecture? What did this man hope to achieve? What did he want from her? She eyed him for a moment before asking. What do you want? Like I said, I want you to understand things clearly. And to be honest, His Majesty would not think twice about destroying Iwagakure. You are more of problem than anything because of your attitude. Are you openly admitting that? Yoshino smiled. I did so. What I want is to develop a better relationship between you and I, maybe that can extend to our respective villages. I am the leader of Uzumaki and I choose what is best for it. Kurotsuchi found it hard to believe that Naruto would allow another person to do the work. You think I'm stupid? I never gave that impression. You are truly too quick to judge instead of hearing the merits of the case one is making, Yoshino said with a slight shake of his head, expressing disappointment. You should ask how the politics works around this place and maybe you will get a response that is favorable. The following day, Naruto had to raise an eyebrow seeing the company that Tsunade had brought with her. She had truly brought her war room warriors with her. There had been no stipulation as to how many people one could bring, but he had not expected her to bring in the heavy weights. It didn't matter that much anyway. Nothing changed. Everything still went as planned. He eyed Gaara for a moment and smiled. The man hadn't brought his sister with him. There must have been reason there, but Naruto was not going to think about it. Welcome to Uzumaki. Naruto greeted the company from Konoha and Suna with a small smile. This is quite the company. The leaf isn't here to wage war, is it? Tsunade blinked. He wasn't serious, and so that meant he was joking with them? What the hell was wrong with that picture? Naruto had not been kind to them recently. We might be. Kakashi responded before Tsunade could. But it all depends on how we are treated and how things go on during our talks. Shikamaru finished with a small smile on his lips. Yikes, those are some strict terms. I have not been known for treating people too well. The first words I say might cause you to look at me with contempt. We hope you at least managed to hold on after the introductions, Kakashi said. Naruto's smile lingered for a moment before he wiped it off. We can only hope, he said before turning his eyes towards the Kazekage. Kazekage. Emperor. You are in a good mood. Not at all. When one has visitors, they must be greeted well to make them feel comfortable. I've often found it that people are willing to speak freely when they are comfortable. We don't want anyone to hold their breaths because of some misunderstandings. We have gone past war and are now moving towards something else. I'd like the start to be smooth. Naruto shook his head. It wasn't really smooth with the other group. But nothing for you to worry. Not that I don't find this interesting. Tsunade started in a slow tone. But I wish to rest. We start in the afternoon. Well, you decided to stay an extra day in the wave, Naruto said. It wasn't his problem. Of course, he still found it curious that they would choose to stay in the wave for a little while longer than planned. He hadn't received the report, but he could make a few assumptions. The wave is just a curious country. It is different from the last time I saw it. The developments you have made were something worth looking at. And since we don't know how things will go during the meeting, it was decided that we should have a look first before anything happens. Have a little hope, Princess Tsunade, Naruto said. There are perfectly understandable reasons to be hopeful about a breakthrough that leads into a path that we will not all regret. 30. The guards were all outside. The Kijis were not allowed to bring a person inside the meeting room. There would still be another meeting tomorrow or the day after. It all depended on how things were processed. But, during that second meeting, the other people would be permitted. Not everyone had been willing to leave their guards outside even though Naruto had assured everyone's safety. These people didn't want to take his word. I must say, it is rather sad not to be trusted. The Emperor said to no one in particular while sitting beside a round table. Tsunade and Daru sat on his right side and left side respectively while Kurotsuchi, Gaara and Mei sat further ahead. I didn't think you'd find a problem with that, Mei said with a raised brow. I'm still a person with feelings, Naruto said with a stare. And I value words that I say. When someone doesn't seem to value them, it does bother me. The issue was not a matter of trust. Daru started in a slow tone. It was simply a surprise as we had not discussed this. Besides, we are not all on friendly terms. Everyone wants to see a face they know will guard their backs. In this village, you need not worry about who watches your back. Uzushio watches your back. Admittedly, that can be difficult to accept given the past, Naruto said quietly. But we want to try to change that. Let me begin to express my sincere appreciation to all of you for coming here. It must not have been an easy decision, but you came and I am thankful for that. I won't waste time with pointless talk. The first order of business would be about the war we just walked past. It only affected two great nations and I want to make plain how we have come to try to solve things with the two nations. Iwa is being difficult, but we made some breakthrough with the cloud. Daru took it as his cue to start talking. I have expressed with the Emperor that the war should not have occurred in the first place and it was a mistake from our past leader. Out of respect for him, I will not criticize him. However, I will admit that the war was our fault. We started it along with the stone and we lost it. There are consequences for such actions and I'd like to think that the agreement between the lines is something that is personal between the cloud and the Empire, Daru said in a stern tone. Naruto was impressed that Daru would opt to keep the little details to himself. He would not have said it, but if Daru was going to keep it hidden, Naruto would not complain. He could accept it. While that decision is commendable, it is the interest of balance of power within the elemental nations that we know certain things. It would do us no good if the Empire has seized control over the cloud, Tsunade said in a hardened tone, staring straight at Naruto who didn't even blink. I have to agree with the Godime on that one. We don't want to have a situation where another nation seizes control over others by force. Such a situation would lead to conflicts because those being controlled will eventually fight back to have control over their nation. Gaara added. Of course, he didn't think that Naruto would have done that. If he was as smart as he thought he was, he would have known that such a move would be rejected by others. Maybe the Mizukage would have been the first to voice her displeasure and talk about strong actions against the Emperor. There was that possibility that the Great Five could unite against the Empire if surely he was going to the wrong path. Such a notion was quite possible. Gaara would have things go differently nevertheless. It is truly sad to be distrusted. The Emperor said calmly. But no, we have not had such plans. I know that we would lose the allies we have gained should we take such actions. I'm not stupid enough to do something that would unite all great nations against me. War is war, but there must be consequences for those who ignite it. Now, the Raikage wants to keep those details to himself, and I am not going to go against that. However, I will say that we have not gone to the path of subjugation and have no such intentions. I'm sure it did cross your mind. Kurotsuchi could not help but add. With you? Yes, I did come to mind. You have been stubborn in admitting that Iwagakure was culpable and refused to pay for damages done to the Wave Country. Not only that, you have been rather unkind to us despite our efforts. If we wanted, we could have put the stone in flames over what was done to the Wave, but to avoid any more bloodshed, we did not, yet you have been unwilling, which is rather unfortunate but not something we can tolerate for too long. I don't think such a language is going to get us anywhere, Mei cautioned. But hearing that Iwa refuses to take responsibility over its actions is quite honestly disappointing. I would have thought that the current Tsuchikage has learned from her predecessor's mistakes. The pressure being applied by us should have shown them the way. Tsunade added with clear disappointment in her face. What the hell is wrong with you? She demanded with a glare. Not a single person expected the Hokage to phrase anything in that tone. Everyone was surprised by the hardness of her question. Kurotsuchi was the one who was completely caught off guard. She did expect some questions, but she did not expect for Tsunade to talk to her like she was talking to one of her subordinates. Nothing is wrong with me. Kurotsuchi responded in a flat tone. And while I am young, I will not allow myself to be talked to in such a manner. I am still a cage like you. Nobody questioned that. But if you are so much as refusing to take responsibility over your actions, you have much to learn. I would have thought that Iwa's current situation would have opened your eyes. Does being stubborn run in the family? No. Anaki was stubborn, but at least he was smart enough to know when a battle was lost. You don't seem to see that. Responsibility? For what? Maybe we were the ones who started the actual war, but he certainly helped fueling it. And even if he did not, he did nothing to try to stop it from occurring. What happened to the wave was unfortunate, but we cannot be expected to pay for the costs of war. It is not like we have not suffered from it. When you go to war, know that you will also lose something. Didn't your grandfather tell you that? Stop being the victim and accept that Iwa did wrong and move on from it. If you cannot accept that you did wrong, there really isn't much we can talk about with you, and I don't see why if we are here to discuss the future we must talk it with you. Because the Kazekage and I are not going to move past what you tried to do in that war. The sins of the past. At that time, it had not been a sin. Kurotsuchi had praised her grandfather's genius at the plan he had devised. Unluckily for them, they had failed. Nothing came out of it. They ended up drawing the attention of their worst enemy and things had gone south. Every village has always fought for its interests and benefits. The concept of right and wrong didn't apply to anyone. Iwagakure has always done things this way. And it wasn't like the other villages haven't done any wrong things. If they were going to talk about the sins, these people should not only point fingers at her. Still, Kurotsuchi would not bring that argument. She was not going to win it. She had concluded that she needed to swallow her pride and speak the same language as the others. I won't speak about the past in which you have all done something wrong. I didn't fight in the past wars, but this one I experienced. Both sides are supposed to suffer in war, but what we fought was not a war but a brutal slaughter of shinobi from cloud and stone. It makes me angry just think of the many that were killed by just one man. But it was a war that we started. How the emperor fought was up to him. This village would have been reduced to ashes had we succeeded. Right or wrong? That has never had any relevance in shinobi matters for as long as I have lived. But it does seem that things are changing. For this reason, I must admit that Iwa was wrong in trying to disrupt the relationship between Suna and Konoha. We indeed intended for you to fight at the worst case scenario, for you at least. We should have never tried to get you involved when you had stated your intentions of keeping out of it. She managed to utter those words in a humble tone, yet eyes stern in defiance. There was momentary silence after Kurotsuchi spoke. Gaara broke it with a cold tone. Is that the best you can give? Gaara asked. You put my sister's life in danger and tried to have my village fight with its ally, and those hollow words are the best you can give? Are you really serious? Kurotsuchi frowned deeply. What do you want me to do? She demanded a bit more harshly than intended. I cannot tell you that, Gaara said with a slight shake of his head. We came here to discuss the future, but it does seem like we have a future with Iwa. I have to agree with the Godime that if that is the case, then we do not need Iwa in this meeting. I propose we vote to remove Iwa from this meeting. Those remaining can speak in one voice. Kurotsuchi's whole body tensed when she heard those words. These people were brutal. This was something that she could not afford to be excluded from. Iwa would suffer. Her village would be broken and her people would certainly turn on her, as it has been pointed out to her. She could not have that situation. If there was any better time to beg, it was now. There was nothing more valuable to her than Iwa's future. Her pride could take a jump off a cliff, but if Iwa survived, she would have served her duties well. She looked around trying to see if someone would come to her defense. Daru seemed to be disagreeing but ended up shrugging. She could almost read the look on his face. He was probably saying something, I want to defend you, but it will be too much of a drag since everyone else is against you. She wanted to blame Naruto, but she knew that she would just be refusing to take responsibility. Maybe Yoshino had been speaking sense. Through gritted teeth, Kurotsuchi spoke. We don't have to take things that far. She pleaded. Iwagakure is struggling as things are. If things continue, my people will suffer. I know we have issues, but I promise you that we will work towards solving them and Iwa will not be half-hearted about it. This is something that is difficult and cannot be solved in a single day. But I give you my word in front of everyone here that Iwa will try to make things right. Naruto thought of laughing hearing Kurotsuchi speak in such a pitiful tone. He rested his hands on the table and stared at her before speaking. The words of a ninja are worthless at times. What gives anyone the assurance that you will do as you are told? It is possible that you are saying that just so you won't be excluded in any agreement that may benefit your village. But if you see things working, you might decide against following through on your promises. I know you won't trust me that easily. Kurotsuchi shot a hateful glare at the emperor. He seemed to be enjoying seeing her struggle and suffocate. Cold-hearted bastard. She wished he could just start choking and just die from where he sat. Of course, things would not change for her. The other three would still glare at her. But this is a word I am saying in front of all Kages, and if I cannot stay true to my word, if you wish to do something to Iwa, you will be free to do it. It isn't like we can invade Iwa. Well, we can. Tsunade corrected Gaara. But we are trying to move away from that kind of path. We want to try something peaceful that isn't solved by needless bloodshed. Mei added. I have a proposal. Naruto started. We have built prison cells in the islands heading towards the water country. These are fine locks that cannot be escaped as long as your term is yet to be finished. If the Kages judge her to have failed in fulfilling her promises, you can give us the go-ahead to put her in prison for the term you wish. In that way, no bloodshed and you can resolve the issues with Iwa's new cage afterwards. That is not a bad idea, Daru said with a nod of his head. But if the Tsuchikage is indeed serious about this, then we don't have to worry about putting one of our own in such a situation. Kurotsuchi closed her eyes. She was seething. Of course, that bastard would have a fine proposal for this. She knew what it was like to be his prisoner. And, she certainly didn't want to experience it again. But she still had no other choice but to agree to this. I have no issues with it. Then we will draft an agreement and have everyone in this room sign on it, Gaara said. Is everyone pleased with that? They all agreed. While we are at this subject, I believe we should talk about how we do things in case another village decides to ignite the flames of war. Our predecessors were never united. The 5 Kages never spoke in one voice. But we have a situation where it is possible. If we can speak with one voice, then it is possible for us to take action when one of us decides to play war. I cannot speak of past wars because I never experienced them, but the war between the Empire and Cloud and Earth could have been avoided if we were not too focused on our villages to care about what happens to our world. Gaara's eyes moved around the table, trying to gather the reactions the Kages and the Emperor. The reaction from the latter was predictably the same. There was nothing on his face. The others seemed to absorb his words. Mei seemed to be one who seemed to appreciate them best. At least no one looked at him with contempt. If Konoha, Suna and Kiri had stood together to defend the Empire, things would have been different, Daru said. I know for certain Kumo would have chosen against fighting. I don't know about Iwagakure. There was always the fear that if Konoha decided to take part, things would be unfavorable. But my grandfather would not have pulled out. He believed Konoha was no longer as strong as it had been. But the danger was there. That is why he took the misguided steps to ensure Konoha did not interfere. Of course, it would have been a different story if both Sand and Mist were getting involved. Kurotsuchi responded in a much calmer tone. Kages united can achieve much. But it has been the general lack of care for others that has resulted in wars, and for the fact that we sometimes started wars for our own benefit. But that was simply the result of the Kages allowing space to form between them. If we form a line of communication and face each other often, we could avoid disastrous situations, Mei said in thought. She then eyed Naruto before adding. Of course, in this case, the Empire had decided to take things head on. Which is something we must never allow to occur again. If we are going to operate as one, the 6 of us, we cannot allow such unilateral actions to occur again, Tsunade said, staring at the Emperor. Why does it sound like you are now ganging up on me? Naruto asked with a raised brow, some amusement spelled across his lips. Do you disagree with us? Naruto shook his head. Worst case scenario had been these people leading the charge. It was expected. They were the Kages and would not allow him to dictate everything. Naruto was not going to complain. As long as he got what he wanted, he could play peace with the Kages. He just had to be mindful of certain things. Not at all, Naruto said with a slight shake of his head. I would be irrational to come up with anything different. What do you propose then? Konoha and the Sand have a close relationship. We will be able to take the same stance we did against anyone who tries anything as we did with the stone. If we are going to make some agreements on trade, Which I assume will be your main focus, Gaara said, looking at Naruto. Then, any village that goes foul of any rules we make has to be kicked out of that agreement, and when we hold meetings, such a village must not be included until it has suffered the full consequences of breaking rules which we will agree on. This was now going to be a long meeting. They would need another one before the day ends and tomorrow. Both of which will have the others getting involved. I think Kiri and Suna will get along just fine. We seem to have similar interests. I already have a relationship with the Empire. We just need to develop those relationships with each other and things can go well. Of course, there will be disagreements, but such a summit should always be held to solve such matters. And given that Uzushio has become something else, its role will be significant, but not the center of all things. We will need time to consider such a situation. But do we all agree that this is something we should look at? No one voiced any disapproval. Naruto then decided to take the opportunity to get his message across. I have two proposals. You know how the wave country is now, and that has been the result of our work. You may have noticed that we are building rail tracks around the Fire Nation and other nations. This has been done with the permission of feudal lords. What we seek is to create a network of transport that connects all nations. We will need to get into all your villages to build the infrastructure for our trains. This is our business and we would like to keep it that way. The system is interesting and will make life easier, but I imagine the Empire will make a lot of money off this. I can't imagine the daimyo agreeing to this without expecting something. You also want something? This thing would be operating in our villages. It gives the Empire access to all nations. You can move anything and anywhere. I imagine information will flow through the trains. This will also have a negative consequence on shinobi. Some escort missions might be cut off, Gaara said. We can arrange that in the form of taxes. And these trains will need to be protected. If something goes wrong, someone needs to take action, quick. There are bad people out there, and someone will have to be on the lookout. The Empire will hire shinobi from all nations to guard these trains and the train stations. That should keep your shinobi at work and earning a living. The trains can also be used to transport goods. We would need trains designed for such. We have that and are willing to transport goods to your nations. We have made some agreements with merchants. I don't like that this gives you more power. Kurotsuchi voiced her displeasure. We came up with the plan. No one can complain. Of course, the Kijis are here to stand guard to see if I am doing anything wrong. It has never been argued that I cannot go against all of you. And if you are true to your agreements, there really will be no need to worry, Naruto said with a bit of nonchalance. True, but I have one question. Where are you going to get the money to build all these? You are already building things rapidly in the Sound. And I still have questions regarding that. Kurotsuchi added. The Empire is not in a path of taking over villages, is it? We borrowed money from your daimyos. They have the money, Naruto said calmly. And unless any nation decides to join the Empire, we will not be doing any invasions. I think that is Iwa's specialty. The dig aside. Tsunade started. We want you to come to an agreement with the Kijis that if, as you say, any nation wants to join the Empire, we must look at it first to see if the situation is not forced and does not threaten anything. I have no problems with that, Naruto said. Will you allow me to hunt down your criminals? I have prisons that I made to house criminals. As long as you alert us. What of war prisoners you took? Kurotsuchi questioned. I'd like Iwa shinobi to be released. Why? Aren't we moving past our issues? We have not solved anything as yet. And you still owe Konoha and Suna. Deal with that and let us solve our issues, then we can talk about our prisoners. I don't care if you think I'm holding you hostage. That isn't the kind of talk you take to a negotiating table, may caution the Emperor. We want to make peace and I understand that there are still issues with Iwa. Given its attitude, it would be best to hold off on certain benefits to ensure that there is the satisfaction of promises made. We set an example and move as one rather than as individuals. In that I think as a gesture of goodwill, the Empire should release some prisoners. I agree with that. Well, I cannot disagree to it since the Empire has some of my shinobi, Daru said in a quiet tone. Of course, the problem of holding such things where things were done by the consensus meant that he would have such situations. It was troublesome, but it was the price Naruto had to pay to appease these people. If he refused, everything would fall apart. I'll release 100, Naruto said. I cannot go higher than that. How many do you actually have? Naruto appeared to think about it for a moment before responding. Around 1,500 from both nations. The Raikage and I can make an arrangement on how I release all his prisoners since we have come to an understanding. There should be a mediator from the 5 Kijis in such talks. I believe along with the issue with Iwagakure. I am more than willing to play that role? Mei offered. You are an ally of the Empire, I don't trust you'd be fair. The Kazekage either. That role should go to Konoha. Kurotsuchi suggested. I don't have a problem with it. Tsunade faced Naruto and asked. Do you? None at all, he said. As long as you don't forget that you're only playing the mediator, we should not have any issues. We wish for all issues to be resolved as smoothly as possible. I'm sure you do, Kurotsuchi said with a hint of sarcasm. Tsunade ignored this as she pushed for a delicate subject. We must also talk about your empire's growth and how that affects all nations. Your power is something that does make certain people uncomfortable. There has to be a way to contain that and ensure that things do not spill out of control. For this, I believe the Kijis should discuss the issue without you. All eyes were on Naruto. He wondered what he should do. The option was simple in there, but things could be made interesting. He shook his head. There was no need to be difficult when there was really nothing he could lose. We should meet later on around 4 p.m. to discuss how we go about the rules. We could conclude on this tomorrow and depart with something to sign on for the future, Naruto said as he stood up. Before you leave. Tsunade started in a hardened tone. Intelligence tells me that there is something that is happening and you probably know something. There is also the issue around the Tsuchikage. The remaining members of the Akatsuki have been making strange movements and I believe that they are going to do something real soon. With the issue of the Tsuchikage, she received assistance from someone we believe to be an enemy of the elemental nations. This person has some connections with an experiment Orochimaru conducted some years ago. It is going to be dangerous, but we don't have enough information to say what happens when and where. That is also something you can discuss amongst yourself. Outside the chamber. Meeting over? Haku asked as Naruto walked past the guards of the Kijis. The Emperor shook his head. They kicked me out saying they wanted to discuss something amongst themselves. Perhaps a reminder that I am not a Kage, thus not one of them. It is cheap politics, but this is not the time to be going into arguments that will achieve nothing. It was better to offer an image of cooperation than resistance. Besides, it wasn't like he would not know what they are talking about in his absence. He had a friend there. You're really fine with that? Why wouldn't I be? It isn't like I will lose something. We have placed enough hands on Cloud, Kiri and Suna to be certain they will speak for us. Haku shook his head. So, there was nothing to worry about. He wasn't making any whimsical decisions. He must account for them, reminding him that they were the 5 Kage. I assume things went well. I would not have walked out if things didn't go well. There are still certain details that we must iron out. You are probably going to join us in the next meeting. You must be pleased with proceedings then. Well, I hope things work out for the best. Did you tell them about Madara? Naruto shook his head. I'm not saying a thing until they see the danger. They don't trust me enough to take my word for it when I mention danger. It is convenient if an attack occurs. They will be troubled and we will have answers and the firepower to make things happen, Naruto said. And then glanced at Haku. You don't like it? People could die before then and some of our allies can be attacked. I know that. This was a cold-hearted move from the Emperor. Haku would be willing to tell the others, but it was true that they didn't trust Naruto. On the bright side of things, Madara becomes an even bigger threat than you. Which is why I am glad I am not stronger than him. They didn't specifically say it, but I know they were thinking that we mustn't be stronger than them, Naruto said calmly. We must be strategic on how we take this one. Their help will be required, for them to think he could not have done it without us. That will work best for the future and has them thinking they can take me on at any time. The problem with being too powerful is that people start looking at you with suspicion in your every move. Chapter 29 Naruto released a long breath as he sat down behind his desk. The last of the meetings had been long. But, things had proceeded with good pace. Although tiring, he could be content with how discussions concluded. Of course, nothing groundbreaking was destined, but they still laid the groundwork. The Kijis had reminded him that he was not a Kage, and that had irked him a bit, but at the same time, he had reminded them that they could not talk about the future of the elemental nations without him. He was the one who had even made the meeting possible in the first place. Still, his role within agreements between great nations had been greatly leveled down a bit. It was fine if things were moving like that. It was an affordable loss of political might to allow the Kage to take the front pages. He would rule the shadows with great effect. If possible, this world would move according to his will. Certain events had to occur nevertheless. Besides, he'd never intended to play politics in the first place. Haku was there for that role, and even if the Kijis wanted to be supreme, given his position and the strength of the empire, Haku's position would only strengthen. With Haku, they could be okay, keeping their guard down unlike it would be with him. His number 2 was kind, and anyone who dealt with him knew that. The office door slowly opened and Naoki walked in with Kurotsuchi. Naruto couldn't help but think of the first time he met her. The young days he had spent roaming around the elemental nations with Jiraiya. She had come along. Jiraiya had urged the contact, but it was a fine meeting that opened doors for him. Though the first meeting was fruitful, everything else after that had just been dismissal. He had hoped for something better, but nothing had happened according to plan. Perhaps he had been thinking with his lustful appetite than the rational mind that had taken him so far. Naoki's face was masked with an expressionless look. His tone had no emotion at all as he spoke. "The Tsuchikage wanted to see you, your majesty." Naruto waved his right hand. "It is fine. I invited them. I expect them to come knocking on my door when there are issues." "You're feeling rather high and mighty," Kurotsuchi remarked with a snort as she stepped into the office. She sat in front of the Emperor's desk and stared at him. Naruto dismissed Naoki and then faced Kurotsuchi. "Well, I am the high and mighty Emperor. It is expected of me to behave as it fits my image. I must admit acting all superior does not suit my taste. It just makes everything dull as people become afraid to speak their thoughts. Must be the result of playing a genin for Konoha for years when you were actually the Emperor," Kurotsuchi said. "Maybe," Naruto said with a shrug. "The things around us and the way we live eventually shape our minds." He paused for a moment before asking, "What brings you before me? You tried to kill me and I believe that you will do something like that in the future. It must be a problem for you that you failed in killing me," Kurotsuchi said in a flat tone. Naruto rested his hands on his desk and leaned back slightly. He put on an amused look before responding. "I, indeed did fail. But that is not because I could not. There was just an element I did not account for. In any case, it is interesting that you have such thoughts and you didn't bring them up during the meeting. It is something worth holding on to now," Kurotsuchi said. She went quiet, trying to get a read on the Emperor. There was nothing. He was just coldly staring with emptiness. It made her feel as if she was talking to a dead person. "And of course I would have been stupid to bring it up during the meeting with the other Kages when I know you are probably listening. You are doing well to hold on to your contempt for me. But that room was secret. If I can listen to your conversations, someone else can listen to my conversations. You cannot be too trustful even to your shinobi. Spies are everywhere and it usually is the people close to you that stab you in the back." The Emperor said. "You think I want to kill you? If I want to do it, you will die. There is nothing else to talk about. Not unless I can expose it to the other Kages. From what I saw there, no one is going to tolerate anything wrong from you. I considered proposing to the other Kages that I marry you just for them to get off my back with the Kazekage issue. If I had proposed that, I could have been free. If that happened, by principle you would have been forced to protect me and no one would believe that you don't know anything if something does happen to me. As you said, it is the people close to you that stab you in the back." Naruto smiled. For someone who seemed to struggle with her unwarranted contempt for him, Kurotsuchi seemed perfectly fine with him. Who knew she could think to this level? Would she even consider sharing a bed with him? People do the ridiculous at times. It would certainly be an interesting scenario, but one that Naruto could leave for the imagination. "So, why have you decided against such a move?" "The only idea I can think of is that you'd have to kill yourself emotionally to please me," the Emperor said after a couple of moments of silence. "I'd prefer torture than sharing a bed with you," Kurotsuchi said with contempt. Naruto whistled. "It is amazing how one can create an enemy out of a person. Your hatred towards me is real, but it is also unwarranted and irrational. No matter how much I look at it, I cannot find a tiny reason that compels me to understand it. Thus I think you're an irrational woman. At this stage, I have no interest in nursing your wounds or convincing you otherwise." The Emperor paused, watching a range of emotions pass through Kurotsuchi's face. "State your business and get out of my face. Irrational things are irksome before my sight." Kurotsuchi snorted at the last part. "You are to blame for all that has befallen to my village. You're being irrational and I will not say it again, woman." There was still ice in Naruto's tone. His eyes flashed with danger for a moment, causing Kurotsuchi's senses to flare up with tension. "Your village went to war with me because of your irrational fear. You also tried to kill me before. The more you continue with that nonsensical talk with me, the more your presence will become intolerable before me and I won't have a problem in keeping you away from me for the rest of your miserable life." Kurotsuchi wanted to shout. She wanted to glare at him and tell him that he could not speak to her in that manner. But the stern look on his face just dried up all the words in her throat and she was silent. "It is difficult for me to hold grudges. And I don't have too many things that I dislike. Because of this, If it is reasonable, I will get along with anyone, regardless of moral values. I should hate you. It should be within me to desire to crush you and destroy Iwa to the brink of extinction because you entered this village and laid siege to it. It was when I saw the result of irrational fear, the destruction to my home, a home that I was robbed by you people, I became very angry. While angry, I contemplated many things. In my anger, I sought only chaos and destruction, and it was possible. I could do it. But I did realize that the anger would not benefit my clan in any way. There was nothing to gain other than the corrupt thrill of vengeance. My eternal happiness would not come from wiping out those who drove my clan to the edge of extinction but from seeing it rise again. It was then that I made the rational choice. If you want to speak to me, come to me with a purpose. You either want to see me dead or your village prosper. Naruto closed his eyes. Kurotsuchi knew she was being dismissed from the office. But she didn't want to leave. Seeing him with eyes closed made her think of lunging at him. There wasn't even a sense of danger. He just looked open. But she knew it was the comfort that made her try to kill him and then fail miserably before being made a subject of torture methods by that sadistic woman. After a couple of moments, Kurotsuchi stood up and walked away without saying a word to the emperor. She didn't even speak to Naoki and Haku, who were standing outside. The former just led her out silently while Haku stepped inside the office. That was rather generous of you. I didn't think you'd be so kind to her, Haku said before settling on the couches. Naruto opened his eyes and glanced at Haku for a moment before responding. You think I was being kind? And, since when do you eavesdrop on my conversations? Naoki let me, Haku said with a shrug. Your words will get to her if she decides to digest them. And that will spare her from certain death. Seeing her contempt for you, it is quite simple to assume that you plan to have her murdered. Nothing sinister over that, Naruto said with nonchalance. I honestly don't care for her or what happens. I merely took a calculated decision. Calculated towards which conclusion? My satisfaction. You should know I am a very selfish person, Haku. Though I ordered for her death, I also allowed Yoshino to explore the idea of keeping her alive. Things at the meetings have led me to consider. If she doesn't fall in line, she suffers and eventually dies. But if she cooperates, Nagato won't pester me too much about the gap she creates within the 5 Kiges. Nagato, Haku said in thought. So we are going to bring him back. Yes, Naruto said. As my number 2, you will deal with Iwagakure along with Yoshino. When one of the Kiges decides when to hold peace dialogues, you will lead and Yoshino will do the side talks. You will resolve the issue to my satisfaction. There are 2 ways things will go either way. The pressure will continue to be applied to keep her uncomfortable as possible. I don't think this will work out as much as it did with the water dam Io. Don't disappoint me, Haku. I trust your hopeful self. And it is that side of you that gives me reason to believe that even when I do not see a logical scenario, certain things can work. Sometimes reason fails you, and as a human, you can only hold on certain things even when it seems irrational. That from you, of all people. I will do whatever and change my mindset based on convenience. Haku shook his head. I hope you change soon, Naruto. Even if not soon, I truly hope that a day comes when you will actually care about people and moral values. Perhaps that should be my lifelong mission. The emperor was sitting by the backyard. There was no sound of humans, just the sound of water running through the streams. It was something a bit normal. Shikamaru was not used to seeing Naruto sitting there, knee raised, body leaned against the wall, eyes staring into the empty space ahead. Even though the garden was beautiful and had a natural breath about it, it was obvious that Naruto was not absorbed by it. The emperor had 2 bottles beside him. Another one seemed to have been consumed already as it was lying on the ground. The man who'd led them here had not said a word to them but just whispered to Naruto. There hadn't been any response from the emperor. At least anything physical. Shikamaru settled down alongside Kakashi. He stared the garden with an empty look for a moment before speaking. I could get used to this, he said to Kakashi in a whisper. There was no one saying anything. It was just silent and peaceful. It provided the peace that he so often craved and still eluded him when he was in Konoha but had so much enjoyed when he was a child. Being an adult was truly hard work and troublesome. Had he known, he'd have wished to remain a child if that was possible. It suits you best, with being lazy, Kakashi said. Shikamaru smiled. No disrespect, but I don't think you're the one who can talk about being lazy. You are famous for your tardiness after all. Kakashi waved it off. That was when nothing was mandatory. But now, with new responsibilities, you get absorbed into things easily, he said before taking out his book. He then laid on his back. Maybe I can do some reading without anyone saying anything. Shikamaru shook his head and followed Kakashi's example. The air was fresh, a little bit cold. It truly felt like the compound was in a different space from the rest of the village. With the Kijis around, there was a lot occurring in the village, but he could not feel any of it. There was peace here. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the comfort. Kakashi slowly read a couple of pages while glancing towards the Emperor. It had been a couple of minutes already, but Naruto hadn't moved an inch. If anything, it seemed like they were not there to the man, but that Uzumaki had already warned him. Shikamaru was fast asleep. The peace had been a little too tempting. He would have dozed off as well if not for the excitement of the chapter he was reading. It was after an hour when Shikamaru started stirring and his eyes slowly opened. He yawned and stayed motionless for a couple of moments before getting up. Kakashi was still lying on his back, the eye smile clearly there, and the Emperor was now facing them, legs folded, a blank look on his face. The bottle seemed empty now. "You're making yourself pretty comfortable in my home," Naruto said in a quiet tone. "It is honestly relaxing here, and for a moment, you can forget about the troubles of being a shinobi." Shikamaru answered. He glanced at the garden for a moment before looking back at the Emperor. "Aren't you doing the same?" Naruto shook his head. "I come here to think about certain issues. But you can say it is my place to feel alive. I cannot drink in the throne room, and I try not to while in the office. Unlike before, I cannot just walk into a bar and sit in a corner by myself and drink while observing people do about their business." Naruto answered. Shikamaru nodded but said nothing in response. Kakashi closed his book and got up. He did not look at the Emperor when he spoke. "You haven't changed," he said of Naruto's behavior of sitting still for hours. "Addictive tendencies tend to be hard to get away from. Besides, I don't hate this. It is only a pity that there are no high windows here." "Well, I think that is for the best. It would have been a different picture when you come to see the Emperor and you find him away from his throne, sitting on the window frame," Kakashi said with an eye smile. Naruto did not share the smile, he just stared for a couple of moments before getting to it. "I only have a couple of minutes left before I go for my next engagement with someone else, and I wish not to be late." "You could have warned us." "You seemed comfortable," Naruto said with indifference. "Besides, when you are pressed for time, you won't run about in circles with me. Not that you would have tolerated it. Not that it would have stopped you from trying." Shikamaru smiled. But it was Kakashi who spoke. "There was a dialogue we started with you regarding a proposed marriage to one of your children with that of someone from the Hyuga clan. We wanted to finalize that engagement. I don't necessarily have any bad feelings about it. But my concern would be if there will be an option for one to opt out of it." "Under mutual consent, that can be arranged," Shikamaru said. "I imagine you'll market this and make it in a way that any unilateral termination of the agreement would carry heavy political blows," Naruto said. "Well, it would be good for the Leaf if we could do that. Besides, you already have 3 wives, marrying one of your children should not be an issue." "I cannot say, I don't have children yet." "But, are you willing to speak to Hiashi to conclude the details?" "Yes. I will make an arrangement for that," Naruto said. "It should be fruitful. I see the long-time benefit of this, so you don't have to worry about anything." "Anything else?" "I understand this won't necessarily translate into a good relationship with Konoha, but just with the Hyuga clan." Kakashi started. "What will it take for the Leaf to have a good relationship with your empire?" "Who knows? Maybe it depends on whether I want to or not, or maybe when there is a reason we should," the Emperor said while standing up. "Either way, anything can happen. Just make your case." He paused for a moment and then called. "Naoki." The Uzumaki appeared in a flash. "Show the future Hokage and his advisor the way out of the compound." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Before you leave," Shikamaru said. "What is your plan with Sasuke? He is currently training heavily to get used to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but you gave out those eyes willingly. What is your endgame? You don't do things without a reason, and that reason is always to your benefit." Naruto folded his hands across his back and responded while walking away. "I'm sure your keen mind will think of something. You'll share it with me the next time you stand before me. And do tell Sasuke I wish he attains much strength from those eyes." What could the Emperor be planning? Sasuke had an intense one-sided rivalry with the Emperor before, and with newfound power, his ego could get a boost and he could challenge Naruto. Or maybe just do something. Shikamaru would need to speak to Sasuke about the issue, as the Emperor wasn't just going to play guessing games with him. It probably was nothing, and the man was only doing this for his amusement. You just could never know. But, what was certain was that Naruto did not do anything without a reason. In an extreme way, you could say he did nothing without a self-serving reason. I was beginning to think that you would not show up, Mei said in a quiet tone, looking up towards the Emperor who had just walked into the living room inside his compound. And, risk the displeasure of your face? Naruto said with a shake of his head. He settled on the same couch with Mei and then rolled over to rest his head on her lap. Mei looked down at him with a raised eyebrow. They'd never come this close before. There had always been a distance, but he just casually strolled through that barrier as if it was not even there. Then again, it had been something self-imposed. Still, they were treading on a territory that avoided, and at times when she was alone in her house, looked as if it would be beyond her reach. She smiled. He looked so human and normal. Was this how things were going to be? She shook her head. She was getting ahead of herself. Your wife is still living in this compound. Are you not afraid she is going to come and find you like this? As far as Mei was concerned, Karen didn't seem to appreciate her presence last time around. Karen is a child, but there is no need to worry. This isn't the living room I share with her. You call your wife a child? Mei asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto closed his eyes and turned his head slightly before facing Mei. She smelled pleasant. His head felt comfortable. Perhaps he had been holding a little back. But, he was tempted to touch her in places. She was truly a woman he desired. She was older, had plenty of experience with life. She understood the responsibility as a cage and would not need him to babysit or cry like a 5-year-old. Of course, there were certain things that came with women, but those were issues he could not complain about. How do I say it? She is prone to throw tantrums, and these days, things have not been that great. It is actually a bit troublesome. There doesn't seem to be that spark that was once there. Why? I assume the fact that I've married again and will again, and that bothers her greatly. She has often complained about it. These past nights I have also been sleeping elsewhere. Naruto answered. Mei was silent for a couple of moments. She shifted her right hand and ran it over his face for a second before placing it on his messy hair. Even you have normal relationship problems. Well, I am still a person. Should my relationships be abnormal? You don't care that much about people. You just reason. Naruto smiled. You make me sound like a bad person. It is true that I don't care about a lot of things, but that doesn't mean I cannot care about those close to me. Even if I care, it is just not going to stop me from doing anything I see as reasonable despite your protests. Perhaps that is what gives the impression that I don't care. In any case, we should not lose sight of what we wish to discuss. Talk, you are the man here, aren't you? Now you choose to play it like that? Mei smiled. I can't do the talking for you. Maybe sometimes we do lead men, but you still do your part. I want to hear you speak, your desire for me. Naruto shook his head. Women are such complex creatures. You like something and might give hints, but that won't stop you from screwing another person. And you can screw the person you want to kill. Don't men do it too? Murderous bastards. And usually when it is men, it is rape. The Emperor paused for a moment, studying Mei's face. I must admit, facial looks are meaningless to me. It is not to say I cannot define beauty. There are women who are certainly appealing, and I have often found myself enticed and encouraged to say something. I do hear you have betted your share of women. Never forced anyone and all were satisfied. If they were not, it wasn't my fault. Some people are just dead inside, and no matter what you do, you can't move them, Naruto said with indifference. I have honestly followed you for a number of years, even before Uzu made contact. Maybe it was because I admired your will, or just because you are a matured woman of strength. But snail speed has not been because I do not find you attractive in any way. You excite me, and I've thought of getting behind you, but I'm not irrational and controlled by my urges. There is always timing about everything. You are not that convincing. Naruto smiled. I just admitted something I normally won't. So? Now you're just being naughty, Naruto said. He motioned for Mei to lean down. When she did, he lifted his left hand and placed it behind her neck. I guess there is no more the need to hold back. He pulled her closer and captured her lips. They were soft, her mouth tasted sweet. Her smell seemed to get pulled into his nose as they kissed. Naruto realized, his eyes had yet to close. Perhaps it was the thing of kissing people who he thought could try to kill him. One eye had to remain open at all times. He finally closed his eyes. And continued kissing her. After a couple of moments, Mei pulled away. She caught her breath before smiling. Your experience shows, she said with a sly smile. Anything less would be disappointing, Naruto said as he got up. Mei watched him slowly get up. He then stood in front of her before pulling her up, carrying her with both his hands. It was nothing special, but she felt her heart race. There was always something special about being carried like this. She smiled. Instead of mirroring her smile, Naruto dropped her on the couch. She yelped slightly when he fell on her. It was nothing painful. He just surprised her because it was sudden. He was atop of her, staring deep into her eyes. For the first time, May could read something from those eyes. It was the unmasked desire for her. It made her feel a chill down her spine with excitement. He suddenly frowned. "What's wrong?" she asked in a worried tone. The answer came through the entrance when Karen walked in and started speaking, hands folded across her chest. "This must be a record for you. You usually don't take this long." Naruto did not move. Only his eyes shifted to the direction of Karen, and then he spoke. "What do you want, Karen? I warned you I would be handling personal matters. Why are you interfering?" "I thought we should do a threesome. Naoki tells me that you thoroughly enjoyed it the last time you did with a couple of civilian girls in the Lightning Country," Karen said. "We are going to share you anyway. Would it not be best to get to know each other better this way?" "I don't think it would be a good way to bond, but for the pleasure, I wouldn't be against the idea." "Of course not," Karen said with sarcasm. "That woman from the snow would probably jump to the opportunity. She is a pervert. I'd be surprised if she hasn't proposed the idea with one of her aides. By the way, how far are you in knocking her up?" "Karen," Naruto warned. "I just came to let you know that I might be pregnant. Isn't it great news?" she asked, but did not wait for a response. She simply turned around to leave, and Naruto did not stop her from leaving either. Naruto stayed still for a moment before getting off May. He sat up and stared towards where Karen had disappeared off to in silence. "What a way to ruin the moment," Naruto said after a couple of moments. May blinked and stared at him with an expressionless look on her face. "Is that all you can say?" What else could he say? Karen had issues and he needed to deal with them. But for now, it was not his priority. May was before him, and anything Karen wanted and had to say could be dealt with afterward, as long as it was not a situation of life and death. He could ignore this talk of being pregnant and deal with it at some point. Nothing was going to change in rushing after her or getting mad over her interruption. But she still needed to be dealt with. She could have given her message at an appropriate time, not when he was having a good moment with May. "I told you already that Karen and I are not having a good time. Perhaps this has been done out of spite. It is not like she can get pregnant on her own," May said mildly. "The circumstances in which it was set aside, should you not be happy that you are going to become a father?" Yes, he should be happy. But this was not according to plan, and he didn't like being maneuvered in such a manner. "I should be happy, but the way in which this has occurred bothers me greatly. Quite honestly, I'm honestly displeased that Karen would go this far." May could only assume that this was not something that was planned by Naruto, at least. Karen must have taken away all the protection just so she could fall pregnant. Any woman could do that. And some men with the means could get it done. It was a little amusing that a woman gets to be what has the emperor undone. But why would Karen go this far just to get pregnant? It was not like Naruto would have denied her a child, right? Why? "Karen was not supposed to bear me my first child. That was supposed to be Princess Koyuki, she knows that well. But I assume she has done this to get me to give her more attention and keep relevance. I have all but stripped her of all power as my wife within the empire. Why would you do something like that?" She refused to play her role. It would not have made sense for her to enjoy privileges she has not earned. May shook her head and closed her eyes for a moment. This was a complicated situation, and it was only going to get worse than this. "This was not what I wanted to deal with." "Me neither, but we cannot control what other people decide to do. It is a bit unfortunate that things have happened this way. I will nevertheless deal a firm hand," Naruto said in a hardened tone. "It cannot continue like this. You are not going to make her miscarry if she is indeed pregnant, are you?" "I'm not that heartless." Yoshino's tower. Yoshino couldn't help but smile seeing Haku walk into his office. This wasn't something that occurred that often. He always had to go to the Emperor's compound where Haku worked. Seeing the man here meant he wanted to say something of importance to him. Yoshino could only guess that it had something to do with Iwagakure. Other than anything else, there would be no need for Haku to descend from the high office to come to him. "It makes me uncomfortable when you smile like that," Haku said without sitting down. He did not sit but walked towards the window behind Yoshino's desk and stood there, looking down at the village. "Old habits die hard. You were thinking of plotting something sinister with me being here?" Haku asked in a blank tone. Yoshino noted how unusual it was for Haku to speak in such a manner. The kind Yuki was usually speaking with emotion. This was not going to be one of those talks where there would back talk and some arguments about the merits of his intentions. He could argue. It wasn't like he feared any debate with anyone and there was no shame in losing. Not at all, Yoshino said with a slight shrug of his right shoulder. I assume you came here regarding the Iwa issue and how we want to handle Kurotsuchi. Yes, I understand Naruto has his reasons, but you don't want her to die and I want to know why. It is not out of kindness but for some reason and I want that reason. Yoshino leaned back in his chair and glanced at Haku through the corner of his eye. The tone he was using was sharp. He had certainly come here for answers. I am merely curious and I might like her enough to suggest a marriage proposal. She is a beautiful woman and marrying her would give me a chance to turn her. Why? Curiosity. I hold the final say in what happens between Kurotsuchi and the Empire. You might be the leader of Uzushio Gakure, but His Majesty can veto any decision you make if he so pleases. In his position, I can do that as well. It is true that I hold no value to the Uzumaki and I honestly have no intention of holding any value. The clan does not control the Empire. The same can be said about the Empire, but who stands atop of it all? Yoshino put on an amused look before chuckling. After a moment he calmed down and then responded in a measured tone. Call it a project, if you like. But Kurotsuchi's hatred is curious. I want to see what is in her head and see if I cannot break it down. And you are willing to tell her that you can work with her to topple the emperor as you also desire the throne. What makes you say that? She doesn't trust you and won't trust you easily. You will gain her trust by working on her contempt and then pouncing with your proposal. She will probably agree to it, Haku said before glancing at Yoshino's back for a moment. What happens when you have broken her? Whatever His Majesty desires. The atmosphere within the village was still as breathtaking as she remembered. There was always the sense of peace. A detachment from the corrupt breath of the shinobi world. It was always a wonder how the village managed to produce such an atmosphere. There were a couple of select areas that seemed disconnected from the reality you knew. It was a wonderful feeling. It was part of the package that made this village a wonderful place. A place you could truly rest and be less anxious about the struggle of life. Yugito could not say this was better than home. There was no place better than home. This was just unique and enjoyable. She was going to come back here once Moretto make this place her home. It had been the agreement. Daru had given her his thoughts, she'd accepted them. She had her reasons, but the first priority was always been Kumagakure. Not her happiness or life. But this was still a place she could not be miserable in. Not unless she decided it be so. She was walking at a leisurely pace, with the Emperor beside her along with Samui. The love the people showered to the Emperor was always something to envy. Kages did not get this much love. Then again, royals were not in the same class as Kages. Don't admire this place too much, it is not going to be your home. Yugito snapped her eyes to face the Emperor. What is that supposed to mean? Where am I going? The agreement was not that she would come to Uzushio Gakure. It may have been said that way, but what was in the agreement was that she would become a kunoichi of the Empire. There was still the mandatory option of her to be on Kumo's service if she was requested to help, and Naruto could not say no. I heard there were big developments in the Sound. You are making your capital there. Are you also going to live there as well? Samui asked. Yes, Naruto said with a nod. Yugito will go there as well. Yugito frowned slightly. She would rather stay here, but it was not like she had any option to decide otherwise. You could have warned me, she said. Naruto shrugged. There would be no fun in that. He suddenly stopped walking and the two blondes stopped as well. Naori appeared behind him and then whispered. There is a situation, Your Majesty. Naruto nodded. Trouble is never too far away. He muttered. Ladies, I'm going to have to leave you. Duty calls. What is happening? Yugito almost asked, but she realized he would not tell. He just disappeared from them without another word. I've been a jonin for a number of years now, and that man went in behind the Emperor without me knowing, Samui said with a slight shake of her head. This place is dangerous. It was already a meeting by the time Naruto entered the throne room. Yoshino, Haku and Yugao were talking while Naoki stood by the throne. He walked past the three without saying anything and went towards the throne. He settled slowly, folded his legs and rested his head on the palm of his right hand and stared down at the three. He still didn't say anything. Yugao could define the expression as the Emperor pose. He certainly looked like he meant business. The pressure he gave off was also not normal. She certainly could sense danger. It is good to see you again, Your Majesty, Yugao said in a quiet tone. It was not that she wanted to start it this way, but she felt compelled to start with those words. We have not had much contact since you departed for the Sound. I wish I would be seeing you under different circumstances, but it seems there is urgency here. Naruto responded. The urgency has passed but circumstances have not, Yugao said. She wanted to remind him that she had not departed from this village, but he had shipped her off to the Sound. Then again, if she had not been there, she would not have been at the end of some interesting things within the Sound. In here, things would have been restricted, but in that country where she moved under the watch of Guren, she at least had some mobility. Something has happened, come out with it. Earlier during the day, Guren was attacked by clones possessing the Sharingan. I was not there, but by the time I got there, they had already fled the scene. It had been a curious case. The clones spoke in one and acted like Uchiha, but it was obvious that they were just clones. Someone was attacking the Empire, and it certainly had nothing to do with Akatsuki. This was a different matter, and Noroi had not been forthcoming with the details. If it happened earlier, why am I only hearing about it now? I cannot teleport and had to wait for someone to transport me. I also had to ensure that the Sound was safe, Yugao said in a hardened tone. Naruto was silent. He had been right to caution this new threat. No doubt it was the same person Kabuto had informed him about. But he could not link it with Kurotsuchi, and he still needed more details. It was nevertheless troubling that there were clones parading around with the Sharingan. He'd thought he'd taken all the Sharingan out there and sealed them away. Guren? How is she? She suffered some damage, but she will live. Naruto nodded. Leave us, Yugao. You have already given the details to those two, yes? Yugao nodded, but she did not turn to leave immediately. She was a little ticked off that he was dismissing her so he could deal with the situation in the country she now lived. She was not trusted, but it should not surprise her. Or maybe that was not the case. She was certainly not one of them. After a couple of moments, she headed towards the exit. I presume Noroi has gone to look for more answers, but I want Kabuto on this. This is his area and he is familiar with the person, Naruto said. Haku, you will leave for the Sound and take over Guren's work. Nothing can stop now. Not because of this person or because of Madara. I will prepare for my departure, Haku said. But things are getting dangerous. We did not account for an attack happening now. This is the shinobi world. If you blink, someone will stab you. You cannot afford to look elsewhere. You must always be watchful for the dangers. But it is indeed troubling that we get surprised like this, Naruto said in slow tone. Yoshino, you are not wanted in this. Keep out of it. Focus on Uzu and the wave, as we don't know what happens there. Haku, ensure that a message is sent to all for all to know that there is such a danger. You're accepting this a little easier, Yoshino said. You want me to shout with rage and rave about troublesome people? No, but this was something we did not anticipate or even think about it. That has to be the greatest worry. Naruto had always worked with things he predicted or even anticipated. There were surprises, but one reacted quickly. This one was just out of the blue. And he was honestly disturbed. I have made peace with the fact that I am not a god but a mere human. I cannot know all. We should worry ourselves about the objective of this attack and then we can deal with it accordingly. It is admittedly coming at the worst possible time. For us perhaps, but for an enemy who knows about the Akatsuki and Madara, this is the perfect chance to attack, Haku said. His words brought silence in the room. The implications are heavy. Naruto admitted. But we cannot fold to our safe houses. We must still move out even when knowing that we might get attacked. I will appraise Kurotsuchi about this and see how she reacts. Perhaps I may be able to get something out of her before she leaves. Do that, Naruto said with a nod. I will be waiting for your report. Haku, Nauri will take you to the Sound, and take Yugao with you. Yoshino didn't think that Kurotsuchi had anything to do with the attack on Guren. The Emperor didn't seem to think so either. If so, he would have removed the leniency and ordered her death. Of course, they could be wrong. Kunoichi were truly dangerous and they had a way of dealing things. They could smile while talking to you and then feed you poison. Kurotsuchi had already lured the Emperor with seduction and then tried to stab him. She must have hated doing it, but she tried to do it anyway. Thinking of dangerous women who operated like snakes, Yoshino came to think about Miyuki. That was his other problem and he had to find a way to deal with it. Everything was still under control, but he would have to act soon before Naruto loses his patience and takes action. Since she was Uzumaki, she would not die easily. Naruto would not have a problem in letting her live as long as she can continue to bring forth children for the clan. He shook his head and knocked at Kurotsuchi's hotel door. It was already late. But such was the time to move about because one was hidden by the shadows of the night. Her father opened the door and stared expressionlessly for a moment before speaking. "How can we assist you?" he demanded. Yoshino smiled. It did always amuse him when people turned to him with such looks. There was nothing they could do. It was a fruitless struggle and he enjoyed watching it. "You can assist me by taking me to the Tsuchikage. I have something of importance to share with her." He could not add that it was something that determined whether she lived a long life or died soon. If she had anything to do with that attack, there was nothing he could do to stop her slow and painful death from occurring. Kyuchi stared. He didn't like seeing his daughter deal with shady characters. He knew this man was the leader of this village. He didn't want to cause any problems either, but this man didn't give him any pleasant thought. After a minute, he hesitantly opened the door for Yoshino to step in. "Thank you," Yoshino said with a smile. Kyuchi just wanted to wipe that smile off the man's face. It was as if he was mocking him, saying, "What took you so long?" The man was even looking down at him. He hated this feeling of being made insignificant by an arrogant bastard. This was not Iwagakure. He could only swallow hard and allow the man to pass. Kurotsuchi was sitting on a single couch, holding a scroll. She looked so serious and focused. It was almost admirable. The emperor hadn't been misled to admire her form. She was a beautiful woman. Her character just stained it all. Of course, humans could be changed. Yoshino didn't think it impossible that he could not frame Kurotsuchi's mind differently. "Hello, Kurotsuchi." Yoshino started quietly, a gentle smile on his lips. "You don't have a problem with me calling you that, do you? You can call me Yoshino." Kurotsuchi looked up from her scroll and stared at the man. He was here again. No doubt with something in mind. Admittedly, some of his words had saved her ass during the back-to-back meetings. She would have screwed things up. "That would imply we are equal." "Not at all." Yoshino responded with a slight shake of his head. "I do not mean to insinuate anything like that. I am merely trying to break the barriers that would stop us from talking in a friendly manner. You occupy a position higher than mine and I respect that." Kurotsuchi stared. The man spoke smoothly. Even in the last time, he did not stutter. He was certainly unlike Naruto, who was sharp. The emperor could be smooth. Her earlier interactions with him had proved that much. "What can I do for you, Yoshino?" "You can permit me to take you out to see a different view of things. Of course, if you don't want to, we can speak here. But I just think this space is a little confined." Kurotsuchi placed her scroll down and stared at Yoshino. She glanced at her father. He was shaking his head saying no. She turned back to Yoshino and kept staring at him. "Where are you taking me?" "It's a surprise." "I'm not fond of surprises." Yoshino smiled. "I'd planned on taking you to Amigakure. I'm sure you've never been there and would like to see it. But we can sit here as you are not a fan of surprises, or we can go to my tower. There is usually a nice breeze at this time and you can get a better look of Uzushiogakure. The third option seems better." "Then, shall we?" Yoshino held out his right hand, waiting for Kurotsuchi to take it. The Tsuchikage stared at it for a moment. This hand that wanted to help her stand could be the same hand that drives a kunai behind her. You could never be trustful of a shinobi. Snakes were everywhere and they would bite if given the opportunity. After a moment, she took the hand. It was surprisingly gentle. "Are you a shinobi?" she asked. "You don't look like one and certainly don't feel like one." Yoshino did not respond immediately. He vanished along with Kurotsuchi and they appeared atop of his tower. Kurotsuchi looked around. The lights were in full force and in different colors. She closed her eyes and felt the cold breeze brushing against her skin. She wanted to cover herself, but after a moment, her body seemed to do away with the coldness. She opened her eyes when she felt Yoshino move. He was giving her his back as he took a couple of steps away and then laid on his back. She could still see the village lights when lying down. Kurotsuchi followed along and settled gracefully beside the Uzumaki. It was then that Yoshino responded. "Appearances can be deceiving. If you saw the emperor on a normal day, you'd think he is harmless." "I've already fallen for that trick before," Kurotsuchi said bitterly. Yoshino smiled at this. "He is full of surprises. And likes it that way," he said. "I've known him since he was a child. I've watched him gradually change. Grow into what he has become today." He shook his head. "I should not. Besides, that is not what I wanted to talk about." Kurotsuchi felt like she was being baited, but she still could not help but bite. "But I am curious." "Maybe some other time," Yoshino said. "How was everything?" "I can only tell from his side of the story. He sees things differently. I want to know from your side, did things go?" Better than first hoped, Kurotsuchi said. It could not have gone any better. Though, a meeting with your emperor did not go so well. She added in a bitter tone. Yoshino seemed to sympathize. His Majesty doesn't like dealing with people who refuse to see the truth or reason properly. Of course, that is always judged by what he sees as truth and reason. We have all been at the receiving end of some sharp biting. He glanced at Kurotsuchi for a second before continuing. But you must have learned something from that meeting, yes? What would I have learned? That you can try to kill the man and he still wouldn't be angry at you if you had good reasons to do it. That is perhaps the flaw in him. He doesn't care about vengeance. If it makes sense, he will do it and he will get along with people who even tried to kill him. You are missing the point that if it is convenient. Isn't it convenient now? Yoshino asked with a smile. The Kijis won't allow him to do what he likes, even his allies. He can't afford a war with the Kijis, so what is convenient now? Kurotsuchi was becoming suspicious now. This man was giving her inside information. Why? Did he have some sort of an agenda? Certainly, there were varying decrees to how the villagers treated both him and the emperor. Inner problems? She didn't think so. Anything was possible. This man could even be working with the emperor now. They could have discussed this. Guren was attacked by minions of someone we believe to be the same person who healed you. This attack occurred in the Sound Country while she was surveying an area she plans to build a town, Yoshino said. Kurotsuchi frowned. Then became tense when she realized just how dangerous the situation was. You think I had something to do with it? If we thought that, we would not be talking to you. His Majesty would have shared the information with the Kijis and they would have made things difficult. We think this was something else, but we do know you are connected to this person. I could reject even knowing that person or having been rescued by someone else, Kurotsuchi said. A waste of time and breath. We know that your other hand has chakra that is different and cells of the Shodai Hokage. That is something that Konoha would have an interest in, and with what you already have with them I don't think they would really appreciate it. That sounds like a threat, Kurotsuchi said in a hardened tone. Yoshino put on an amused look while shaking his head slightly. You are quick to assume that someone is threatening you. But I do not make a threat. I am merely stating what I know and how it can damage you. This intel is simply not because we wish to have this hold on you, but because we want to deal with this threat now that it has come to our doorsteps, and we would be very grateful if you could help us. Kurotsuchi didn't like how they managed to come to this subject. She should have responded quickly before Yoshino could say anything. And she didn't know what she could say to divert this talk to another direction. She didn't think anything would work either way. Still, this was not a subject she wanted to have with this man. It had never come up with the emperor. With the way he spoke to her, you'd think he didn't know about this. How much do you know? How much are you willing to share? I don't know, I don't trust you. Neither do I. There was silence. It was not comfortable, nor was it tense. We all have issues, but I honestly don't know anything. She admitted bitterly. He merely helped me. Not that I had asked for the help anyway. I thought I was dead, and the next moment, I was lying somewhere and he came to me telling me what he had done to save me. From there, he teleported me back to Iwa. I cannot tell you the location of his hideout. The last thing he said to me was that he would come to collect his dues for saving my life. Yoshino frowned slightly. This was totally unexpected. He had not expected Kurotsuchi to be this useless in this situation. Still, she did give him some information. Now he knew that this person knew teleportation jutsu. That was something they had to look out for. It could explain why the clones managed to avoid Noroi's senses. This is a little disappointing, but nothing I can't work with, Yoshino said with a sigh. I honestly thought you'd have much detail to tell me. If you were working with him to take down the Empire, I would even understand. But there is nothing of grand scale hidden here, just ignorance. I don't appreciate those words. I mean no offense, Yoshino said quietly. You are in a dangerous situation nevertheless. I am surprised that you'd tell me this. I work for the Emperor and you said he could be planning to kill you. Don't you think telling me this would give us a method of killing you and then blaming it on that person? I considered that, but I don't really have anything to lose now. And, you certainly want something from me. This is interesting, Yoshino said. Perhaps I want something from you. That is all just speculation now, and you took a major gamble. But I guess I can reward that gamble you took. So easily? Yoshino believed that when a bird had its wings clipped yet tried by all means to cling on to life, living down on the ground, it had to be rewarded. Kurotsuchi had to be rewarded for her efforts. It was nothing to snort at. Naturally, he would not say that to her. You gave me a piece of information that will be useful in combating this threat. Of course, I understand that if we get rid of this threat, you will be the happiest and you'd thank us just for the fun of it. After all, we would not have done this for you but for ourselves. Yoshino explained lightly. You said I want something from you. I won't deny but I won't say it is true either. But I want to create a door of communication between Uzushio and Iwagakure. This is away from the Empire. You'd go behind the Emperor? Kurotsuchi asked with suspicion. Yoshino smiled. I told you that we all received some sharp biting from him. I never said why. I have a tendency to take advantage in His Majesty's thinking to do things that are pleasant to me knowing that I can simply present my case to him. Sometimes he accepts it and sometimes he rejects the reasoning and dishes stern lectures. And yet you are still here. Didn't I tell you? You can try to kill the man and he'd still work with you if it is convenient for him. The other issue here is that I am the head of the Uzumaki clan, a clan that His Majesty is bound to. I don't believe you. You don't have to, Yoshino said with a shrug. But it would be best if you believed it. Meanwhile, Naruto was not the least bit happy seeing Karen beside their dining table. He didn't have the appetite for food. He had avoided her the whole night before because he would have probably grabbed her by the throat and banged her against the wall. He should be happy that things were moving along and he was going to be a father, but Karen had gone and done things in a way that left him without any option but to simply just accept it. He had never hidden things from her that concerned their relationship. He'd always been open with her. She just did not accept certain things, but that was her own reasoning and he could do anything about it. He sat across and glanced at the food. It looked pleasant. She could cook delicious food when she was in the mood. Well, it was not that he needed someone to cook for him anyway. He hadn't grown up being a spoiled little child. He had grown up independently and cooked his meals from a tender age. I have often been tolerant of nonsense from even Yoshino and you to some extent, but this is not what I expected from you, Karen. Karen knew Naruto was not happy. She also knew he was not going to do anything. But knowing him, it did not give her the confidence to be arrogant and say something that would piss him off. I was going to be a mother one day. Should we not be happy that this happened sooner? I'm not carrying another man's child, I am carrying yours. And I did not take anything from you while you were sleeping. No, you released inside me. And this happened. Naruto stared for a moment before shaking his head. There is a matter of principle, Karen. You know me well enough. Are you just mad that I did this without even you suspecting it? Maybe a little of that. Naruto didn't deny it. You had told me you didn't want a child so soon. Why did you do this? You better give me a good reason because I am about to lose my patience with you. No, I have lost it and merely working on tolerance now, simply because you are my wife, a fellow Uzumaki, and a child we rescued. A child. That was what she was? Karen was a little mad. I am always going to be a child before your eyes, is that it? That is why you prefer those older women compared to me. You didn't even think twice before stripping me of all my power. I am a child before your eyes. That is because constantly act like one. I have been watching you. You have been rude to all women who come here. Naruto stopped himself from saying anything else. Why? To stay relevant. I see with the way things are going, I was going to stay in the shadows. If your first child came from Koyuki, she was going to spend much time with you and you would only come here for the pleasure. I also want to be loved, Naruto. You focus so much on your duties that you neglect my feelings. I am not like you. You are very considerate to the others, but not to me. I must always accept whatever you say. Anything and everything. She was shouting in anger. Naruto was not moved. He didn't even blink. But his words spoke a different volume. I will admit that I have not treated you equally, but I have always been under the assumption that you knew better and I have honestly expected more from you. You disappoint me at all ends. In any case, I am not without fault in your scheme. I will take responsibility and ensure that you are safe. However, you are not to do any research or leave this compound until you give birth. You can't be serious. You are making me a prisoner in my own home? I'm serious. And until you change your attitude, nothing will change, Naruto said sternly. I'm taking back Naoki. You don't need him. If you need protection, ask your clan. But to make up for my neglect, I will try to take care of you. And if you change, after birth, I will give you some of your roles. That will free up some time for me to be able to handle personal issues. He stood up and walked up to Karen. He stopped behind her and placed both his hands on her shoulders. He felt her tension the moment he touched her. So fragile. You can easily break. I wish not to break you, but I will break you, even if you are my wife, if you don't get your act together and start behaving in a way that pleases me. How did you get in here? Guren demanded as Kabuto stepped into her room. Kabuto merely smiled, and put on an amused look seeing her condition. Her body was heavily bandaged, and she remained still on her bed. You should not worry about such minor details. Your concern should be on getting better. Given how ruthless the Emperor is, he might just decide to replace you here because you failed at your first attempt when there was an enemy. Guren glared at Kabuto. She'd always hated him and never trusted him. There had always been competition. Maybe it had been one-sided, but that didn't mean she hated him any less. She had been happy when she escaped from Orochimaru, and now here he was working for the Emperor. It was maddening that he would follow her here. Guren entertained the thought of strangling him to death. Kabuto was dangerous and she didn't want him anywhere near her. Did you come here to mock me? Are you going to ignore my statement? Don't play it like you are just being smart. You are saying that because you already know that someone has been sent to lead this country and it is who the Emperor chose that is more telling about the situation, Guren said through gritted teeth. What do you want, Kabuto? I just came to check on my former comrade. We are still colleagues, although under different masters. That aside, I have been tasked with working on the intelligence side of things. And I am investigating your attack. The Emperor seems to trust my skills in such issues. Guren frowned deeply. If that is all you came for, you can leave. And if you ever think of betraying the Emperor, I will hunt you down and kill you with my own hands. Kabuto chuckled lightly. He shifted his glasses before responding. It is quite impossible for me to betray the Emperor. But I am sure you will figure it soon enough. In any case, I have no such intentions. I am quite content with the protection I have and free movement I have to conduct my business. I gambled and it worked. I just realized that the Empire will eventually dictate the events within the shinobi world by controlling things from the shadows. I know the Emperor already has his hands on the daimyo of 4 of the 5 great nations. You really want to be on the winning side than on any other side. Of course, he has to win against Madara. You could have just gone after Madara. I'm certain that what Madara plans isn't going to leave me with room to do what I want. What they plan might be the end of the shinobi world. Although, I do think Zetsu has other intentions that are contradictory to what Madara has. I unfortunately realized it a little too late. But oh well, we will just have to see how things proceed. Chapter 30. Guren was a friend and Haku had nothing against her. Perhaps it was ironic that he got along just fine with her despite her methods. He could never work in the same way she did. Perhaps they had managed to get along because they had been outsiders in a system that was made for Uzumaki. Despite being outsiders, they had certainly prevailed. There was some discrimination. But not every person was perfect. Not everyone thought along the same lines as the majority. Humans could never think alike at all times. But even in that situation, they had made it work. It was best for them because the people who mattered had no issues with them. In Uzushio, if you were fine with Yoshino, you needn't worry about any other thing. Even though Guren was a friend, Haku hadn't seen her since arriving at the capital. He had been busy at work. The way she ran things was not the way he did things. He had been forced to change things to work for him. There was also just too much work to be done, added to his work. Haku was currently standing within the grounds of Naruto's compound. The place was massive and the main house had already been built. The clones were busy at work. They didn't seem to recognize him. For the 3rd day now, he was coming here and none had come to him to say something. They only listened to the builders. It had only been 3 days, but Haku realized, he missed talking to Naruto. He had always been at Naruto's side. Even when he was not there, there was something. But he could see him now and yet they could not speak. It didn't matter if it was a clone. It was a clone of Naruto. Missing home already? Naori asked, as he walked towards Haku. He blinked and asked another question. Are you okay? Haku nodded. Just haven't been getting much sleep. I thought Guren had everything under control, Naori said. There shouldn't be so much work that keeps Haku sleepless. Naruto was not going to be happy knowing that Haku was working like this. If an attack occurred now, the man would be in no condition to fight at full capacity. I thought so as well, Haku said with a frown. He would not badmouth her or say anything to get her in trouble, but Guren had not been doing so well. What is that supposed to mean? You know how important this to His Majesty. If there is something wrong, we have to let him know. Haku faced Naori. He wondered who was worse between him and Naoki. The two were similar, but Naori had appeared to be much more reserved. Of course, they were similar, in that they were quick to report things to the Emperor, especially when it was someone else who was at fault. When they did things, they liked pretending as if it never happened. It was like they received a bonus for telling the Emperor things he didn't need to know. Haku didn't like it. He could of course see the irony, as not long ago he was complaining about things he too didn't need to know but wanted to be told nevertheless. Shaking his head, Haku responded. He doesn't need to know about this. Are you protecting Guren? I'm doing my job. The report you came to collect is on my desk. Ask the assistant to give it to you and I would appreciate it if you don't contradict it, Haku said in a stern tone. Naori waved his hands. You are free to do as you please. I am only going to collect the report. The extra questions were simply for my curiosity. I believe His Majesty once warned you about it. Naori smiled. He had been mischievous then. Perhaps working alongside Naoki did bring that out of him. We were always up to some fun then. His Majesty was tolerant of it, but now things are different. There is no more time for mischief. I'm sure Naoki will disagree with that. Possibly, Naori said. How long before this is complete? A week at least. The other buildings are already standing. Having thousands of clones working every day surely helps speed up the process. Sometimes the builders cannot even keep up with them, Haku said. But soon, we will be living here. You took your sweet time, Guren said, managing a small smile when Haku walked into her room. The smile hid her frustrations. She was literally chained to the bed to keep her from leaving, and it was on his orders. She didn't like this idea of being bound like this, but he had given the orders and everyone had bowed to them. She had cursed them and called them names while threatening to punish them when she became free. They had looked at her with horror, but it had still not stopped them from jailing her on her bed. Haku shared the smile. There has been much more work than anticipated. Those simple words brought a silence. It lasted for more than a minute with Haku just staring at Guren. Listen, Haku. Haku interrupted before Guren could finish talking. His tone was sharp. You could have told me. You know I have your back. Admitting certain things is not a sin. We all have our strengths and Naruto would not have shown displeasure. So, why did you not tell me? The thing was, Guren was not a country leader. She was not a village leader. She could not lead civilians. There was no order. Things were mixed up and she had been smart enough to have some people handle some issues for her. But that was outsourcing her responsibilities. But when it came to the recruitment of shinobi, the structure in place, and the strict methods for screening, Haku could not do any better. She was suitable for that, not being leader of this country. This role was murdering her and she kept doing it. Perhaps to impress the emperor. She could have refused the role she had been given. Still, this was not something that suited her. Haku had known, but he'd thought she would manage. She had managed so far, but there were errors along the way. I didn't know how to say it. How could I say that I made a mistake and sold land without realizing it? How could I say that I gave up some rights to rich bastards to cover up some lost ventures I had entertained? How do I say that wasted money ended up borrowing with strings attached and not realized it? It would have been difficult for her to say to Naruto, but she could have come to him. He would have helped her. If the attack hadn't happened, you would have been in trouble if he came to live here while things were not set in order. I was planning to correct it. By murdering everyone. It would have been effective. Haku shook his head. I have cancelled such plans and handled those people. At least some of them. Some won't listen and demand compensation, which we cannot afford. You will deal with those, but it is likely that His Majesty already knows about this. How would he? Noroi. But don't worry. If he didn't say anything, it meant he hoped you'd correct it. Haku offered a reassuring smile. Are you going to replace me? Yes, Haku said. But I'll only handle the politics. All shinobi will still report to you. I will of course have to maintain a small force, but everyone else and what they do, mission assignments, those will be your duties. Guren stared at the ceiling for a minute before responding. I can live with that. When am I free to leave here and hunt down the bastards who got the jump on me? I came to free you now, you won't be doing any of that. We have work to do. His Majesty will soon be coming here. He must find things ready. Uzushiogakur. Naruto fell backwards on reflex when his senses flared up. His eyes caught the sight of a kunai, coated with lightning flashing towards him. His knees bent, while his upper body fell back. The kunai reached him within seconds, but he moved quickly. It only missed by a whisker, with the electric currents kissing through his skin as the kunai blasted dangerously just above his face. Had it hit him, he would not have turned into a puff of smoke. No, it would have entered through his skin, piercing through even his bones. Maybe it would have poked his left eye out. The clone was playing a dangerous game. It was perhaps trying to kill him. Did it not know that if he died it would also disappear? But then again, he had encouraged coming at him with the intention to kill. He would not go against such orders if he had to follow them himself, would he? Before he could breathe, another clone flashed through the ground, sliding. Its right foot swept through, picking up dust as it moved swiftly. Naruto saw it, but his position did not permit him with any free movement, not before his hands touched the ground to support his body. His balance was his legs, even if the balance was only minor and could be disturbed by slight touch. The clone kicked his ankles, sweeping both his feet off the ground. He was completely off balance by then. It was a free fall. He felt a distinct breeze and quickly brought both hands in front, folding them defensively. A clone appeared in a blur, facing down while its right hand swiftly moving down with the force of the wind. A powerful right fist collided with his defense. Naruto winced slightly when the wind-enhanced punch hit his hands. They shook slightly but did not fold. The collision propelled his body into the ground, grinding down his back, and hitting the ground head first. Another clone grabbed him by his right foot and then pulled him from the ground. It took 2 steps away before twisting around, while hurling him into the air. Naruto twisted several times before crashing to the ground with both feet. He slid backwards, using his right hand to stop himself from moving. Once he stopped, he smiled. The clones were doing as he had ordered. They were not letting up, surrounding him when possible. They were not giving him the chance to form an attack because the other would attack. They were throwing continuous attacks that made him feel surrounded. But it was what he wanted. He wanted to be overwhelmed to see how he could work when overwhelmed. No doubt, Madara would overwhelm him in battle. He needed to handle that. He needed to be able to lay the plan to work while on the defensive. Is it working, yet? Yoshino asked. He was sitting on a small boulder, observing the Emperor train. He was not supposed to see what the Emperor was doing, and had not seen anything. Naruto shook his head. No. I cannot find the chance to do anything. This is going to be impossible. I thought I could do it but no. Once more, he shook his head. I dislike failure in such ways. Madara had both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. He was rather infamous for his use of the former dojutsu and that made him dangerous. The man was always aware of what was happening in the battle. Given both dojutsu's ability to see chakra, it made his mission difficult. But, with the added pressure of being under constant attack, it just became impossible. This didn't mean his battle with Madara would be an impossible one. This just meant he had to look for a different method. Having just one ace in the hole was dangerous. You needed plenty in case the first and second don't work. Naruto never wanted to be in a position where he was out of options. Such hopelessness would drive him mad. It doesn't help that the man's usage of his eyes is legendary and he has years of battle experience. He lived his life fighting and fighting. He also isn't stupid. Someone like that will not be easy to deal with, Yoshino said, before smiling. But, I am confident that His Majesty will win. If all else fails, we can step in to carry you to victory. Naruto turned to face Yoshino with a raised eyebrow. Are you offering me words of encouragement, Yoshino? He asked with surprise. Yoshino chuckled lightly. You need not give me such a look, Your Majesty. You have often said you are still human. In the event when people see failure, they require encouragement continue. Weak-minded people allow failure to stop them from progressing. There was much to learn from failure. People who could not learn from it did not improve that much. There had been many mistakes and pain when he was learning ninjutsu, but it was that pain that pushed him towards perfection. Reserve that for people without the will to fight, Naruto said dismissively. What you should think about is just how powerful the Jubi would be. I know how strong the Kyuubi is, but from what it has said to me, the Jubi is not merely a combination of all the powers of the 9 Baijuu, but something different and much more powerful. Kurama calls it a force of nature with unlimited chakra. Its power cannot be measured, or as the Kyuubi says. Jubi, it was an existence that they were lucky not to see. But, if they allowed Madara to gather all Baijuu, he would revive it. And, it could be the end of the world as they knew it. I wonder. Yoshino paused, thinking. It is something we should never dare to consider, Your Majesty. Too dangerous? I guess I will agree with you. Besides, that is an existence that frightens me. Naruto admitted. Sasori and Deidara are moving towards Gaara. At least I think so. Noroi is tailing them to see where they are going. But, if they are going after him, then I must work quickly on my part because at any moment now, we may be forced to confront Madara. Indeed, Yoshino agreed. Still, it was rather cold of Naruto to allow Gaara to be attacked and possibly captured just to get the message through to the other cage. Should we call upon Lady Chiyo and compel her to perform her duty if all fails? I hear she has become a supporter of the Kazekage now. She probably will do it for free if we just ask. But with her age, I doubt she will have the chakra to perform the jutsu. That can be arranged. We don't want to use our abilities in public like that. We must make use of other available means. And, we cannot afford to have the Kazekage staying dead, Yoshino said in a firm tone. I am well aware of the situation and will deal with it. What do you think Sasuke will be doing now? It is hard to tell. All he does these days is train. I wonder if he will even come out, Yoshino said. But what does it matter? We know how he will act if nothing changes. If nothing happens, nothing happens. He has never been that much of a significant threat. Naruto shook his head. Recent events have led him to believe that one should never underestimate anything, not even an arrogant Uchiha with the superiority complex of a god. Never underestimate anything or anyone, Yoshino. Even the smallest thing can bring you down. We have been confident because of precautions and overwhelming power, but even that can be toppled. I wish not to expose myself to death because I underestimated a minor thing, Naruto said in a hardened tone. The biggest threat remains to be Madara nevertheless. We cannot think about the Jubi because we will do our utmost best to ensure he cannot gather all Baijuu for its revival. The fact that we have 3 Baijuu in our possession, and there is one that no one cannot get it unless they control you, means we can be confident that it will not be revived, Yoshino said confidently. Naruto nodded. Yes, he could bank on that and think only about Madara. The man was still a huge mountain nevertheless, but he had to climb it. He had to conquer this man. Even if he could not do so, he had to come out as the winner, even if he does lose the battle. The plan that man wants to enact cannot come to fruition. Not in his lifetime. Not when the emperor is still breathing. On the other side of things, I hear Karen is expecting, Yoshino said with a small smile on his lips. The elders are very excited. But, they are also pressing me to make headway in ensuring Miyuki becomes happy soon. Why is she not? She is resisting, Yoshino said with slight frustration. I cannot convince her otherwise. She will not even let me bed her. Naruto stared for a moment before bursting out in laughter. Ha 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 ha. I did not think you would fail like that, Yoshino. How guarded is this woman? She has a Fuinjutsu barrier as panties, Yoshino said in a flat tone. Once more, Naruto laughed. Can't deactivate the barrier? Bypass it or just force your way through it? It has a lock on it. It was fun at first, but I don't find it enjoyable anymore. It has become an annoyance. If not for her precarious situation, I would have discarded her. But she will only become a problem to someone else. I wouldn't mind partaking in her. Let me give it a try, but if she cannot play things nicely, I will give her to you to do as you like. But we would still prefer she bears full-blooded Uzumaki. In that case, you can break her if all else fails and she can serve her duty as someone who has betrayed the clan. That is fine, Naruto said. Tsunade had been holding back to question the Kazekage on his private talks with the emperor. She knew all the Kijas spoke privately with the emperor. But, she was a lot more curious about how things went with Suna. Maybe a part of her had wanted to know before she even knew how things went when Shikamaru and Kakashi visited the man. Gaara had assured her that he was not going anywhere, but she had reasons to worry. Maybe she was being too worried. Either way, Suna was still a valuable ally that she did not want to lose to the emperor. She had held back on asking about it given how Gaara had reacted the last time she asked. And, now the Kazekage was ready to depart from the village. She had yet to say anything. You have been acting like that since we left the whirlpools, Gaara said in a quiet tone, eyes firmly on the god I'm Hokage. Tsunade should have expected Gaara to notice. He was very observant and she wasn't known for keeping her emotions in check. She released a long sigh and then responded in a measured tone. The summit went better than expected. We have all gained something from it. Of course it was all just talk and we will see how things go when we have to act. Negotiations have been done before, but when it came time to act, nations have always acted otherwise, Tsunade said with a slight shake of her head. Hopefully things don't happen that way. What was he saying? This was the shinobi world. It might not happen tomorrow, but someday it will occur. Someone will try to pull away. For now it might. The fear of the emperor is still fresh within many shinobi. Let it subside and people will start acting boldly. Gaara nodded. But, that is still not what you had in mind. I'm guessing you are curious about how things went down between Suna and the Empire. This does seem to be a touchy subject for you. I thought I gave my assurances on the matter. You did, but one can't help but be curious. Konoha was able to get the Emperor to agree to something, but there have not been that much urgency in discussing in deals between the Empire and the Konoha. She thought of it with a frown. It was annoying that he didn't seem to need anything from the Leaf. The train business is what will help open an opportunity for connections. The Empire will have to enter into separate agreements with all shinobi nations on how it hires shinobi to protect its trains and passengers, Gaara said. From our side, I cannot say there is anything either. However, he has opened the door and I will soon send people to the Sound for further engagements. Tsunade almost snorted at the thought. Even though the man was marrying Gaara's sister, he still refused to ally himself with her village. It was ridiculous, but he still knew the practical practice of not mixing business with pleasure. We will see how it goes. Tsunade ended up saying. I do hope that things go well. In any case, we will soon make Kakashi's new role official. I will keep you updated about it. It would be nice if you could come here to show support. I will try to see if other Kijis can come as well. That would present another opportunity for leaders to engage, Gaara said in thought. I will keep an eye on it. Kabuto stopped walking when he sensed something. He was within a large forest looking for a particular individual. He looked up towards his left and saw the upper body of Zetsu and then smiled. How can I help you? He asked calmly. You've been rather busy recently. You have not even kept contact with me. I have been thinking perhaps you have departed from me. I was never your ally, Kabuto said with indifference. I only did what I did for my curiosity and not because I came to be a believer of your grand dream. He then smiled. And, corrected himself. Madara's dream, I mean. Zetsu narrowed his eyes. He'd always known this snake could not be trusted. But he really no longer needed him. He just needed to ask something. He was also not going to entertain what Kabuto was trying to insinuate with his correction. I have been trying to get the location of the Sanbi, but I cannot. I know the Empire moved it from where it revived after the death of Yagura, but I don't know where they have placed it. I thought it was perhaps in the surrounding areas of the island or in the prisons they built, but I have not been able to find it. That must be a serious problem for you, Kabuto said. He was not going to say anything. But he understood that they had to collect the Baijuu in order. And, without the Sanbi, they could not seal the others. Of course, they also needed to find the Nibi. With her in Uzushio, it was likely that she would be hidden away in some space that not even Zetsu could detect. The Empire had a sure way of hiding the Baijuu, and the only for these people to get them would be to kill Naruto, since he probably had all the keys. It is turning out to be, Zetsu said. He wasn't worried about Madara's impatience, but the situation was also not favorable to him. You wouldn't know where the Sanbi is, would you? Kabuto smiled. No, I don't know. I can't deny that I did try to look for it, but it's not there and I can now no longer enter Uzushio. Damn Uzumaki. That doesn't mean you can't ask around. I'm sure that is something you can do yourself. Now, if you will excuse me, I must find my former master's test subject, Kabuto said, waving his right hand while walking away from Zetsu. Various buildings stood firm, many homes were fully visible. From the large gates that had been built, one could see they had arrived somewhere. The streets were eerily silent. It was almost like a ghost town. There was no one walking around them. It was just him. But soon, these streets, the apartments that had been built, would be filled with people. He would have people coming here to live in his nation. This was only temporary. The silence didn't bother him nevertheless. He did like it when he could not hear the sound of men. There was peace there and he could dwell in his thoughts without disturbances. The hospital building stood at 10 floors high. It was also wide and covered a lot of ground. It was easily recognizable. It was just one of the few buildings that stood out. There was the complex of the academy, separated between Shinobi and Civilian Academy. The train station, the largest that had been built, laid between the Civilian and Shinobi district. The place was massive with rail tracks coming in from all sides of the city. This was the heart of it all. All trains would be connected from here. Naruto was pleased with the progress. His compound was close to completion. He was even tempted to add more clones to make it complete before the day even ends. It would be disastrous if this all got destroyed. Naruto wondered if he would even have the desire to rebuild it. Even if he did, it would certainly be done in a painful manner. He had brought some Uzumaki to set up barriers. It was never a bad idea to be on the side of caution. You're not complaining, Haku said as he walked towards the Emperor. He stopped by Naruto's right-hand side and then smiled as he looked at the work Guren had seen through. It would have been a pity to say anything that would ruin the reward she deserved. Naruto eyed Haku for a moment before responding. I'm not praising the work either. I'm fine with that, Haku said. Should you be walking here by yourself? Am I a child? Haku shook his head. You are the emperor of this empire, and no matter how strong you are not immortal. You are not beyond harm. You can bleed just like anyone. That means we must be careful about your existence. If something happens to you, things will fall apart. Are you suggesting that you don't have the strength nor the will to carry on my work? I trust you to be my number two, you cannot be saying something like that. We must deal away with the dependency on me. The empire must grow to the point where it can stand without me. It would be amazing to get the point where the empire becomes so powerful even people think twice about pissing it off. When they were at that point, he could even afford to step down from politics and allow other people to take the lead. Certainly, Haku could impose himself in that environment while he remains grounded in the throne room, handling other issues. For that to happen, we need to grow out of our current status. The trains need to start running, Nagato has to come back to life and play a vital role. It isn't like people have forgotten about him and the strength he displayed during the war. That was the ideal situation, but they needed to fight Madara first. Naruto still had his own issues with Nagato, but nothing he couldn't overlook. It was the ideals that Nagato held that bothered him. But overall, the man was fine. He was a powerful Uzumaki who was skilled in battle. If the Rinnegan had been his own, he would have proved to be a vital partner in a battle against Madara. We avoided the question about him during the summit, but soon, people will start asking questions. Jiraiya will most likely be the first to become suspicious, if he isn't already. Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment. Perhaps it will be good to have him brought back to life. Without the Rinnegan? Yes, we will just have to sacrifice someone to get it done. And, he can have their eyes. A life costs another life. Haku frowned slightly. How many lives have they sacrificed to perform their forbidden jutsu? As far as Haku was concerned, there were different jutsu, but Naruto apparently didn't know either. The elders knew these jutsu, along with Yoshino. Unlike with Suna's forbidden jutsu, the Uzumaki didn't sacrifice themselves, they used someone else to perform an exchange of souls. This one jutsu of course would only give the person the same lifespan as the person they sacrificed. For Uzumaki, they didn't use this jutsu, they used a different one, but Naruto wanted to use this one? And it didn't require a sacrifice, just large amounts of chakra that a normal person could not burn without being exhausted. Did he want Nagato to live a normal lifespan? I don't like this method, but it won't be a bad idea to bring back Nagato now. Besides, if anything happens, we can always have him to do other things, Haku said. That can come later, I'm satisfied as long as you don't have complaints, Naruto said. When are you going to have it done? Naruto thought for a moment before shaking his head. I will think about it some more when I return to the whirlpools. But by the time I move here, he should be back to life, that is if the situation permits it. We still don't know how the Akatsuki will move and when. There is also the issue of Shin to consider. Shin was a different matter, but Haku wasn't that worried as much as he worried about the existence of Uchiha Madara. At least Naruto was thinking of a way to tackle the situation. And, he expected the Emperor to succeed. He had his fears of failure for the man. He would not dare voice those thoughts nevertheless. It will be good to have Nagato around and he can work on political issues along with me to raise his influence both within and outside of the Empire. What about Guren? Naruto eyed Haku at the corner of his eyes and asked. What of her? Haku tried understanding the meaning of that look before shaking his head when he could not. I have already warned you that I am taking over as leader of this country. But what of her role? She remains in charge of all shinobi matters, but is that enough? You had given her a big role here. What she has is enough for her. She can succeed with the job you have given her. I cannot add anything to it. If she is not satisfied, she can come to me to complain. It doesn't even surprise me that things have come this far nevertheless. She is a woman who gets off by inflicting pain on others, sitting behind a desk was never going to satisfy her. And yet he put her in that position. But then again, there really had been no one else to give the role. Someone of power and who was ruthless was needed there. Guren played her role and Naruto was satisfied with it. But, if she assumes only that role, a marriage to her becomes less desirable. I never said I was going to marry her, Naruto said with a shrug of his shoulders. I don't mind partaking in her nevertheless. It becomes interesting when you sleep with a woman who is not your wife. That is wrong. Blame it on my urges. Then again, I think because I ignore other emotions, I tend to focus more on this one. My encounters with women are never dead, but full of passion and love. Lust, you mean? Whatever makes you comfortable. Naruto shrugged carelessly. You should try it sometime. Nothing excites the heart and mind as much as intoxicating yourself in pleasures of sex. We were made to do it, we should do it, as long as you are not forcing anyone or killing anyone, you can do it with whomever you want at any time of the day. There are such issues of moral values. Haku shook his head. Who was he telling that to? Naruto didn't care about social morals and codes. He was only concerned about that made him happy. Naruto did not respond to this. He changed the subject. How goes the recruitment and the completion of railways? Railways are not a problem, as in most cases we will be using chakra to make them. We just need to create pathways and create the place for the chakra to flow. As for recruitment, Guren is handling it well. Civilians are slow though. Expected, but we can change that. We will have to market things well, Naruto said in thought. Besides, once we become famous as the ones who saved the shinobi world from the threat of Madara, people will stop fearing us and will come to us happily for safety and to enjoy the good life. Kabuto really knew how to move in the underground. It was amazing how skilled he was. The former Konoha nin did not use any special ability unlike him, it was all just natural. Noroi could understand why the Emperor had decided against beheading him. He was useful and would be useful in the future. Of course, that was all there was to it. He was only going to labor for the Empire until the Emperor decided that it was enough. Or maybe he would even perish in the service of the Empire. The kind of job Kabuto did was dangerous, and once you got caught, it was over. But Kabuto was skilled. He could navigate unless he met someone who just wanted to kill him. The good thing was that Kabuto was not just slippery, he was also a good shinobi. He was Jonin. Someone who could hold his own against even some powerful foes. Noroi was sitting on a stool beside a dengo shop. His true appearance was hidden behind a henge, he looked like a civilian. Once he saw Kabuto passing by him, he waved his right hand. Kabuto frowned seeing the hand. He could not guess who was calling him, but whoever it was knew him. He smiled out of habit, and then walked towards the black-haired man. It is safe to talk, Noroi said as soon as Kabuto sat down on his left side. Kabuto quickly recognized the voice. How did this man even know where to find him? He had done well to cover his tracks to avoid being followed. Noroi, he said. Well, if this man could keep an eye on him without anything giving him away, he deserved being the Emperor's spy. You are a difficult man to track down. At first, it was hard for me to find you. Perhaps it was because I did not understand how you operate. But even now, I lost you a couple of times. The moment you blink, you are gone. It makes my job much harder than it should be, Noroi said. Shouldn't you welcome the challenge? Not when duty calls, Noroi said. Have you found Shin yet? Kabuto shook his head. It was becoming more difficult than he first thought, since that former experiment of his old master did not move around as much as he did. Getting his trail was difficult. I'm still looking, Kabuto said. But, I recall that he has an obsession with the Uchiha. And will probably go after Sasuke. Maybe that is even his target. I don't know. The Uchiha obsession came from Orochimaru. His master's obsession with the Sharingan had been obvious for all to see. He had admired Itachi for so long. Kabuto had known his master desired to possess Itachi's body. He had failed. Orochimaru hadn't even been bothered too much when Shin left either. He had, after all, gotten what he wanted. The obsession with the power of those eyes. Noroi shook his head. It is a little disappointing that you don't have answers about his location. But perhaps that is for the best. His Majesty needs to focus on dealing with Madara before getting sidetracked by a nuisance. Kabuto chuckled lightly at this. What is the movement of the Akatsuki? They have been given their missions. Hidan and Kakuzu are going after Iwa Jinchuriki. His Majesty released them, so they can be accessed now. My guess is that while Zetsu is still searching for the three tails, he wants to have the others gathered. Kisame is already on the lookout for the Nibi. And yet, these people were most likely not going to do anything to stop them from reaching their targets. The Sanbi must be truly hidden somewhere they are confident no one can get to. But then again, if even Zetsu cannot track it down, it must be far away. That means that Sasori and Deidara are going after the Kazekage. Indeed. Kabuto smiled. His smile turned into a laugh. Noroi just ate his dengo without paying Kabuto any mind. After a couple of moments, the spy spoke. The Emperor isn't going to do anything, at least not before someone is attacked or maybe after a Baiju'u has been taken. It makes the threat look real. He will probably use this danger to gain good favor from other nations. But I do wonder, how will the Kazekage react when he finds out that Naruto knew all along that he was going to be attacked and yet did nothing to stop it but was deliberately late? I think the Kazekage would be best suited to answer that question. But, I never said His Majesty is aware of the danger. I don't tell him every little detail. I haven't even told him that Zetsu appeared before you and tried to have you tell him about the location of the Sanbi, and I most likely won't do it. Kabuto stopped smiling. He hated this. Don't worry. We don't know where you always are. I only saw it because I was searching for you, looking for answers on Shin. I'd like to keep His Majesty appraised about the situation, Noroi said. I hope you'll have answers the next time we meet. Mei did not hide her smile when she opened the door to her house and found Naruto standing there with a bottle of sake. She stood there, staring at him. This is a surprise. The Emperor of the Empire standing at my door at this time, with a bottle of alcohol. Is it my turn to drink from the poisonous cup? Naruto smiled. Unfortunately, the Emperor does not have such glasses reserved for such special people. How do you do it then? We all have people that plot against and we want to get rid of them, Mei said. Though peace-loving, she knew there were certain things one could not run from. People would always fight against someone. And she had her fair share of detractors who would stop at nothing to try to take her down. Let me in and I will let you know. Mei folded her arms across her chest and stared. Telling is your ticket. Otherwise, you can go drink that in a bar somewhere. There are plenty in the village and I'm sure you will get lucky without even talking to anyone. That had always been the case. Naruto had at times made himself look vulnerable while at a bar. It was not just a man who went on a hunt, but also some women hunted. Such women sometimes didn't like being dominated by a man. They wanted dominance and fought for it. For curiosity, Naruto had found himself allowing such to occur. It was always a good feeling to be pleasured than working hard to please someone. Naturally, that only occurred until the woman tire, usually in the first round. I'd rather not drink and find myself being gang raped by perverted women, Naruto said casually. Then leaned in and motioned for Mei to do the same. He edged closer to her right ear and then whispered. I only kill people in battle. If someone is plotting something against me, my people make them suffer horribly until they beg for death. But, they are not killed. They are only killed after they have lost all hope and no life is in their eyes. Sometimes they are given hope, and when they start hoping, it is snatched away. Mei felt a shiver down her spine. It was not the words themselves but the coldness in his tone that made her feel uneasy. She pushed away, and when she got a look on her face, he was wearing an amused look. You have a rather dark sense of humor. She commented before stepping aside to allow him to enter the house. Once inside, she closed the door and led him towards her sitting room. She showed him where to sit but he chose to sit next to her. How does the Mizukage do it then? That is for the Mizukage to know, Mei said smiling. That is not fair, Naruto said with a blank look. You volunteered to share your story. You blackmailed me. Did I? Naruto shook his head. The last time he wanted to spend some quality time with her had been interrupted by Karen. He had also not been spending time with Temari. He did need to correct that. Perhaps he now avoided her because those conversations with her were always draining and required an excessive use of emotions he preferred against using. Liking someone was truly a chore and a hard job that took away one's focus. What is the occasion? Mei asked, glancing at the bottle. Nothing in particular. I came here to form an agreement with you about our marriage and that we will do it once I move to the Sound Country. But, first I should let you know that we are facing a dangerous situation that I did not share with the Kijis. Mei took note of his serious tone and became serious as well. If Naruto said there was danger, then there was truly danger. What is happening? I'm sure the question about the Akatsuki was also brought up during your meeting with other Kijis. And, that we used them before the war. We indeed did use them. In any case, that has become irrelevant now. They have now turned their eyes on something else. They are hunting down Jinchuriki, or at least, we think that is the case. We'd thought it was something we stopped when we killed their leader. But, it turned out the leader was not really the one pulling the strings. Mei digested everything quietly. Naruto said a couple of things, all mixed up. There was a lot to take in but she was worried about his revelation that a group of S-rank criminals were after Jinchuriki. It could only mean that they wanted the Baijuu. That was indeed dangerous. What would happen if someone gathered all of them? It would threaten the very foundations of the elemental nations. It was especially worse since these were all S-rank criminals doing this. What did they want to achieve? What did they want to do? Why had Naruto not even said anything about it? He was also a Jinchuriki. That meant he too would be a target. We should warn the others. I don't know. I want to be sure first. Besides, I am familiar with the members, so if I track them down, I can handle them, Naruto said calmly. You said it was dangerous. It is, Naruto said with a nod of his head. Why didn't you warn the others? I'm not really a trusted person. I have used them and at one point acted like their leader. I shouldn't have and should have disposed of them when I had the chance, but I used them. Criminals wanted by other villages. I used them. It is a sensitive thing that I did not wish to bring to the table, Naruto said with a slight shake of his head. Let us not focus on this serious talk. I came here so we could finish what we could not the other day. After what you just said, I'm not sure I can. I know that. That is why I brought this. It is something from the land of the toads. It will help loosen your mind a little bit. You want to take advantage of me while drunk? Naruto smiled. It is just one bottle, do you easily get that drunk? It all happened a bit too quickly, but after 3 hours, Mei found herself being carried by Naruto, giving him directions to her bedroom. When they arrived, he threw her on the bed. She let out a sound, causing him to put on a look of amusement. With how he looked at her, she expected him to rip apart her clothes, but he did not. He just climbed the bed gently before getting on top of her. His hands were on the sides of her head, he was staring down at her. She felt impatient at the staring contest and raised her head, trying to capture his lips, but his right hand moved swiftly. His index finger stopped her, touching her lips. Don't be so impatient. He spoke in a smooth tone. Mei thought she felt some emotion in it. Maybe she was mistaking it. He didn't look the same. His eyes were different and he did not feel cold. Atop of her was not the cold emperor who cared for little. This was not a man who wanted to pleasure himself while abusing her. This was a man who wanted to love her. In his own way. Perhaps it was right to say this was a man who wanted to love her body. Maybe it was the alcohol, but thinking about it just brought all the frustrations she has felt over the years. She wanted his love. She wanted his touch. Her hands touched his chest and she pushed him away from her. He didn't protest, not even a little. He just sat there, watching her undress. And suddenly, before she could even finish, he was pulling her closer. His warm hands were on her back. She could feel his fingers. It was like he was teasing her. She closed her eyes, feeling those fingers trace down her spine. They stopped just above her butt. For a moment, she could not feel his touch. Kya! Mei let out a small cry when Naruto suddenly slapped her behind. Before she could caution him about it, he captured her lips. His tongue danced with hers for a moment as she melted down, slowly falling on her back with him following her. Mei mentally asked herself why when he pulled away from the kiss. She felt his hands moving around her chest, slowly moving up. It was a bit tingly, causing her to shiver a bit. She moaned lowly when his wet tongue started snaking around her left breast. When was the last time she experienced this? This sensation. This feeling of bliss. She had. Her legs jerked out of reflex when Naruto's finger found its way inside of her, between her legs. The following day. Mei had a content look on her face as her head rested on Naruto's chest. She felt happy. She didn't want to think about the fact that this man was likely going to be his usual cold self the moment he stepped out of her bed. She was happy with now. She could feel the sound of his heartbeat. She could count how many times it beat in a minute. She felt she was with a human called Naruto Uzumaki, not the emperor. When he started moving, she pressed him down. Thinking of leaving? I must attend to certain issues at home and I have other problems that I must deal with, Naruto said. Karen was likely to be glaring at him the moment he arrived home, but he would handle it. What issues? My leader within the sound was attacked during the summit. I have been trying to find the person who did it. Naruto managed to tell that much in a calm tone. You didn't say anything, Mei said. She was a little surprised that he was willing to admit this to her. He had already told her about the Akatsuki. She smiled. At least he was being open with her. There was no need. Those are private affairs for my empire, Naruto said calmly. You have been at this since you woke up, are you not going to let me leave? After breakfast. I'll feel cheap if you just leave in the same manner you do with your nightstands. I'm not that heartless that I would leave a woman in her sheets without a goodbye kiss. It is always satisfying when I kiss her goodbye and watch her try to beg me to stay. I have at times woken up and found some women gone, Naruto said. I can manage to stay until breakfast. Good. I'm going to try to get a nap. Last night was tiring. If I don't get some sleep now, I will sleep in the office while on duty. Are you going to be fine? I've pulled all-nighters before, Naruto said with shrug. Kazekage, we have been waiting for you, HN. Datara started as the bird he was riding along with Sasori hovered just above the Kazekage and his brother. Gaara frowned seeing the two members of the Akatsuki. It could not be anything good seeing them appear before him like this. They didn't want him to help him. They came here for something he could sense their intent. Had he not made a stop to speak to the feudal lord of this country, he would have most likely not met them. But then again, Datara had just said that they had been waiting for him. It meant they likely knew he was within this country and waited for him to leave the residence of the River Lord. He looked up and his eyes stopped on Sasori. It was never a good thing facing a former good shinobi of his village. Of course, he'd never met the man but had only heard stories about him. From what he has heard, it would have been good to have had him within the village. For battle it seems, Gaara said, readying for battle. The moment those words left Gaara's mouth, Kankuro couldn't help but smile at the thought of fighting Sasori. There was no one to beat when it came to puppet ninjutsu. He could only look at Sasori, and fighting the man would only help him grow. No, we just want the little pet inside of you, but I am game for battle, HN, Datara responded with a bit of excitement. He has been itching for a good battle for some time now, and this was the time. He could even get to test his new art. I thought I would take the lead on this one since they are from my former village, Sasori said to Datara. Sasori-sama, you always want to take the lead when we fight strong opponents. We can't turn this one into a puppet because we want him alive. And you might accidentally kill him with your explosives. Art. The brother fights using the same style as you can fight him while I take the Kazekage. I am tempted to see how my art does against art similar to yours. But fighting the Kazekage outweighs that, as I can duel with the original any day. Gaara listened for a moment. These people were confident in their abilities to take them. For them to argue so carelessly in front of them meant they were confident. What worried him was that Datara had said they wanted his Baijuu. And they wanted him alive. If they wanted him alive, they probably wanted to extract it. But for what reason? This was a serious issue. Konoha's concerns had merits. If this meant that other Jinchuriki could be targeted as well, it was an issue that would affect all other villages. Don't get too excited, Kankuro, Gaara cautioned his brother. If it was just one, he would send Kankuro away to warn the others, but there were two of them and they were both S-rank shinobi. Gaara was confident, but he would not be as reckless as to try to fight two shinobi of such caliber by himself. These are S-rank shinobi. You are not their level. Kankuro frowned at this. Gaara didn't have to put it like that. I know. We must fight as one. We need to send for backup while moving into the wind country. The desert should give us the advantage. They can fly. Kankuro pointed out. Trying to outrun someone who could fly would be close to impossible. How did you hide from someone with aerial view? It is not a problem since we can hide under the trees, but prepare the messages to both Home and Konoha. They must know what is happening. Calling for backup won't be such a bad idea in this situation. He was saying that, but he knew unless they were really stalling, they could not hold on until backup from either nation arrives. The battle was likely to be over by then. Even so, it would only work in his favor if they knew. Uzushiogakur. When we are children, we are carefree and don't know the difficulties of life. But you sometimes wish you were older, not knowing what truly awaits with adulthood, Karen said to the silent Naruto. Of course, my dreams were crushed early when my parents were murdered and I found myself loathed yet coveted by a sick person. Still, when the Uzumaki rescued me, I thought I could finally live a happy life. The past years certainly led me to believe so. Yet, I had this fear that things could change at any moment, hence my insistence on staying away from you. And indeed, things were only okay for a little while. Soon, Naruto became the emperor even to her. The many people that came into their lives. She'd been warned this would happen. And she had thought she could handle it. But Karen had realized she couldn't handle it. It was too much for her. She was envious. She could not accept that the same love that Naruto showed to her, he was showing to another woman. She didn't have problem with nightstands, it was all just fleeting pleasures, but another wife was something that would be there, and might even replace her. Naruto was ruthless enough to do that even to her. I really wanted to live a different life. I never wanted to be burdened with such emotions, Karen said, smiling bitterly. Maybe I started loving you, which is why this hurts. If I didn't care as you do, I wouldn't have problems. Naruto looked up from what he was reading and stared at Karen for a moment before looking back at his work. With projects everywhere and their footprint increasing, work was becoming more and more hectic. He really needed to move from here to be at a place that could accommodate the heavy work he carried. He would need about 6 Uzumaki to move in with him and carry out some tasks. Everyone dreams of something when they are still children. I was never permitted to dream of anything joyous, as I was consistently reminded that I was a demon. It all changed when I came to know my origins. I still thank the Sandaime even though he did come to regret ever showing me my home. Naruto spoke in a low tone. Certain things seem easy when looking from afar, but when you experience them, that is when you learn its difficulties. Even when you get to experience how difficult it is, it doesn't make it easier, Karen said. I've been struggling with this and worse, I don't have anyone to talk to. I have no one. No one. It is lonely here and it's suffocating. Once more, Naruto looked up at Karen and then looked back at his work. If you had been kind to others, you would not be lonely. Karen frowned, speaking bitterly. You are quick to say such things. But who am I to expect comfort from you? You are becoming very emotional these days, Naruto said in a flat tone. But that does not change the fact that I am right, and had you gotten along with Koyuki, I would not have minded sending you to her. You could have been safe there since she is protected and the country is far away from our troubles. Maybe, that could have been the issue. But she had not considered that. She had no friends. She had never needed them because she had always been busy with work. Even that Miyuki had been someone she disliked. Was this something she created for herself? Naruto hadn't helped the issue either way. I am not like you, Karen said. She then frowned when she sensed a presence. Naori appeared out of thin air and leaned in on the Emperor's right side before whispered. It has happened, Your Majesty. Naruto nodded and put all the papers down. It was finally happening. He could go hunt down some people and let loose for a little. Maybe he could even afford to be reckless just to test a couple of things out. It would certainly help with improving some minor things before he does battle with Madara. You are free to leave the compound, and if you want a friend, I can speak with Shizuka or Koyuki. Shizuka would be much easier since she isn't that old from you. Koyuki wouldn't have a problem with it either. The choice is yours, Naruto said. Why not the Mizukage? She seems to be a person of character. She is busy with her work and won't have time for anything else. I just felt like you meant to say she is busy and won't have time for my nonsense, Karen said with a stare. I might have thought it that way, Naruto said. There was a small smile on his lips. I will make arrangements when I return. There are battles that I must fight. Jiraiya burst into the office of the Hokage, having been nearly dragged away from his joys by an Anbu. When he arrived at the office, he found Sasuke already there along with Tsunade and Kakashi. They all looked serious. There was something that was happening out there. It could not be with the Akatsuki, could it? We have received an emergency message from the Kazekage. He is currently under attack from 2 members of the Akatsuki and they want the Baiju'u inside of him. I am sending both you and Sasuke out there to help him, if we won't be already too late. You must absolutely rescue the Kazekage if he needs it. This was a disaster. They didn't need this kind of thing at the moment. For sure they knew Naruto didn't have anything to do with it. He didn't seem to care about Baiju'u at all and had captured 3 of them during the war and ended up returning them. The Akatsuki was after something sinister and they had to stop it. You once said that your former students in the rain were connected to the Akatsuki and probably led the organization. Are they up to it? Sasuke asked Jiraiya. He understood the implications of his question quite well. Omigakure was under the Empire, and if those 2 were behind this attack, then it was the Emperor. Sasuke would not waste time heading to the whirlpools to deliver some judgment to the Emperor if that was the case. About that, Jiraiya started in a low and serious tone. Nagato was not present when I went to Omigakure and Konan said he had gone to Uzu. But you were there, he was not. And with the rain now open, it is easy to get information out. The thing is, Nagato has seemingly disappeared. Sasuke shook his head. Naruto knew things and was hiding them. Talking here will only waste time. I will go ahead of you, Jiraiya. We don't know if the Kazekage is winning or losing or if it is over by now. The Uchiha said. Tsunade had already given him the general location of the Kazekage. He could follow the trail and search for the Kazekage. You'll need someone skilled with tracking to help you, Kakashi said. Kiba should be waiting for you by the gates. He has the scent of the Kazekage. If he slows me down, I will leave him behind. Sasuke was gone after that. Jiraiya created a clone and then jumped off as well, with the clone staying behind. The extra power seems to make him grow ever so overconfident. I didn't think it would be possible. The mystery about Nagato's whereabouts isn't the only thing strange happening within the Empire. There was a battle that occurred in the Sound. It is safe to say it was an attack. I don't know who was attacked by whom, because they locked up everything. But leaders were changed. It is now Haku who leads the Sound. That woman Guren has disappeared. Tsunade frowned deeply. It seems there is a lot that Naruto is keeping from us, she said in a hardened tone. You have to ask him the hard questions. No doubt he will come to the rescue. I intend to do so, Jiraiya said firmly. He most likely knows what the Akatsuki is trying to achieve. He will be cooperative since he too is a Jinchuriki, which means that he will also be under attack. Of course, this could also be a ploy. We don't rule out anything then. We deal with this objectively. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.